Konoha, doing good things will make you stronger. Chapter 1 Doing good things will make you stronger. Konoha has been forced to participate in several wars for several consecutive years. 3 years ago, the nine-tailed demon fox made the village irreversible and caused great damage to the entire village. But Konoha's living area is still full of vitality, and every Konoha person has a vision of a better life in the future. An old housing area in the village needs to be demolished, and the construction team is working intensively. In the team composed of young and middle-aged men, a black-haired boy in his early teens also enthusiastically participated in it, occasionally helping to pass tools and occasionally conveying work information for workers in the distance. The uncle who was in charge of the general project, wearing a headscarf and carrying tools, saw that the boy's face was covered with sweat. When he passed by, he quickly pressed the boy's shoulders and pressed him on a smooth big stone. "You are only 12 years old, running around like this every day. Look, your face and body are all sweaty now. Even if you want to help, you should take a break now." The uncle's tone was full of helplessness, as if he had no way to deal with the boy. "You have worked hard with us for 3 months, but you don't charge a penny. My brothers look at me with strange eyes. They all think I am exploiting child labor. If this continues, it won't be long before someone in the village will come to investigate me." "Hee, uncle, don't worry, I will prove your innocence when the time comes." Due to the sweat seeping out, the boy's short black hair stuck to his forehead, but the expression on his face looked quite happy. "Uncles work tirelessly every day for the construction of the village. How can I not help? Marutani Hang, someone is looking for you." The uncle finally caught the boy and took the opportunity to let him rest for a while. As a result, after a while, a voice calling the boy came from not far away. "Hey! I'll be there soon." Marutani Hang thanked the uncle and ran in the direction of the call. "This kid, really, how can he be so stupid?" The uncle looked at the sweat-soaked land around the stone where the boy sat, frowned worriedly, and then shouted loudly. "Take care of yourself." "Okay." Hearing the words of the worker uncle behind him, Marutani Hang didn't bother to look back, waved his hand, responded and left the other's sight. Time passed quickly. With the efforts of all the construction team members, this project finally came to an end. After each worker received his own wages, they returned home happily and shared the joy of harvest with their families. Marutani Hang was still standing in the crowd. For some reason, the uncle asked him to wait a little while. When the workers who left passed by Marutani Hang, they also reached out their hands intimately and ravaged his black hair. Marutani Hang was soaked in sweat all over his body, and now he just wanted to go home and take a shower. After the uncle distributed the wages, he stood in front of Marugu Hang with a small bag in his hand. "This is your share." "Ah? I don't want wages." "Take it." The uncle ignored Marugu Hang's refusal and threw the purse in his hand out. Marugu Hang subconsciously caught it. "I would feel bad if I didn't give it to you." The uncle didn't say any more nonsense, and turned away with the tools he brought, leaving Marugu Hang with tears in his eyes. "Congratulations!" Several workers around him hadn't left yet, and they were happy for the boy. "You know, in the past 3 months since the start of construction, Marugu Hang has come to the construction site on time every morning to help, regardless of wind or rain, and has never missed a day." But Marugu Hang's mood at this time was very complicated. He stared blankly at the heavy purse in his hand, muttering words that other workers couldn't understand as if no one was around. "Does this count as a good deed? According to the previous calculation, I would have accumulated 100 points after finishing today's work, but now I've actually received money, this." The congratulations were still ringing in his ears. In front of this group of workers who had worked together for 3 months, Marutani Hang still managed to force out a smile, put the money in his pocket, and rushed straight home. "Count the points, look at my points." After spending more than 10 minutes, Marutani Hang pushed open the door of his home, and as soon as he stepped into the empty house, he couldn't wait to open his system. Name, Marutani Hang. Age, 12 years old. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Spiritual power, 3. Good person points, 151. Hey? Marutani Hang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking that he was too tired today, so he misread the data. After a little adjustment, he opened the system again. Good guy points, 151. I was not mistaken. Marutani Ko suddenly felt that his efforts at the construction site over the past 3 months had not been in vain. The originally aching body was no longer numb, and he shouted excitedly. Nice! This way, I can exchange for the chakra training technique. It's been a year. I've been here for a full year. Today, I can finally stand up straight and be a man. That's right, just like Merida Konoha said, he is not a native of Konoha, but an ordinary college student on the Blue Star. On an ordinary day, when Merida Konoha woke up, he found himself traveling to this bizarre world, and even turned directly into a child of only 11 years old. This world is Naruto. Unfortunately, for Merida Konoha, traveling to this famous anime in his previous life did not have any advantages for him. Because he had not watched this anime. Merida Konoha's understanding of Naruto was limited to knowing the name of the anime, as well as the names of the protagonists Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Even in this world, he guessed it only after hearing that the leader of the village was called Hokage, and the name of the Uchiha family, the well-known guard team, was known to the neighbors. Although he didn't know Naruto, he knew very well that the danger level of this anime was very high. Unless he had particularly good luck, he, as an ordinary person, would never survive. Of course, Merida Cow couldn't know that there was a ramen shop in Konoha village that was called the safest place in the world. But it wasn't all bad news after crossing. Merida Cow was surprised to find that he actually had a system on him, which gave him a great sense of security. This was the good person system he had opened earlier. The good person system is divided into 3 interfaces. In addition to the task interface, which has been in a gray state and cannot be opened since crossing, the other 2 are the data interface that was opened when he returned home before. And the mall interface, which is full of various commodities, and the prices of the commodities are all marked by good person points. After discovering the existence of this system, Merida Cow began to try to do some good things in life. Then he noticed that every time he did a good deed, the good person points in the system would begin to increase with the number of good deeds he did. This is why he has been staying at the construction site to help for the past 3 months. 1 day's work can increase his points by 5 points. According to the previous calculation of the same points increase every day, after the construction site is completed today, his points should be exactly 101, but the result is as high as 151 points, which means that the results of the completion are different, and the points obtained will also change. Although there are only 151 points, it is enough for Marutani Cow now. He had already selected the items he urgently needed in the mall interface, which is a skill. Chakra Training Technique. Chapter 2. The Time Traveler is actually me. Although he is a time traveler, Marutani Cow has a very legitimate identity in Konoha village. Marutani Cow's parents died in the war between Konoha and Kumigakure 3 years ago to protect important people in the village. As their only son, Marutani Cow was naturally taken care of by the village. Unfortunately, Marutani Hang's body did not inherit his parents' talents. The amount of chakra in his body can basically be described as completely absent. Even his mental state was affected to a certain extent after learning the bad news about his parents. This may be one of the reasons why Marutani Hang traveled through time. When Marutani Hang first traveled through time, he had not started living alone, but was staying in an orphanage in Konoha for mental reasons. The director who took care of him was a blonde woman with glasses, named Yakushi Nono, a very loving and responsible medical ninja. In order to convince the other party, Marutani Hang spent a month to make Yakushi Nono believe that he had fully recovered and had the ability to live independently. Marutani Hang moved back to the house left by his parents for him in the other party's worried eyes and started a separate life. Although he was a little uncomfortable, Marutani Hang could receive a considerable amount of relief money from the village every month, which also made him not worry about survival. Not long after that, Marutani Hang discovered the existence of the system in his brain. The existence of the system made Marutani Kao, who was a little confused at first, suddenly find his goal, and he began his daily routine of being a good person and doing good deeds in the village. A very enthusiastic boy suddenly appeared in Konoha village, and even attracted the attention of many people. In this way, Marutani Kao has persisted for a whole year. Unconsciously, it has been a year. Waking up from his memories, Marutani Kao carefully opened the mall interface after preparing everything, and found the product that he had been thinking about for a whole year. Take a deep breath. Exchange. As the thought was determined, the number of good points that Marutani Kao now had also changed, leaving only 51 points, and the rest turned into a stream that outsiders could not see. The blue light slowly penetrated the boy's body. Although he had prepared himself mentally before, when Marutani Hang really saw the points he had worked so hard to accumulate disappear in an instant, he still felt heartache. Marutani Hang sat on the floor of his living room, closed his eyes and felt his changes. The product changed him very quickly. Marutani Hang could clearly feel that there were a few strands of warmth lingering in his body. Although it was very thin, for him who had never felt similar before, this change was obvious enough. He successfully refined it according to the skills that were automatically taught in his mind. Slowly opening his eyes, Marutani Hang reopened the system's attribute interface. The name, age, and 3 attributes that had been determined before did not change, but there was an extra line of words at the bottom of the data. Chakra training technique, basic skills necessary to become a regular ninja. Marutani Hang breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if the exchange failed this time, Marutani Hang really didn't know what he should do to become stronger. After learning the chakra training technique, Marutani Hang was like a child who got a new toy. He didn't feel bored after playing with it all night. As a result, when he went out the next day, he had 2 huge dark circles on his face. After getting the method to replenish chakra, Marutani Hang planned to become a ninja. When he was helping in the library before, he took some time to read some books and learned that the most common and easiest way to become a ninja recognized by the village is to go through the training of the ninja school, but most students have basically completed their studies at the age of 12. Marutani Hang is now exactly 12 years old. Although the school may not reject his application for admission as long as he pays enough tuition, he is not suitable to enter the school again now. In the mall of the good person system, the only currency that can be exchanged for goods is good person points. Once you enter school, you will lose a large period of disposable time, so the time to do good deeds will be reduced. For Marutani Hang now, the points that have been growing slowly will become even scarcer. After that, Marutani Hang read a considerable number of books, and after asking many villagers and ninjas, he found that there were other ways to become a ninja. As long as he could get the recognition of a Konoha Jonin and get the recommendation of the other party, he could also become a ninja smoothly. Moreover, ninjas promoted in this way also have higher autonomy than the genin who graduated from the ninja school. Then the question came again. According to his current strength level, which blind jonin would recognize him? Marutani Hang was thinking about his future arrangements while eating a simple breakfast he made. Because of the guarantee of the system, Marutani Hang's strength will basically not encounter bottlenecks. If he is not in a hurry, slowly accumulating strength is also a good choice. Marutani Hang has traveled for a full year. During this year, he kept using his free time to do good things to collect information about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but he has never obtained effective intelligence. The most useful information may be to know that Uchiha Sasuke is already 3 years old, but the current popularity of this protagonist in the village is far less than that of his biological brother Uchiha Itachi. As for the news about Uzumaki Naruto, there was even less news. Some people even warned themselves secretly the next day after they inquired about Uzumaki Naruto's news, not to investigate the other party's news again. Out of a cautious attitude, Merida Kao still terminated his investigation of Uzumaki Naruto. Originally, Merida Kao's impression of Naruto was limited to the two protagonists. Now he has a little worry. If possible, it is better to improve his strength as soon as possible. I don't know if it heard the voice in Merida Kao's heart. The system that had been silent for a long time suddenly appeared a pop-up window, and the name on the pop-up window was clear. It turned out to be a task interface that had been grayed out for a whole year like a salted fish. Task system. Start the task. The shame of the Hyuga family. Task reward, 2000 points, the task system is officially launched. Task failure penalty, task system failed to start. Accept rejection. Salted fish system, finally working. Merida Kao put down the rice bowl in his hand. I have been thinking about this task interface of the system for too long. It is too inefficient to get good points by doing good deeds. Looking at the prices of thousands of points in the mall, Marutani Hang firmly believes that there must be other ways to get points. So should I accept it? Nonsense, of course I will accept it. Chapter 3 It is my duty to maintain the honor of Konoha. I must accept the task. The 2000 points in the reward alone have already made Marutani Hang very tempted, not to mention that this is a pre-task to officially open the task system, which is even more important for my future development. I have been doing it for a whole year. Marutani Hang, who knew the matter very well, was a good person by nature, and the tasks given were definitely positive, so that he would not have to bear too much psychological pressure when doing it. Regardless of whether the task was easy or not, he had to complete it. Without much hesitation, Marutani Hang just used his brain, and the status of the task changed from acceptable to accepted, and a paragraph of content was added below the task, which was the introduction of the content of the task. The shame of the Hyuga family. The Hyuga clan is one of the largest families in Konoha, but it is forced to endure such humiliation. This is a shame for all Hyuga clan members and a shame for Konoha. As a member of the village, it is our duty to maintain the honor of Konoha. Conditions for failure to complete the task: Hyuga Hisashi survives or dies. Let alone the task introduction full of second-year style, the following task completion conditions alone made Marutani Hang a little flustered. He had lived in the village for a year, and had helped out when the Hyuga family was renovating. He also knew a little about the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi was the younger brother of the current Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, and was also a legitimate jonin in the village. How could he die suddenly? If the other party's existence could threaten Hyuga Hayashi's life, how could he complete such a task? Staying at home and using his brain, Marutani Hang could not think of any danger that could threaten Hyuga Hayashi. After some thinking, he decided to go to the vicinity of the Hyuga family's house to investigate the situation. Maybe there would be some clues. After a simple packing, Marutani Hang set off to the destination. As the young man with the best reputation in Konoha, the villagers he met on the way greeted him enthusiastically without exception. Although some villagers secretly said that he was stupid when he first started doing good deeds, after a long time, everyone found that Marutani Hang had always insisted on his good deeds and was not affected by anything, and many people were deeply touched. No one would hate a sunny, cheerful, kind, and sensible child, not to mention that Marutani Kao's experience was somewhat miserable, so now almost everyone in the village is full of kindness towards him, including the ninjas of Konoha. And this is also the reason why the Konoha high-level officials did not take violent measures after knowing that Marutani Kao was asking about Uzumaki Naruto, but only warned him. "Isn't this Xiao Hang? Why are you here today?" When Marutani Kao arrived at the gate of the Hyuga clan's house, the Hyuga clan members standing at the gate also recognized the identity of the boy. Even the Hyuga clan members who were always arrogant to ordinary people showed considerable kindness in front of Marutani Cow. I heard that you have been helping in the old city these days. Yes, but it was over yesterday. I came out today to take a walk and plan to rest for a while. Since the Hyuga clan members guarding the gate had no hostility towards him, Marutani Cow could just chat with him and inquire about the information. Marutani Hang stood at the door of the Hyuga family, exchanged pleasantries with the other party, and made up some random information. By the way, I saw Hyuga Hayashi-sama on the road last time, and he looked very troubled. Oh? Really? The Hyuga gatekeeper looked at Marutani Hang in confusion. I haven't heard that the clan leader is troubled? The clan leader should be in a better mood recently. Ah? Maybe I saw it wrong. You must have done too much work. At your age, you should rest more. Although the way of asking questions was a bit stiff, Marutani Hang relied on his 12-year-old age and the good impression in the other party's mind, and did not arouse any suspicion at all. Is Lord Hayashi in a good mood recently? Yes. At this point, the gatekeeper's expression also brightened up a lot. Did anything good happen? I'm not afraid to tell you about this. It will probably be announced in a few days. The gatekeeper stroked Marutani Hang's soft hair. Konoha will cease fire with Kumagakure. Cease fire with Kumagakure. Yes, the people of Kumagakure have already arrived in the village. The parents of Marutani Hang's body died in the war between Konoha and Kumagakure. When he heard the name of Kumagakure, his body frowned inadvertently. Cease fire with Kumagakure? Does this have anything to do with the safety of Hyuga Hayashi's life? Is there any relationship between these two things? In order not to attract the attention of the Hyuga clan, Marutani Hang said a few words and left first. The gatekeeper thought that it was because he mentioned the name of Kumagakure that made the boy think of his parents, so he didn't care about the other party's strangeness, but felt a little guilty. After visiting the Hyuga family, Marutani Cow went around to ask some nearby villagers. He spent a whole morning but did not collect any nutritious information. The most noteworthy thing was that Hyuga Hisashi's son, Hyuga Niji, who was only 4 years old at the time, showed extraordinary talent in training. Marutani Cow, who had no clue, could only wander around the streets meaninglessly, seeing a family of 3 moving various furniture on the roadside. He reflexively stepped forward to help. After the moving was completed, the family warmly invited Marutani Cow to their home to rest for a while. The hostess gratefully poured a bowl of water and asked her daughter to bring it to Marutani Cow. "Brother, drink some water." "Thank you." Marutani Cow took the water and found that the little girl's hair color was an extremely rare pink, but there are many strange things in this world. It's just hair color, it's not worth being surprised. "Thank you so much this time, young man." The male host sat down next to Marutani Cow enthusiastically. "You're welcome, this is what I should do, aren't we all part of Konoha?" Marutani Cow found that he was getting more and more comfortable saying these shameful words. "Ha ha ha, I'm really touched when you say that. Some of my friends always ask for help whenever they meet, but when they heard that I needed help with moving, everyone said they were busy, and no one came." When he mentioned his friends, the male host was a little angry, and he pulled Marutani Hang to lecture him. "Some people pretend to be nice to you on the surface, but behind the scenes, you don't know how many dirty things they have done. You have to pay attention in the future." "Is that so?" Marutani Hang blinked thoughtfully, as if he suddenly figured out something. Chapter 4: The Little Ghosts of the Hyuga Family. Marutani Hang had lost his memory of how he left the family just now. At this moment, his mind was constantly repeating what the male host had said before. Some people pretend to be nice to you on the surface, but in the background, you don't know how many dirty things they have done. Even if he ran around for a long time, due to his ordinary identity, Marutani Hang was afraid that he could not get more useful information, and could only analyze the development of the situation from the information he had obtained. First of all, if he had not intervened, Hyaga Hisashi would definitely end up dead. Then, according to the information he had obtained, the only one who could cause this situation to happen was the cloud-hidden force that was negotiating a ceasefire with Konoha. According to the Hyaga family's gatekeeper, the people sent by Cloud Hidden have arrived in Konoha. It is worth noting that when talking with the Hyaga family's gatekeeper before, Marutani Hang could clearly feel that the other party was happy about the ceasefire. The gatekeeper's attitude could also represent the attitude of the Hyaga clan to a certain extent, which means that the Hyaga family is now very weak in vigilance against Cloud Hidden. So if Kumigakure really wants to attack the Hyaga family, I'm afraid now is the easiest time to succeed. Hyaga Hayashi may be sacrificed in the assassination of the other party. If so, what I need to do is to remind the Hyaga family. But after opening the task system and reading the instructions carefully, Marutani Hang overturned his guess. The task is very clear. This time the Hyaga family was humiliated. Then, Hyaga Hayashi may not have died in the assassination, but in another way. But in any case, the delegation sent by Kumigakure is the biggest suspect in this mission. In order to successfully complete the mission, Marutani Hang intends to find out the current location of the other party. It's a pity that even if Marutani Hang tried hard, he didn't find out the location of the Kumigakure delegation. Because of the relatively tense relationship between Konoha and Kumigakure, Konoha will not let anyone contact the ninjas of Kumigakure before the negotiation is over. There is no way. Marutani Hang can only appear near the Hyaga family every day to avoid missing any unexpected situations. In order to ensure his safety when an accident really happens, Marutani Hang also reluctantly exchanged a consumable in the mall. Substitute technique, disposable consumable, one of the most basic ninjutsu of ninjas, but as long as it is used skillfully, it is the most powerful ninjutsu. Substitute technique is the most basic ninjutsu, and it actually requires 1000 points to fully exchange in the mall. Marutani Hang is not able to afford it now. Due to the special situation, he can only buy a bankrupt version of consumables for emergency use, but this consumable alone has cost him 30 points. Seeing that he only had 30 points left, Marutani Hang made up his mind to complete this mission at all costs. For this reason, Marutani Hang specially rented a useless cart from his neighbor, made a batch of popsicles, pushed it to the vicinity of Hyaga's house, and started his life as a hawker. Although he was nominally selling popsicles, most of the popsicles were given away by Marutani Hang. There is no way. It is summer now. The hot weather makes everyone feel like they are in magma. Seeing the passers-by on the street with steam coming out of their heads, Marutani Hang couldn't help but hand over the cold popsicles. After a few days, no accidents happened and he didn't make any money. However, the cost of the popsicles was very low, so it was not embarrassing to the extent of loss. However, although these days were hard, Marutani Hang still had an unexpected gain. Hinata-san, the son of the poor, Hyaga Niji, seemed to have a good impression of him. He went out to buy popsicles for several consecutive days, and today was no exception. Brother Marutani Cow. Little Niji, who looked harmless, was holding a little girl in his hand this time and stood in front of Marutani Cow obediently. This is my cousin, so I want 2 popsicles today. Okay. To be honest, the genes of the Hyaga family are really strong. Looking at the 2 cute children, Marutani Cow immediately took out 2 popsicles from the cart and gently handed them to the 2 children. Here is money. No, no. Marutani Cow's original purpose was not to make money, let alone the children's money. But Dad said that you will lose money if you do business like this. Niji's eyes were full of worry. As an outstanding representative of the youth of Konoha village, Marutani Cow's deeds have long become the best teaching material for all parents to educate their children. Little Niji has obviously heard his story. Niji's hand remained stretched out, poking straight, and his stubborn eyes showed his attitude. Well, okay, I'll take your money. Facing Niji's firm eyes that said he would not leave unless he took it, Marutani Hang had no choice but to take it. He would give him a few more sweet popsicles next time he came. Yet, seeing that the other party had taken the money, Niji returned home with his introverted sister in satisfaction. From beginning to end, Niji's sister did not say a word, but just stood shyly behind Niji, watching the two people leave. Marutani Hang clenched the copper coin in his hand, as if he could feel the body temperature left by Niji on the copper coin. Thinking that Hinata Hisashi would die in an accident and Niji would lose his father, Marutani Hang's determination became more firm. "I will definitely save your father." Suddenly, Marutani Hang felt someone was looking at him, and quickly turned his head to look at a street corner, but he saw nothing. "Strange, is it my illusion? Is someone paying attention to me?" Marutani Hang began to suspect that someone was paying attention to him, but then overturned his guess. "No, I have been here for so long, and today is the first time I have this feeling, so the other party is most likely not paying attention to me, but more likely to be the two children of the Hyuga family. Is the other party paying attention to the genius boy of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji? No, Niji also came out to buy popsicles a few days ago, and I didn't feel this feeling at the time. So the other party's target is actually Niji's sister? That introverted little girl?" Marutani Hang didn't know that while his brain was working frantically, behind the street corner he just looked at, a middle-aged man dressed as an ordinary villager was scolding his accomplice in front of him. "I told you to be careful. What if they find out? But I've already observed that there are no Konoha ninjas nearby, and those two are just children. Even if they are children, they are children of the Hyuga clan. Don't you know how powerful the Hyuga clan is?" The person who was scolded suddenly recalled his memories and stood quietly with his mouth shut. "Go back and accept the punishment on your own initiative." Yes. These two people may not know that someone did find something strange, but it was not the two children of the Hyuga family who found it. It was a good person in Konoha who was keen on helping others. Chapter 5 Confession. Sometimes, it is better to be open and honest than to think secretly by yourself. Marutani Kao looked at the Hyuga mansion nearby and decided to take the simplest approach. Hyuga Hayashi is not an idle person. As a jonin of Konoha and one of the strongest fighters of the Hyuga family, he needs to deal with a lot of things every day. Many occasions where his brother cannot appear in person also need him to replace him. It was almost night, and Hyuga Hisashi, who was rarely free, sat in the large courtyard of his home, watching Ninkai practicing soft fist in the open space beside him with a doting look, but suddenly received the news that someone was visiting. "What?" Marutani Kao. Although very busy, Hyuga Hisashi still paid attention to Ninkai's movements every day. Naturally, he knew that Ninkai had been going out to buy popsicles in recent days, and the vendor selling popsicles was this ordinary person named Marutani Kao. "Please let him in." That's right. After hesitating, Marutani Kao chose to tell Hyuga Hisashi directly. In order not to attract the attention of the secret man, he deliberately continued to sell, give away, popsicles until the sun began to set before visiting the Hyuga family. Marutani Kao followed the Hyuga clan member who led the way without looking sideways, and came to the courtyard. Hyuga Hisashi sat on the side with an expressionless face, and was intimidating without anger. "Hayashi-sama." Marutani Kao bowed politely. The gap between the two was not only reflected in strength, but also in status, age, etc. "I have to maintain a respectful attitude." Yet, Hinata Hayashi nodded, but did not turn his head, still looking forward. Marutani Hang curiously followed the other's line of sight and found Niji, who was training. Niji has been practicing for several hours. The boy's black hair was tightly stuck to his forehead due to sweat, and there was no dry place on his body, but his hands moved quickly and powerfully, and he didn't look like he had been practicing for several hours in a row. Obviously just a 4-year-old child. Marutani Hang was ultimately an ordinary person who traveled through time and space. He looked at it with some reluctance and moved his eyes away. I feel bad, but I can't stop his training. Hinata Hayashi's eyes never moved away, but he asked Marutani Hang a question, do you know why? Although he couldn't bear it, Marutani Hang knew that this was what Niji had to go through, and this was the cruelty of this world. Because Konoha needs it, the Hyuga clan needs it, and Niji himself needs it. Oh! Hyuga Hayashi was very surprised by Marutani Kao's answer. Could a 12-year-old child have such vision? He turned his head, and for the first time, his sharp eyes looked at the boy. Ningji has been buying popsicles from you these days. Yes. Marutani Kao was a little embarrassed. Could it be that his 3 no products had upset Niji's stomach? You didn't take his money a few days ago, why? I don't take money from children. Okay, you're good. Hyuga Hayashi finally smiled on his serious face, and Marutani Kao could see a hint of recognition in the other's eyes. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Marutani Kao breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot after getting the recognition of Hyuga Hayashi. I have to say that the Hyuga clan's identity is too special in Konoha, even among ninjas. If I hadn't come into contact with Niji, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to enter this house. Lord Hisashi, it's like this. Today, Niji brought his sister to buy popsicles, but I found someone watching us in secret. Oh. Since the matter concerns Niji and his brother's daughter, Hyuga Hisashi will naturally take it seriously. Have you ever had this feeling before? This has never happened before, and today is the first time. Could it be your illusion? No, I believe someone is watching in secret. Marutani Hang's tone was very firm. Whether it's an illusion or not, the mission will never lie to me. Marutani Hang just took this opportunity to remind Hyuga Hisashi. Hyuga Hisashi's expression became much more serious. Marutani Hang's reputation in the village is really not small, and even he has heard of many young people's deeds. He knows that Marutani Hang will not deceive himself on such things, and this approach has no meaning. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hisashi secretly activated the Byakugan and observed Marutani Kao's body, but the result surprised him. Several strands of chakra slowly circulated in the boy's body, thin but strong, not at all the strength that ordinary people should have. Are you a ninja? Hyuga Hisashi's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if he could see through Marutani Kao's body in an instant. Ah! The boy was a little breathless due to the sudden aura, and he recovered after Hyuga Hisashi restrained himself. I remember that you don't have the potential to become a ninja. Yes. Then how do you explain the situation in your body? Hyuga Hisashi had to doubt Marutani Kao's identity. In addition to the benefits of being famous, there are also disadvantages. As part of the inspirational experience, almost all Konoha people know that Marutani Kao cannot become a ninja. However, Marutani Kao had already anticipated that this situation would happen today, and had already made up a solution, and put on a sad look. Hisashi-sama, my parents are both ninjas. I know that. Hisashi Hinata not only knows, but also knows why Marutani Kao's parents died. This is a secret that even Marutani Kao himself does not know. My father did not have the potential to become a ninja when he was a child. Oh. I have to say that talking to smart people does have some benefits. Sometimes, when you are halfway through your words, he can fill in the rest of the words in his mind. Hisashi Hinata does not know much about the situation of Marutani Kao's father when he was a child. After hearing Marutani Kao's words, he began to complete it. Is this the bloodline limit of your family? I don't know, but our family has always had this special situation. Marutani Kao secretly apologized to the predecessors of this body in his heart. The situation is special, so I can only wrong you. I also discovered it by chance when I was reading a book at home. In order to show his strength in the future, Marutani Hang had already prepared a long speech, but he didn't expect that the first explanation would be in front of a big shot like Hisashi Hinata. Our Marutani family has always had a special physique. When we were young, everyone's potential would be judged as having no potential, but after the body reaches a certain level, it will suddenly explode. It's funny to say that Marutani Hang's surname was originally just Maru, but when he came here, Marutani became his surname. Although the full name did not change, it was a bit difficult to adapt to it for a while. It took me a long time to get used to it. I am the same, but 3 years ago, due to an accident, my parents died, and I also had some mental problems. Although I recovered later, I lost some of my memories. I also thought I was just an ordinary person, but recently I looked through the books left at home and found relevant records. I started practicing chakra recently to seek the truth. Oh! Although Hyuga Hisashi was still surprised to hear about such a magical family, he had already believed it in his heart. There are many strange families in this world, and Marutani Kao's image in the village is so positive that he has to believe it. Yes, the chakra in your body was indeed cultivated recently. As worthy of being a well-known eye technique in the ninja world, Hyuga Hisashi even saw the time when Marutani Kao's chakra was cultivated, but this also confirmed the boy's statement. Brother Marutani Kao. Just when Hyuga Hisashi was about to study the special features of the boy's body, Hyuga Niji, who had finished his practice time, discovered the two and shouted loudly in surprise. Chapter 6 Good Things. All good things. After finishing the training, Ninkai came to the two of them sweating and bowed politely. Although he was very curious about the appearance of Marutani Kao, the first person he wanted to ask was Hisashi who was standing beside him. Father. Hisashi is indeed a jonin, and he is also a genius of soft fist of the Hyuga family. It is naturally very easy for him to instruct a 4-year-old child. In the last hour, in order to maintain the standard of the movement, you have too much force, which will lose accuracy. Yes. Hisashi did not leave, but still stood there, staring at his father eagerly. After the guidance as a teacher, seeing the urgent eyes of his son, Hisashi himself was not a heartless person. Forced by Marutani Kao beside him, he just coughed and touched Ninkai's hair with relief. Improved a lot from last time. Finally received the praise he wanted, Hisashi's face was like a bright flower blooming. Yet, no one can refuse such a cute and well-educated child, and Marutani Kao is no exception. He smiled unconsciously on his face, but because of the sharp eyes of Hisashi, he could only resist the right hand that wanted to touch the boy's hair. Brother Marutani Kao, why are you here? Fortunately, Ninkai still remembered that there was someone next to him. Marutani Kao and Hisashi had the same idea. They were not prepared to share this matter with Ninkai, but just perfunctorily said a few words. I have something to ask Hisashi-sama. Looking for father. Hisashi Niji turned his head in confusion and stared at his father seriously. Father, brother Marutani Kao is a good man. I know, Hisashi gently tapped the boy's little head, don't worry, it's just a little thing. Hisashi Niji saw that Marutani Kao was still standing aside, and consciously understood that the conversation between the two had not ended yet. Then I won't bother my brother and father. Remember to take a shower. Yes, I'll go right away. Niji returned to the room obediently. Marutani Kao and Hisashi, who were still in the yard, remained silent at the same time, and both of them focused their eyes on the small figure. At this time, the two of them actually reached an amazing tacit understanding. Ninkai is so cute. Yes. As the father of Niji Hisashi was really proud. No father would not like others to praise his son, especially such a child with almost no shortcomings. Maybe the only shortcoming of Niji is myself. If he is my brother's child. Niji has completely disappeared from his sight. Seeing that Hisashi has never responded, Marutani Kao secretly observed the other party, but found that this always majestic man had a gloomy face. Hisashi-sama. It's okay. Hisashi was awakened by Marutani Kao, and he regained his spirits and resumed the previous conversation between the two. Have you told others about your situation? Marutani Kao shook his head. I just exchanged the training technique not long ago, and others haven't noticed my changes yet. How could I tell others? No. So, the people who secretly observe don't know your situation. I thought you were just an ordinary person, so I didn't hide it deliberately, but you accidentally discovered it. Hinata Hayashi tapped the pillar beside him with his fingers and began his own speculation. No wonder I feel that the chakra near the house is very strange recently. It turns out that someone is eyeing the Hayaga family. Is that the case? Listening to the other party's analysis, Marutani Hang didn't expect that his change would become the first breakthrough to understand the situation. Thank you for your information. Is there anything else to say? Marutani Hang hesitated whether to mention the matter of Kumagakur. He himself didn't know whether this matter was related to Kumagakur, and if so, what measures would the other party take? Seeing this, Hinata Hayashi confidently reached out and patted the boy on the back. Don't worry, we are the Hayaga clan, what are we afraid of? Well, since the other party said so, Marutani Hang also said all his guesses. Hisashi, I think the ninjas sent by Kumagakur need to be vigilant. Kumagakur. Hearing the boy's concerns, Hinata Hisashi suddenly laughed. The hearty laughter made Marutani Kao feel a little puzzled. He patted the boy's shoulder, with admiration in his eyes, and said, It's good that you can think of Kumagakur, but you are worrying too much. If it's them, you don't have to worry. The ninjas sent by Kumagakur are limited in strength and cannot threaten us at all. Yes, is that so? Looking at the confident Hayaga Hisashi, Marutani Kao found that there was indeed not enough evidence to explain to the other party the disaster that the Hayaga family would face. If he continued to emphasize, it would only be too much, and might cause dissatisfaction on the other side. Moreover, Marutani Kao himself did not figure out what exactly would cause a large family like the Hayaga clan to be damaged or even humiliated. After finishing the serious conversation, the conversation between the two became a little boring. Hayaga Hisashi asked about Marutani Kao's life and let him go home. As for the matter of the Hayaga family being secretly observed, he would let him deal with it personally. Before leaving, Hayaga Hisashi also mentioned it specifically. By the way, as for your ninja identity, if there is no accident, I will explain the situation to the third generation in 2 days. If Konoha allows, I can recommend you. What? There is an unexpected reward? Marutani Kao, who was still worried about the mission, suddenly received a surprise and was a little overwhelmed for a while. Hey! If you have time in the future, spend more time with Niji. Marutani Kao finally realized that Hinata Hisashi was going to recommend him to officially become a ninja. Thank you, Mr. Hisashi. Hinata Hisashi looked at the boy who did not hide his joy in front of him, and he laughed. As a jonin of Konoha and one of the powerful fighters of the Hayaga family, Hinata Hisashi himself did not have much time to accompany his son. Due to his special status in the family, he could not even let Niji play with other people of the same age in the family, which would cause dissatisfaction among the elders in the family. Only his brother did not care. If he had to find a partner for Niji, this person's character was trustworthy, but the age difference was a bit big. However, the look that Marutani Kao looked at Niji just now, whether it was the reluctance during training or the doting afterwards, left a very deep impression on Hinata Hisashi. This person would definitely not hurt Niji. Marutani Kao did not know the various thoughts in Hinata Hisashi's mind. He was immersed in joy at this time after receiving the good news. He did not expect that the identity problem that he had been entangled with for so long before was solved so easily. Today is a lucky day. Not only did he tell Hayaga Hisashi about the possible danger, but he also told him about the reasonable changes in himself. He even got his approval and will be able to officially become a ninja soon. A sense of happiness that a good life is just ahead suddenly overwhelmed Marita Hang's head. After leaving the Hayaga family, he still couldn't calm down his excitement, so he planned to do something to celebrate. So on the way home, Merida Hang helped an old lady cross the road, helped Aunt Wang next door find the lost kitten, and watched the store for a while for the owner of the convenience store who had an accident at home. When he got home, it was completely dark. Since he started practicing, Merida Hang found that his physical fitness was gradually improving, and the strength in the data also increased from the earliest 3 points to the current 5 points. After taking a bath in the bathroom and enjoying the dinner he carefully prepared, Merida Hang was satisfied and prepared, closed his eyes and started the daily chakra practice. In the quiet environment, I don't know how long it has been, the boy's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Marutani Hang felt a little palpitation, a sense of emptiness, as if he had forgotten something important. Did I forget something? He habitually opened the system, and it was still the familiar 3 interface. The task interface still displays the only task, like a basin of cold water poured on Marutani Hang's head. The shame of the Hyuga family. Chapter 7. A threat easily solved with one palm. It's not completed. He had clearly informed Hyuga Hisashi of the danger in advance, and Hyuga Hisashi was also very sure that the strength of the cloud-hidden ninja was not enough to threaten the Hyuga family, so why hasn't this task been completed? The shame of the Hyuga family. Staring at the title of the task and thinking for a while, Marutani Hang seized the time and got up and rushed to the direction of the Hyuga family's house. No matter what, Marutani Hang can't stay at home to continue practicing now. The Hyuga family now knows that someone is secretly coveting, and will definitely strengthen the protection of the house, but if the enemy gets the news, they must seize the time and take action today when the defense is not fully prepared. Konoha is very quiet late at night, and only a few stalls and passers-by can be seen occasionally. Hey, isn't this Xiao Hang? Someone even recognized him. Where are you going so late? Whatever, just take a walk and exercise. Regardless of whether the other party believed it or not, Marutani Hang had already run away, leaving only passers-by with a puzzled look on their faces. Exercise? Exercising so late? After a frantic run, Marutani Hang finally arrived near his destination. Before he got close, Marutani Hang noticed something strange. A black shadow was standing next to the Hyuga family's house, and it seemed that he was holding something in his arms, and on the ground in front of this person, there was actually a person lying. It's bad. Although he didn't see the situation clearly, the accident had obviously happened. Marutani Hang secretly cried out that it was not good, and focused all his attention on the one-time substitute technique in the system. If he found something wrong, he would immediately use it, distance himself, and run towards the Hyuga family for help. Stop! The other party obviously also found him and turned his direction to face him. At this point, Marutani Hang had no choice. If it wasn't the last moment, he would not retreat. The activation of the mission system was too important for him. If he didn't try it, he would regret it in the future. But he also had his own advantages. He was currently at the edge of the Hyuga house. As long as he could get the help of the Hyuga clan, everything would be fine. This is Konoha, who are you? Who are you? The other party spoke slowly, and his indifferent tone seemed to express the calm mood of the owner of the voice. Hey? Marutani Hang felt both strange and familiar with the other party's voice, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Without knowing the other party's strength, Marutani Hang still chose to avoid direct confrontation with the other party as much as possible, so he took the lead in playing the threat deck. You are provoking Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Oh! As if he had heard a funny joke, there was even a hint of smile in the other party's tone. Why should I provoke myself? The other party slowly walked out of the shadows and stood in front of Marutani Hang. At the moment when the other party moved, Marutani Hang immediately focused his mind on the substitute technique. He found that under the pressure of the other party, his feet could not be controlled at all, and he almost couldn't stand still. But the moment he saw the appearance of the person coming, Marutani Hang opened his mouth in astonishment. Hayashi-sama. No, no. There was a strange pattern on the forehead of Hyaga Hayashi, but there was no pattern on the forehead of the person in front of him. Marutani Hang instantly understood the identity of the other party. Are you, Hayashi-sama? Hyaga Hayashi looked at the boy in front of him, who looked a little panicked and nodded slightly. You must be Marutani Kao. Yes, Lord Hayashi, I am Marutani Kao. Marutani Kao thought for a while and understood. It seems that Hyaga Hayashi has told Hyaga Hayashi everything he has sensed and observed. Hayashi told me everything. As expected. Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hayashi's appearance can't be said to be extremely similar, they are exactly the same. The information you provided is correct. Hyaga Hayashi glanced at the person lying on the side. Lord Hayashi, who is he? He is from Kumagakuer. It's really Kumagakuer. Unexpectedly, the person who threatened the Hyaga family was actually sent by Kumagakuer. It seems that his previous speculation was not completely wrong. Marutani Kao breathed a sigh of relief, which means that everything he did was on the right track and the possibility of completing the mission was also increased. What is their purpose? They planned to kidnap Hinata. Hinata? Who is Hinata? Marutani Kao blinked, but luckily Hinata Hayashi immediately seeing the boy's doubts. It's my daughter. Marutani Hang then realized that the girl in Hyaga Hayashi's arms was actually a cute little girl. It must be his daughter, Hyaga Hinata. Marutani Hang was very surprised by the target of Kumagakuer. He didn't expect that Kumagakuer was targeting the daughter of the head of the Hyaga clan. This was too bold and arrogant. The boy turned his head and looked at the body on the ground. There were no obvious wounds on the body of the Kumagakuer ninja, but from the completely pale face and the blood at the corner of the mouth, it can be seen that the other party is completely dead. Hayashi, have you killed the gangster? Hyaga Hayashi nodded, but frowned slightly. In addition to the other party's purpose, he was still a little confused. Marutani Hang's performance made him very satisfied. It's better to say it directly and let the boy analyze it. But the opponent's strength is very weak. I killed him with just one palm. Very weak? Marutani Hang took the time to look at the task. If his side succeeded, Hinata would be captured, but the task was still not completed. This also shows that kidnapping Hinata was not the opponent's fatal blow to the Hyaga family, and the opponent still had a backup plan. You only used one palm. Yes, this is what Hyaga Hayashi found strange, and the opponent's hands and feet were very careless, and I found it the moment Hinata was kidnapped. In fact, Hyaga Hayashi also suspected Marutani Hang at the beginning. This boy not only found something strange in the afternoon, but now he appeared at the scene so punctually, so he had to doubt him, but after a little analysis, he denied his guess. Marutani Hang, whose parents were killed by Kumagakuer ninja, could not cooperate with Kumagakuer ninja at all, and Kumagakuer ninja had no reason to cooperate with him. Then the question is, if Kumagakuer ninja's kidnapping of Hinata was just a feint, then where is the opponent's killer? Master Hayashi, I think the target of Kumagakuer is definitely not Hinata. I think so too. Hayashi Hyaga agreed with the boy's statement. He also believed that Kumagakuer had other purposes, but I can't figure out what the other party is going to do. Marutani Hang had one more clue than Hayashi Hyaga, that is, the introduction in the mission. He knew very well that the enemy's ultimate goal was still the Hyaga clan. So how can the Hyaga clan be threatened? In other words, who else in this village can threaten the Hyaga clan? The only ones who can do this are probably Konoha itself and another big family in Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Marutani Hang couldn't think of any reason that would make Konoha and the Uchiha clan take action against the Hyaga clan, unless the Hyaga clan made a mistake themselves. Wait. Make a mistake? It's broken. Marutani Hang suddenly seemed to remember something, and looked around in panic, as if looking for something important. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi also asked seriously. What are you looking for? Camera. Chapter 8 The Conspiracy of Kumagakure. The technology tree in the world of Naruto is really weird. For the sake of the plot, I will assume that there is no camera now. Camera. Hyuga Hayashi obviously heard this thing for the first time. What is that? It's a camera, something that can prove that Kumagakure ninja kidnapped Hinata. What? What do you mean? Hyuga Hayashi is worthy of being the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Marutani Hang slightly pointed, and he instantly understood everything. Will Kumagakure ninja frame my Hyuga clan? Very likely. Yes. Humiliation. Shame. Marutani Hang now finally understood the meaning of those sentences in the mission introduction. The other party had no intention of challenging the Hyuga family at all, but instead wanted to use despicable means to let Konoha deal with the Hyuga clan. Although the facts are cruel, I can't just sit back and watch. From the perspective of the mission, I need to complete the mission. From the perspective of being a member of Konoha, Konoha cannot be deceived like this. This is an unreasonable provocation. In any case, the Hyuga clan cannot be wronged like this. Although Hyuga Hayashi was panicked, he was not as anxious as Marutani Hang. From his point of view, Konoha would never doubt him. Don't worry, as long as we explain the situation clearly, I believe that the third generation will investigate it clearly and believe us. Unlike the optimistic Hyuga Hayashi, Marutani Hang knew very well that if he did not participate in this incident, the final result would be the death of Hyuga Hidashi, which was enough to explain everything. At least in this incident, Konoha was not worthy of the trust of the Hyuga clan. Marutani Hang began to run his brain frantically, trying to find a solution. Hayashi, do you have evidence that the Kumagakure ninja kidnapped Hinata? Although Hinata was in his arms, Hyuga Hayashi could not produce it. Any evidence, he could only shake his head helplessly. There is no evidence except me. This is not good. Maruya Hang thought for a moment, squatted beside the corpse, and began to observe. Although facing a dead person made him feel a little nauseous, the situation was special and the corpse was not dead. He could still endure it for a while. Master Hayashi, can they see the traces of your attack on the corpse? Hinata Hayashi only felt absurd. The family's unique physical skills became the compass to lock the murderer. Our family's soft fist is very special. The traces left on the corpse are very obvious. As long as you check, you can see that it was our clan members who did it. Maruya Hang thought of a solution. Can the corpse be destroyed? Destroy. Maruya Hang's sudden determination surprised Hinata Hayashi. This young man did not seem as simple as he seemed on the surface. Yes. No matter what method we use, we will destroy the body, as long as there is no trace of the Hyuga family's action. Although we can't prove that the other party kidnapped Hinata first, as long as the body is destroyed, the Cloud Village cannot prove that the Hyuga clan took action. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi still didn't care, Marutani Hang felt a blockage in his chest and was actually angry. Hayashi-sama. The situation is special now. Have you ever thought about it? Even if Konoha believes what we say, but in order to reach a ceasefire agreement with Cloud Village. If you really give up the Hyuga clan, what should you do? Hyuga Hayashi was a little angry when he was scolded by a 12-year-old boy, but he knew that the other party was just trying to convince himself, and instead began to comfort Marutani Hang. No, our Hyuga clan is one of the largest families in Konoha, and I believe that the third generation will not do this. Knowing the ending, Marutani Hang looked at Hyuga Hayashi with a firm expression and suddenly felt powerless. He suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not decide everything without strength, which made him determined to complete the task. Marutani Kao finally found something in his mind that could impress Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga-sama. Konoha has more than one big family. Hyuga Hayashi's originally calm face suddenly became stiff. Yes, isn't that family also a big family in Konoha? Recently, it seems that the attitude of the superiors towards that family is not very good. Since they can be abandoned, then our Hyuga clan. And we must act fast. Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi was still hesitating, Marutani Hang immediately reminded him. The actions of Kumagakure are definitely not impromptu. Their subsequent actions will come soon. I'm afraid someone has already notified the village. We must be prepared. Konoha and Kumagakure are currently negotiating. As long as the news that the Hyuga family killed the envoy privately is confirmed, both Konoha and the Hyuga family will lose the initiative in the negotiations. You are right. Hyuga Hayashi was still moved by Marutani Hang's speech, but what really made him alert was the family that was currently advancing with the Hyuga clan in Konoha. We must clean up the traces on the body. The simplest way now is to burn the body with fire escape, so that we can get rid of the other party's accusation against the Hyuga clan and regain the initiative. But the problem arises again. It is a very, very embarrassing thing. Hyuga Hayashi does not know fire escape ninjutsu. Marutani Hang is completely stupid. One of the largest families in Konoha, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, actually doesn't know fire escape ninjutsu. Not only that, Hyuga Hayashi also found that he couldn't find a trustworthy fire escape ninjutsu in a short time. Maruya Hang took the time to look at them all and found that among the one-time ninjutsu that could be exchanged, the cheapest fire escape ninjutsu also cost nearly 100 points, which he couldn't afford at all. Maruya Hang could find a way to light an ordinary fire, but such an operation would be easily discovered, and then it would become a weapon for the other party to attack the Hyuga family. Just as Maruya Hang began to think about other ways and Hyuga Hayashi began to consider going to the next door residential area for help, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the corner of the street, and seemed to notice the movement here. Hyuga Hayashi, whose perception ability has been expanded to the maximum, instantly discovered the movement of the person coming and frowned. The speed of the cloud-hidden ninja is so fast. Has it arrived now? Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath. He was ready in his heart. For the safety of the Hyuga clan, if only the Kumagakure ninja appeared later, he didn't mind continuing to kill people. He gently handed Hinata, who was sleeping in his arms, to Marutani Kao. Hayashi-sama. The boy looked at the originally majestic Hyuga clan leader worriedly. Someone is coming. So soon. Marutani Kao, who took Hinata, instantly understood what the other party meant and nodded solemnly. Head. Hyuga Hayashi turned around and looked at the corner. Who is it? Why don't you come out? As Hyuga Hayashi's murderous voice spread, a short man disappeared from a distance in an instant, appeared in front of the two, and bowed deeply. Hayashi-sama. Who are you? Hyuga Hayashi squinted his eyes, and after seeing the other person's face clearly, he showed a complex expression of surprise and joy. Uchiha. Itaki. Chapter 9 Help from a Brother Control. Uchiha Itaki. Yes, Hayashi-sama. Uchiha Itaki? Marutani Hang didn't expect that the person who appeared was actually someone he knew. Recently, the name Uchiha Itaki has become more and more famous in the village, and Marutani Hang himself has been deliberately collecting news about the other party, but his main purpose is to get to know his younger brother, the protagonist who is only 3 years old now, better. Master Hayashi, what happened? Since he had been discovered, Uchiha Itaki naturally stopped hiding and quickly came to the two of them. Although he didn't want the Uchiha clan to get involved in this incident, the situation was urgent, and Hyuga Hayashi could only start to ask for help from the other party. The only thing to be thankful for was that Uchiha Itaki didn't seem to care much about the power struggle between the families. Although he asked for help from the other party, Hyuga Hayashi still subconsciously concealed some information. After all, in Konoha, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan was not very good. The situation is rather special, and I need your help now. Uchiha Itachi had already seen the corpse on the ground. If it hadn't been discovered and pointed out by Hyuga Hayashi, he might have passed the news to the Konoha Anbu. Yes, please. Please use the fire release ninjutsu to burn this body. Hearing the request made by Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Itachi was silent. After approaching the two, he found that the body on the ground belonged to the delegation sent by Kumigakure to Konoha this time. Hyuga Hayashi stared at Uchiha Itachi's slightly immature face seriously. Once he found that the other party had no intention of helping him, he planned to take action directly and knock him out first, so that he could not inform others before he had dealt with the traces of the body. What happened? Can I inform the situation to the Hokage first? What happened seemed to be beyond his original expectations. A lot of information suddenly flooded into his brain. Uchiha Itachi's brain was still a little confused for a while. What made him even more panicked was that Hyuga Hayashi looked at him with eyes that were obviously starting to be wrong and full of aggression. Itachi-sama. Just when Hyuga Hayashi was about to take action and Uchiha Itachi was about to fight back, Marutani Hang suddenly spoke up and prevented possible disputes. This is what happened. Unlike Hyuga Hayashi, who intended to conceal part of the truth, Marutani Hang actually told the other party the whole story, which made Hyuga Hayashi feel a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, the threat of the Uchiha clan to the Hyuga clan is no less than that of Kumigakure. The Kumigakure ninja intends to frame the Hyuga clan. They sent people to kidnap Hinata of the Hyuga family, and then deliberately killed her by Lord Hayashi. Kumigakure will definitely use this incident to threaten the Hyuga clan in Konoha. Although his actions may make Hyuga Hayashi dissatisfied, Marutani Hang believes that his choice is not wrong. Now Uchiha Itachi has discovered everything. If Hyuga Hayashi really subdues the other party, it will be fine. The most terrible thing is that Uchiha Itachi's strength has been spread in the village. It is quite outrageous. Once Hyuga Hayashi takes action and fails to take him down in the first time, things will become worse afterwards, and the actions of the Hyuga family will be confirmed. As for whether Uchiha Itachi would believe him, if it were someone else, Marutani Hang might not make a judgment, but for the brother of the protagonist in front of him, he collected a lot of useful information. If the situation is really as you said, then this is the conspiracy of Kumigakure. I will definitely help, but, Uchiha Itachi reacted quickly, analyzed the situation in his mind, and realized the urgency and seriousness of the matter. But unilateral speculation cannot be used as evidence. Then do you have any evidence to prove this? Hyuga Hayashi is really a little regretful now, but what he regrets is not killing the Kumigakure ninja. The other party kidnapped his daughter, then he must bear the consequences. What he regrets is that he used the ancestral physical skills of the Hyuga family in a panic, otherwise he would not be so passive. Itachi, Miss Hinata is here. Although he is much older than the other party, there is still a gap in status between Marutani Hang and Uchiha Itachi, and Marutani Hang has to be respectful to the other party. At this time, Hyuga Hinata was lying obediently in Marutani Ko's arms, sleeping soundly, her bright red lips opening and closing. The slightly cool temperature in the middle of the night seemed to make her feel a little uncomfortable. Itachi-sama. You should know that in such a cold night, if it wasn't for special circumstances, how could Hayashi-sama have the heart to bring out his 3-year-old child? If it wasn't for saving his child, how could he use the Hyuga family's unique skills in anxiety? When Hayashi heard Marutani Hang's so-called evidence, his expression was a little helpless. Yes, if Hinata hadn't been kidnapped, his mind would have been calmer, and he might not have fallen into the trap. But who would believe such evidence? Just because Hinata was brought out? Who would believe it? Marutani Hang knew that others might not believe it, but Uchiha Itachi would definitely. Because according to the information he collected on weekdays, this Uchiha Itachi is a super brother Kon. Uchiha Itachi listened to Marutani Hang's words, opened his mouth slightly, and exhaled a ball of hot air, feeling the cold in the middle of the night, and the figure that often made him feel soft-hearted appeared in his mind. You're right. 3-year-old children are very afraid of cold and can easily get sick. It's impossible to bring them out in such weather without a reason. The boy's speech completely shocked Hyuga Hayashi. The communication between the two families was not close. The Uchiha clan left him with the deepest impression of ruthlessness. At this time, Uchiha Itachi's performance quietly changed Hyuga Hayashi's stereotype of the Uchiha clan. What do I need to do? Just burn this body? Yes, please, Lord Itachi, please use the simplest fire escape ninjutsu to destroy this body. Since meeting Uchiha Itachi, Marutani Kao has been very confident that the other party will help him. In this way, the traces of the Hyuga family on the body will be erased, and the initiative has changed. I have come up with an idea, but I still need the cooperation of Lord Hayashi and Lord Itachi. You tell me, although he is only a 12-year-old child, Marutani Kao's calm and nearly perfect performance during this period has gained the trust of Hayashi Hyuga. He found that this young man was unexpectedly reliable. Hayashi Hyuga thought that this child was worthy of the Hyuga clan to associate with. Hisashi, your vision is indeed better than mine. Leave it to you. Just call me Itachi. Uchiha Itachi also nodded. In his opinion, it has been confirmed that this is a conspiracy arranged by Kumagakure, and the other party's goal must be Konoha. In order to protect Konoha, as a member of Konoha, he naturally has no choice but to do his duty. Next, we have to act. Act. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shone brightly, as if he had heard something extraordinary. Chapter 10 Acting Conference. For a long time, there have been many conflicts between Kumagakure and Konoha. Kumagakure covets Konoha's excellent geographical location and resources, and constantly adopts harassment and invasion tactics to disturb Konoha's normal development. The relationship between the two sides has continued to deteriorate, but after a few days, both sides understand that this situation should stop, and peace is the theme of this era. Awakened from his sleep, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news from Kumagakure. With a heavy heart, he took his confidants and followed the people of Kumagakure to the direction of the Hyuga house. Kumagakure took the initiative to send an envoy this time, which surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen and made him a little worried. He kept a careful eye to prevent the other party from causing trouble. Unexpectedly, it seems that the other party succeeded in the end, and the other party's target is still one of the largest families in Konoha, the Hyuga clan. Along the way, the Kumagakure ninja who woke up Sarutobi Hiruzen kept emphasizing his identity as a member of the Kumagakure envoy in his ear, constantly putting pressure on him. Hokage-sama, you must give us an explanation for Kumagakure. We came to Konoha so enthusiastically to sign a truce with Konoha. You can't let down the hearts of all Kumagakure people. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel more and more annoyed. The other party must have done something in secret. What made him even more angry was that even several close friends agreed with the other party's statement. But when everyone arrived near the Hyuga house, they saw an astonishing scene. At this time, Marutani Kao was kneeling on the ground, crying on the human-shaped corpse that was burned into a ball. Uchiha Itachi and Hyuga Hayashi also had gloomy faces and stood aside. Hyuga Hayashi, who was holding Hyuga Hinata, even raised his head and looked at the dark night sky, as if to prevent tears from falling. Everyone seemed to be able to smell the smell of burnt corpses in the air, and Marutani Kao was no exception. Damn, why do I feel so disgusting? Finally, he couldn't help it anymore, and Marutani Kao actually threw it aside and vomited. However, this behavior made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Kumagakure ninja think that he was vomiting because of grief. What is going on? Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the Kumigakure ninja who knew the plan a long time ago were confused at this time. What's going on? Why is it different from what we agreed before? Marutani ko. The dead cannot be resurrected, please accept my condolences. As famous ninjas in the village, it was not appropriate for Hayashi and Uchiha Itachi to act with a depressed face. Marutani took the initiative to take the main role on himself. This decision made Uchiha Itachi feel a little dissatisfied. Marutani did not know why he was dissatisfied. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward and helped Marutani, who was still crying, up. Looking at the seriousness in his eyes, Marutani really admired him. This person's acting skills are really good. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his eyes on Hayashi. Marutani was vomiting and looked unrecognizable. Uchiha Itachi was still a child. Among the people at the scene, Hayashi had the highest status and the strongest strength. Hayashi, what did you say? Report to the third generation. This is what happened. Faced with the inquiry of the Hokage, Hayashi naturally told everything. Not long ago, the Hyuga family was invaded by a man in black. The man in black actually kidnapped my daughter, Hyuga Hinata. At this point, Hyuga Hayashi also deliberately let Sarutobi Hiruzen look at his daughter in his arms. Yes, it was Hiruzen's daughter. The Kumigakure ninja stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and one of them nodded secretly after hearing what Hyuga Hiruzen said. Yes, this is the same as their previous plan. What happened next? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. In order to save Hinata, I started the pursuit, but... Hyuga Hiruzen's face began to turn red, as if he was ashamed of his incompetence, and his tightly clenched fists also showed his anger. But the opponent's strength is too strong. I can't defeat the opponent at all. What? There is such an enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were instantly frowned. Others were also looking at each other. What, the ninja sent out is so strong? How come we don't know? The Kumigakure ninja who knew the plan before blinked. Hey? The ninja sent out is so strong? Why didn't I notice it? Fortunately, a friend of Kumigakure showed up and stopped the other party. Hey! The face of the Kumigakure ninja changed obviously. This development is not the same as planned? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was not very good, but he noticed something strange, and then secretly turned his head and locked his eyes on Marutani Kao, an ordinary person. Marutani Kao, who had just vomited, was resting against the wall and observing the situation of the Kumigakure ninja, but he suddenly bumped into Sarutobi Hiruzen's gun. Seeing the boy's scrutinizing eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood everything. Good boys, you dare to lie to me. Marutani Kao would not have thought that everyone's attention was on Hyuga Hayashi at this time, but someone was secretly observing him. Naturally, he was a little slack and was immediately discovered to be abnormal. Fortunately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who discovered it, who was standing with them. In order to protect Hinata, this friend from Kumigakure rushed up and got into a fight with the other party. Hyuga Hayashi became more and more excited as he spoke, and even started to add drama. His gnashing teeth made people feel sad. If I wasn't too weak, this friend wouldn't have done it at all. Alas! The segment arranged for Hyuga Hayashi has ended. He just needs to keep regretting, sad, and grief-stricken. Now it's Uchiha Itachi's segment. The genius boy of Konoha lowered his head and took a step forward. I was nearby at that time. After I found something strange, I quickly rushed here and joined the battle. The enemy was no match for the three of us, so they planned to take Miss Hinata away. The Hyuga clan leader and I didn't have time to react, and we were almost succeeded by the enemy. But at this time, the comrade from Kumigakure sacrificed his life and tried to save Miss Hinata, but he himself. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and closed his eyes, as if he recalled some bad memories. Although he didn't continue to talk, everyone present understood that this was the whole process of the death of the Kumigakure ninja. Ah, this. Most of the people present looked very serious, but the Kumagakure ninja who knew the inside story was completely dumbfounded and began to question the truth of the matter, pointing his finger at Uchiha Itachi, who seemed a little easier to bully. You lied. But the other party's doubts were easily dealt with by Uchiha Itachi, who even used this opportunity to launch a counterattack. I am from the Uchiha clan, how could I possibly favor the Hyuga clan? Our two clans, which have such big conflicts, are both sad for the sacrifice of your fellow Kumagakure ninjas, and you are questioning us now. You. What do you regard your fellow ninjas as? The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan was not only known to Konoha, but also to other villages. The Kumagakure ninja found that he had nothing to refute. The most terrifying thing was that even the other Kumagakure ninjas behind him began to accuse him indignantly, obviously convinced by the words of the people in front of him. Uchiha Itachi's righteous speech made the Kumagakure ninja completely lose the desire to continue to find fault. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hayashi, and Marutani Kao began to applaud his superb acting skills in their hearts. Marutani Kao began to consider making a movie in Konoha, and the protagonist would be Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 11 The friendship between Konoha and Kumagakure lasts forever. Hyuga Hayashi had already discovered the Kumagakure ninja next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he just pretended not to see it before. According to Marutani Kao's plan, the next step was to start his gratitude. Hyuga Hayashi endured the anger in his heart towards the Kumagakure ninja, and walked a few steps in the direction where they were, with tears of anger in his eyes, but in the eyes of the other party, it was so sincere. Brothers of Kumagakure, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for this comrade, my daughter, she would be. Hinata Hyuga was still lying in the arms of Hyuga Hayashi. The slightly noisy environment around her did not wake up the lovely girl. The Kumagakure ninjas could even see the girl's tender face directly, and many people were touched. If my strength could be stronger. This comrade would not have sacrificed for this, it's all my fault. Although he had no acting experience, Hyuga Hayashi's performance was really amazing. Under his performance, the mood of the Kumagakure ninjas also dropped to the lowest. It seems that Kumagakure's secret operation is very special. In order to keep it secret, most Kumagakure ninjas don't even know that there is a special mission for this mission to Konoha. They were woken up in the middle of the night and heard the news of the tragic death of their compatriots. They planned to seek justice together, but the current situation made everyone feel uncomfortable. Some people even began to comfort Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga clan leader, this is not your fault. This is Aile's own choice. It seems that the name of the dead man is Aile. The only ninja on the field who knew the details of the plan was in a dilemma at this time. Now not only did Konoha insist on the truth of the facts, but even his compatriots around him began to waver. Konoha's Hyuga family was so sad about Aile's death. Yet, I didn't expect that Aile would be willing to sacrifice himself to protect them. But aren't we enemies of Kumagakure and Konoha? Are you stupid? Didn't you send us to stop the war this time? Will there be no war in the future? In the chaos, a small disagreement also occurred among the Kumagakure ninjas. The relationship between Konoha and Kumagakure was indeed very tense. Not only reflected in the village's competition for various resources, but also in the deep hatred between ninjas and civilians. After the three peoples tossing, the relationship between the two sides was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Not only the Kumagakure ninjas, but even the Konoha confidants who followed Sarutobi Hiruzen were moved by Aile, who sacrificed himself, and their determination to disagree with the truce began to waver. Marutani Kao has been paying attention to the Kumagakure ninjas, and he was overjoyed to see the current situation. At this time, as long as he adds fuel to the fire, he can stick the relationship between Konoha and Kumagakure together, and no one will doubt the Hyuga clan anymore. This incident is an accident against Konoha. We Konoha will definitely not let the murderer behind the scenes go. We will definitely give ALE justice. But before Marutani Kao could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly grasped the hands of the head of the Kumigakure delegation beside him. ALE's sacrifice will not be in vain. Everyone in the ninja world will see the depth of the friendship between Konoha and Kumigakure in the future. We have been misunderstood for too long. It's time to end this situation. This. As the highest person in charge of this mission, he happened to know all the original plans, but in the current situation, he could only be forced to agree with Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. Yes, Kumigakure and Konoha have always been a close family. Although the situation became somewhat uncontrollable, the original intentions of the two villages did not change. They came for the ceasefire negotiations at the beginning, but there were some differences on the results of the negotiations. It's just that now, Kumigakure's original plan to take the initiative has completely gone down the drain. Let's go back and negotiate now. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously noticed that the mentality of the Kumigakure delegation had changed, so he planned to take this opportunity to put the cooperation plan that had been polished for several days on the negotiation table. Okay. The Kumigakure ninja did not shirk. Kumigakure and Konoha longed for peace as much as they did, even more so than Konoha. They still needed Konoha's help in many construction plans in the village. The matter seemed to have come to an end. Kumigakure still needed to take back ALE's body. A Kumigakure ninja with a gloomy expression came in front of the three people. Reluctantly handed ALE's body to the Kumigakure ninja, and there seemed to be tears in the corners of Hyaga Hayashi's eyes. Please be sure to send the family of this compatriot to Konoha. We, the Hyaga clan, are willing to protect them forever. ALE is an orphan. The Kumigakure ninja who took over the body seemed to be ALE's friend. The mood at that time was naturally very low. What a pity. It's okay. ALE has lived for Kumigakure all his life. If he knew that his sacrifice could make the two villages reach a truce, I believe he would be happy after knowing it. Instead, a relieved smile appeared on the face of the Kumigakure ninja. ALE always puts the interests of the village first, but never cares about himself. Now, it really fulfills his wish. Hearing the other party's deep affection, several people were silent for a while. The dilemma of the Hyaga family has been resolved. Hyaga Hayashi is relieved. In order to send Hinata back, he has left first. Later, he will find time to explain the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen privately. Now only Uchiha Itaki and Marutani Ko are left. Uchiha Itaki, who has superb acting skills, took a deep breath. He was still immersed in the words of the Kumigakure ninja and asked softly. Is it right for us to do this? Yes. Unlike Uchiha Itaki, Marutani Hang's tone was very firm. He touched his nose and said, he is a ninja from Kumigakure, and we are ninjas from Konoha. There is only a difference in our positions, not right or wrong. If we don't do this, the sacrifice will be our people from Konoha. Uchiha Itaka did not continue to speak, but lowered his head, as if thinking about something. You are right. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. After sending his confidants to send the Kumigakure ninja away, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the two of them alone and carefully observed this famous young man from Konoha. Third generation. Uchiha Itaki and Marutani Hang immediately bowed respectfully. Did you come up with this idea? Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention was all on Marutani Hang. Compared with Uchiha Itaki, who was already famous as a ninja, this ordinary person with a surprisingly good reputation made him more curious. Third generation, sir, it was my idea. Uchiha Itaka suddenly interrupted and threw the blame on his own head. Marutani Hang didn't expect that the seemingly calm Uchiha Itaka was such a passionate boy who was willing to protect himself. After all, deceiving the Hokage and the Kumigakure delegation was not a simple matter. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. Looking at Uchiha Itaka who stood up, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. He liked such people who valued friendship. You handled it very well this time. However, if possible in the future, I hope you can tell me the plan first. Pay attention in the future, even if others don't pay attention to you, you must control your expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw down a few words and turned away. The negotiations with Kumagakure have been very unsuccessful in the past few days, so Sarutobi Hiruzen has not been in a good mood recently. But now, if it is not in the middle of the night, it will affect the surrounding residents. He really wants to laugh. Chapter 12 Mission accomplished. With the departure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, only two teenagers, Marutani Hang and Uchiha Itaki, were left at the scene. Uchiha Itaki only had time to observe the brother beside him whose performance surprised him. At the same time, Marutani Hang's sight was also on Uchiha Itaki. From his mature face, he could not tell that he was younger than himself. I have heard some stories about you on weekdays. I have also heard a lot about Lord Itaki. Uchiha Itaki's reputation in the village is not less than Marutani Hang, and it can even be said to be greater. After all, he has the bonus of being a ninja in the Uchiha family. I said, don't call me that, just call me Itaki. From the outside, Uchiha Itaki's personality is a bit cold, but Marutani Hang feels that he is actually quite peaceful. Okay, Itaki. It's quite awkward to call him that suddenly. You are quite famous in the village, but I originally thought that you were just a hyped-up image representative. Uchiha Itaki was very surprised by Marutani Hang's performance today. Before today, he didn't know that the other party had such talent. But fame is not always a good thing. You have to be more careful in the future. Marutani Hang nodded with empathy. In this regard, the two are surprisingly similar. Whether it is their young age or their outstanding reputation, they have also brought endless pressure to them invisibly. Looking forward to meeting you next time. Me too. Of course, I will hug your brother's thigh in the future. It's getting late, I have to go back. If we continue chatting, the sun will soon rise. Uchiha Itaki has to go home as soon as possible to tell his father, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, everything that happened today. Moreover, seeing the cute look of Hinata Hyuga, Uchiha Itaki missed his brother a little. After saying hello, Uchiha Itaki disappeared instantly with his agile skills. Seeing that almost everyone can achieve the level of instant teleportation, Maruya Hang's eyes are full of envy. This is far beyond his ability. Now he can only walk back slowly. Pushing open the door, Maruya Hang suddenly realized that he had just joined forces with Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Itaki to make up a lie full of loopholes and deceived the third Hokage and other ninjas. If it was discovered, or if the third Hokage thought we had other purposes, wouldn't it be over? The boy felt a little scared at this time, and even his legs were a little weak. Despite this, Maruya Hang will not regret it. Although the risk is great, the benefits are equally satisfactory. He opened the task interface that he had been looking forward to for a long time, which was shining in the system. That's right, after a lot of trouble, he finally completed the task of starting the task system. There was a button to confirm the completion below the task. Maruku Hang stared at the task reward with vigor, forgetting the fatigue of a sleepless night. The moment he clicked the button to confirm the completion, the entire task interface changed. The gray and white background suddenly became bright, and various colors began to fill the window in front of him, gradually forming 3 frames on the screen. The shapes and styles of the 3 frames were exactly the same. The only difference was the text inside. Except for the first frame that could be opened, the remaining 2 frames had a countdown time written on them. Obviously, this was the time for the task to refresh, and he could receive the first task now. Out of curiosity, Maruku Hang took the lead in clicking on the first taskbar and found that this task was actually a choice of 3, but the task introduction did not describe too many detailed contents, and he had to rely on himself to estimate and judge the specific details. But compared with the previous startup task with only 1 way, it was obviously much more humane. After a simple look at the acceptable task names, Maruku Hang planned to put it aside first. At this time, he had more important things to do. What should I do if I have money? Of course it's consumption. Consumption. After successfully completing the first launch mission, Merida Hang naturally received rich rewards. In addition to the launch of the mission system, there are up to 2,000 points. With a huge sum of money in hand, Merida Hang began to wander freely in the system mall that he had previously looked away from. The products that were once out of reach can now, be dreamed of. Turning directly to the most expensive product page. Seeing the price of hundreds of thousands or even millions, Merida Hang, who was just arrogant, instantly became depressed. I am still far away. But this is just the beginning. Merida Hang believes that as long as he insists on doing good things and completing tasks, what awaits him must be a bright future. These 2,000 points should not be wasted. They should be used to improve his strength as soon as possible and reach the level of a normal ninja. Although he had successfully exchanged for the chakra training technique before, he only had the most basic conditions to become a ninja. In terms of strength, he was just an ordinary person with a slightly stronger body. He had no idea about the most basic ninjutsu, physical skills and illusions of ninjas. Hisashi had said that he was willing to guarantee himself and recommend Marutani Kao to become a ninja, but even if he officially had the title of ninja, it would be useless without the corresponding strength. He would have to face more severe challenges in the future, and it was urgent to strengthen his strength. Since he made up his mind to become stronger, Marutani Kao had analyzed his situation and anticipated the trend and direction of future development. Now he was facing the first possible enhancement. Among the exchanged products, Marutani Kao planned to give up physical skills. Although there were many physical skills with complete systems in the mall, and the physical fighting method also made him feel excited, Marutani Kao still kept a distance from them, and the reason was a bit embarrassing. It was purely because Marutani Kao was afraid. Although he has accepted the fact of time travel and has determined his belief in becoming stronger, it is still difficult for him, who was just an ordinary college student before the time travel, to accept close combat with the enemy. Moreover, there are too many unknown dangers in this world. If possible, he still hopes to stay away from danger, so close-range physical skills will not be his first choice. So Merida Kao began to look for items suitable for him among the numerous goods in the mall, and his main goal was the area of ninjutsu and illusion. As we all know, in the world of Naruto, most ninjutsu are recorded on scrolls, and the goods in the mall are no exception. The books recording ninjutsu are placed together, but there is an old-fashioned book mixed in it, which is particularly conspicuous. This is just an ordinary book, but after Merida Kao saw the title clearly, he could no longer take his eyes off it. The name of this book is very simple, but in Merida Kao's eyes, it is so kind. Xiao Au. Chapter 13 Xiao Au. At first, Maruya Hang was not sure whether the Xiao Au in the mall was the article he knew. But when he saw the name, Maruya Hang had to admit that he was indeed moved and had a strong impulse. He must redeem this book. The price of the book is 1,800 points, but there is an asterisk after the price, and a terrifying value of 180,000 is written on the side. Maruya Hang, who saw the new content, quickly opened the introduction in the mall, and found that after the official launch of the task system, even the system mall has changed. The price of the product is no longer eternal, but will change according to whether the user and the product are compatible, and the price behind the asterisk is the original price of the product. Obviously, the system believes that the compatibility of this Xiao Au with Maruya Hang has reached an almost perfect level, so it will give such a big discount. The item itself belongs to the category of spiritualism. Although the introduction is very short, with only a few lines of text, it is enough to move Marutani Hang to the point of almost crying. There is a fish in the North Sea, named Kun. Kun is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. It turns into a bird, named Peng. Peng's back is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. These few short sentences are exactly the opening fragment of Xiao Yao Yu written by Zhuangzi. As a stranger who has lived alone since crossing into this world, Marutani Hang's heart was naturally greatly touched when he suddenly saw the text fragments from his hometown. Ah! Marutani Hang sighed deeply. Although he has gradually adapted to the life in Konoha, he still can't help sighing when he thinks of the past. Whether from the perspective of cost-effectiveness or from the perspective of his own wishes, Marutani Hang decided to exchange this Xiao Yao Yu. Since it is a kind of spiritualism, after I exchange it and learn it, there is a high probability that I will have an extra spiritual beast that can help me, which is very useful for me who has extremely low combat power now. Then, let's change it. After clicking the confirmation button, Xiao Aia flew straight to me from the interface of the mall in front of me. Just when the book was about to touch me, it automatically opened in the air, and the familiar and friendly words appeared in front of Maruku Hang one by one. The black Chinese characters jumped out of the book and began to dance around Maruku Hang. Although there was no music, Maruku Hang could feel the joyful emotions that the little guys wanted to express from the jumping words. Maruku Hang slowly stretched out his right hand. At the moment of poking the words, all the words turned into a black light and merged into Maruku Hang's body. Just like standing on a vibrant grassland, with a warm breeze blowing in his face, Maruya Hang felt like he was blown up by the wind and floating in the air. As the words continued to blend in, he seemed to feel that the chakra in his body also had a soul, began to respond to the call of the words, and began to jump in his body. Maruya Hang could clearly feel that the chakra in his body was slowly flowing out and began to condense at the fingertips of his outstretched right hand. The speed of chakra condensation was very fast, and Maruya Hang was drained alive in a few seconds. The boy, who felt that his body was overdrawn, forced himself to observe the changes in the chakra at his fingertips. If he guessed correctly, his summoned beast was about to appear. Sure enough, the scarce chakra in Maruya Hang's body pieced together and finally formed a black and white little whale. It seems that this little thing is my summoned beast. Looking at the cute and small fish, Marutani Hang was a little disappointed. Although he said he didn't care, which flower grower hadn't fantasized about an ancient beast thousands of miles long. Marutani Hang didn't even think about it. With the current chakra content in his body, how big a kun could he summon? With the appearance of kun, the few chakras in Marutani Hang's body were also consumed, and he felt weak at this time. Although different from what he imagined, the cute kun at this time was very likable. With a pair of big eyes, it began to rotate around Marutani Hang's body. At first, Marutani Hang thought that the other party was just playing, so he ignored it, but as time went on, he found that the content of natural energy in the air began to increase continuously, and actively surrounded kun and slowly merged into its body. As it merged with the energy in the air, kun's size also began to change. The little fish that was originally only the size of his palm had grown to the size of Marutani Hang's arm in just 5 minutes since it was summoned. If he didn't stop it, Marutani Hang didn't know how big the other party would eventually become. Looking at kun who was madly absorbing natural energy, at the same time, Marutani Hang had an idea in his mind. Kun was summoned by himself with the chakra in his body. He has the special ability to actively absorb energy from the air. When kun returns to his body, will the converted chakra also be conveyed to me? Marutani Hang started practicing too short a time, resulting in not only a small amount of chakra in his body but also insufficient strength. Even if he used the same ninjutsu with others, it would be because of this. Being at a disadvantage, what he urgently needed at this moment was to find a way to speed up his cultivation. With a guess, Marutani Hang immediately began the experiment. Kun, which had been slowly absorbing natural energy, was now close to the size of Marutani Hang. As expected of a summoned beast condensed from his own chakra, kun was like a part of his brain. Without waiting for Marutani Hang to actively call, he turned over and stuck to his body. As Kun approached, Marutani Hang clearly felt the rich energy. When Kun stuck to him, the strong energy also merged into his body. Sure enough, Kun shrunk to its original size and circled around Marutani Hang's head. Marutani Hang felt that his body had 3 times more chakra than before, which was very exciting, and his physical condition quickly recovered from the exhaustion caused by the exhaustion of chakra before. Kun itself is a part of Marutani Hang. Feeling the boy's excitement, it also happily began to roll in the air. As it rolled, the natural energy around it also jumped, as if responding to Kun's call. You are so strong. Kun's magic has far exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary combat-type summoning beast, but he didn't expect that it would have such a wonderful effect. After successfully finding a new practice method suitable for him, Marutani Hang couldn't wait to command Kun to continuously absorb the energy in the air and integrate it into his body, and then digest and absorb the received energy by himself. Marutani Hang consumed the chakra in his body to maintain the existence of Kun. Kun absorbed the energy in the air and transmitted it to Marutani Hang's body. Marutani Hang then converted the energy transmitted into his body into his own chakra. One person and one Kun thus achieved a cycle. The only change was the increasing amount of chakra in Marutani Hang's body. One person and one Kun repeated the exercise continuously. I don't know how long it took before a knock on the door woke Marutani Hang up from his practice. Opening his eyes, the sunlight outside the window slipped into the house through the gap in the curtains, and a brilliant golden light hit Marutani Hang's face. It was dawn. Chapter 14, Meeting the Third Hokage. Unconsciously, it was already dawn. Marutani Hang was pleasantly surprised to find that although he practiced until dawn, his spirit was exceptionally clear, and a night without sleep did not seem to have much impact on him. The Kun in front of him was still swimming comfortably in the air, and waves of energy were leaping with its flips and movements. The boy stretched out his right hand, and the Kun swam into it obediently and directly merged into Marutani Hang's body. Marutani Hang could clearly feel the existence of the Kun in his body. Even if it merged with himself, the Kun was still absorbing energy in the air. It can be said that Marutani Hang is now a human-shaped chakra absorber. Although he wanted to continue studying the magic of Kun, the knocking on the door had not stopped since the moment it sounded. Maruya Hang sorted out his slightly messy clothes, came to the door and pushed it open. Standing at the door was a ninja dressed in regular Anbu clothes. Anbu ninjas always wear special masks when performing tasks, and the ninja in front of him is no exception. He wore a mask similar to the image of a cat on his face, with a pair of cat ears on both sides of the mask, and red patterns and eye patterns on his cheeks, but the most conspicuous thing about him was the conspicuous white hair. "Excuse me, is there anything?" Anbu usually reports directly to the Hokage, and the appearance of Anbu also means the order of the Hokage. "The third generation is looking for you." The tone of the Anbu ninja was very cold, but it was normal, asking you to go to the Hokage building. "I know." Maruya Hang nodded. The Anbu ninja didn't say much nonsense, and left directly after notifying the news. Arriving quickly at the Hokage building where the third Hokage was, under the guidance of another ninja, Marutani Hang came to the door of the Hokage's office for the first time. He pushed open the door and found 3 people waiting in the room. "You are here." One of them was naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting at the Hokage's desk at this time, processing various documents. The Anbu ninja who had called him to get up before was also in the office, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Marutani Hang easily recognized him through his white hair. The last one was dressed a little ordinary, but his hairstyle was very special. It was a pineapple head. At this time, he was holding a notebook and standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if reporting some news. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned his head to observe himself. "I am here, third Hokage, and 2 seniors." As a junior, he naturally had to take the initiative to say hello. The two behaved very restrained in front of the Hokage, just nodded. You probably don't know Shikaku yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced the identity of the pineapple-headed ninja in front of him to Marutani Kao. This is Nara Shikaku, a jonin from Konoha. This time he will be in charge of the mission to Kumagakure. Hello, I'm Nara Shikaku. Hello, Lord Shikaku. I'm Marutani Kao. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and it's always right to be nice. Lord Sandame, what do you want to talk to me about? It's not a big deal, wait a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and turned his attention back to the pineapple-headed ninja. Shikaku, let's continue talking. How are things arranged? Okay. Marutani Kao obediently stepped aside. After greeting, Marutani Kao stepped aside and listened quietly to the conversation between the big guys. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very good mood at this time. He had tortured himself for several days of negotiations. Finally, after a night of hard work yesterday, he reached an agreement with the Hidden Cloud sect, and his tone of voice was much more relaxed. Shikaku, you must remember that this mission is very important. You represent Konoha. You must not only leave a good impression on Kumagakure, but also show the strength of Konoha at the right time. Yes, third generation lord, I know. Nara Shikaku retracted his gaze on Marutani Kao and nodded seriously, but there are many powerful ninjas in Kumagakure. If they want to provoke us by force, I am afraid I can't handle it with my strength. Although Nara Shikaku has reached the average level of a jonin, he is not a ninja who specializes in fighting after all. To be on the safe side, he still hopes to find a ninja with strong combat power to go with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what the other party meant, but the situation in the village was not very optimistic now. In addition to the forces that have been secretly spying outside the village, there seems to be an undercurrent inside the village, and it is difficult to find a few suitable candidates for a while. Or let Kakashi go. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back at the white-haired man behind him. It turned out that his name was Kakashi. But Kakashi has to protect the safety of the third Hokage. Nara Shikaku frowned. Kakashi's strength is naturally needless to say, but given the current situation in the village, it's better for him to stay by your side. But in fact, I don't need protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Nara Shikaku. How could he become Hokage without strong strength? Rather than protecting me, with Kakashi's strength, he should do something more meaningful for the village. Kakashi did not speak. As a member of the Anbu, all he needed to do was to obey the Hokage's orders. Compared to the mission to Kumagakure, the work of protecting the Hokage was much simpler. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was very strong, and there were not many people in the ninja world who could threaten him. Second, due to his status as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed in the village all year round, and most of the time he would work in the Hokage building. It was difficult for the enemy to invade his own base. But this position is somewhat sensitive. As a confidant of the Hokage, you must choose a loyal person, otherwise it will become a breakthrough for the enemy. Nara Shikaku has shut his mouth. He knows very well that the candidate for the Hokage's close Anbu must be decided by the Hokage himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen found that he couldn't find a suitable candidate for a while. When he turned his head, he found that Marutani Kao beside him opened his lips slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Does Marutani Kao have any suitable candidate? If you have anything to say, just say it. If we think it is not suitable, we will naturally deny it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Marutani Kao reassurance. Nara Shikaku felt very strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards Marutani Kao was like a teacher training his students. He had just secretly observed this young man for a long time and found that there was nothing special about him except that the chakra concentration around him was particularly high. I think so. Marutani Kao didn't know whether the other party was suitable or not. In fact, he just wanted to talk, and didn't have any ideas of his own. But now he has been put on the shelf by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that he can't say nothing. He can only try to search for ninjas he knows in his mind. Or let Uchiha Itachi try. Chapter 15 The Complicated Konoha. Hearing the name of Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi and Narashikaku reacted surprisingly consistently. Both of them widened their eyes at the same time, staring at Marutani Kao, who didn't know what taboo they had violated. Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan. How can he? Narashikaku had just said half of his words, but he thought of something again, closed his mouth, and carefully looked in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but found that the other party's expression was still calm. Ah! What happened to the Uchiha clan? Narashikaku didn't finish his words, but Marutani Kao was no fool. He had obviously heard something wrong. Following Narashikaku's gaze, he also looked at the calm Sarutobi Hiruzen and apologized quickly. Sorry, Third Sama, I don't have a suitable candidate here. The whole office became silent, and only the sound of the cold wind hitting the glass outside the window could be heard. Why are you so nervous? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. We are all part of Konoha, and we have what's wrong with that. This. Marutani Hang was so nervous that he spitted. Third generation lord, I was just talking nonsense before. How can I, a child, know who is suitable and who is not suitable? Yes, third generation lord, you should think about such an important position again. Narashikaku also helped on the side. But Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him and began to give orders instead. Kakashi. Yes. Find a time to test Uchiha Itachi's strength. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is now very curious about Uchiha Itachi. He has a great reputation in the village. Yes. Third generation lord. Marutani Hang, who felt that he had caused trouble, had a bitter face and begged the other party to withdraw the order. I really don't know who is suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Marutani Hang's unlucky look and laughed. Don't worry, if Uchiha Itachi is suitable, I will naturally consider it. If he is not suitable, I will not choose him. It has nothing to do with you. Is that so? Just from Narashikaku's performance just now, Marutani Hang has already known that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha must be quite tense. By the way, the recommendation letter written by Hyuga Hisashi has also been passed to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a document from the side of the table and shook it in front of Marutani Hang. This is also the reason why I called you here. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be able to become a ninja of Konoha soon. Really? Thank you so much, third generation. Although he said thank you verbally, Marutani Hang's mood is not beautiful now. Don't thank me, thank the Hyuga clan. Yes. I will go to the Hyuga family to thank them later. In addition, there is one more thing. Just when Marutani Kao was about to leave, he was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Speak, third generation lord. Don't beat around the bush to ask about Uzumaki Naruto in the future. Ah, this. His little action was pointed out on the spot, and Marutani Kao felt very embarrassed, and could only respond quickly. Yes, I won't do it again in the future. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mean to blame him, but instead comforted him earnestly. I know, you see he is also an orphan, and he is bullied in the village, so I feel pity for him and want to take care of him. No, that's right. Marutani Kao's eyes lit up instantly, and his voice was crying, obviously he was touched. Third generation lord, you really understand me. Don't worry, I have asked others to take care of Uzumaki Naruto. Okay. Thank you, third generation master. He showed an expression that was so touching that he was about to cry, but Marutani Kao's heart was calm. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to misunderstand my purpose, but it's okay. As for Uzumaki Naruto, I'll have a chance to get close to him in the future. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, lowered his head again, and immersed himself in countless documents. Yes. Kakashi still stayed in the house, while Marutani Kao and Narashikako left the office. It happened that Marutani Kao planned to go to the Hyuga mansion to thank the Hyuga clan for their help, and the Nara family's house was not far away, so the two walked side by side. The relationship between the two was not close, and they remained silent all the way. When they were about to approach the Hyuga mansion, Narashikako suddenly spoke, and he asked the boy next to him. Do you know why Kakashi and I were so excited just now? I'm not very clear. Although he knew that he had probably stepped on a landmine, Marutani Kao was still confused about the specific situation. He had planned to ask the other party after meeting Hisashi Hyuga or Hayashi Hyuga. Although it had only been more than 10 minutes since Marutani Kao and Narashikako met, through the conversation between the boy and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office before, Narashikako could see that the third Hokage valued the boy in front of him. As the main person in charge of the mission to Kumagakure, he also learned the specific situation of the Kumagakure incident from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and knew that Marutani Kao was the planner who solved the troubles of the Hyuga clan, so he would naturally be grateful to the Hyuga clan. Not only that, Marutani Kao actually recommended Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan to serve as the Anbu beside the Hokage. Although it seemed that he was not clear about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he obviously had a relationship with the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Narashikako was surprised to find that this young man who had not yet officially become a ninja had already established relationships with several major forces in Konoha, and even gained some support. After obtaining so much information, Narashikako also became interested. The survival strategy of the Nara family in Konoha was to remain neutral. Standing in line, supporting the Hokage's decision, Marutani Kao's current identity is somewhat special. He seems to have a good relationship with all three forces. Such an identity has to make Narashikako cautious. Narashikako also learned from others not long ago that the Marutani family inherited a special physique. And he dared not conclude whether the weak Marutani Kao would become a powerful ninja in the future. After comprehensive consideration, Narashikako decided to speak up after some hesitation and build a good relationship with Marutani Kao in advance. There are some conflicts between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Is that so? I had no idea. So I was a little excited before, but I was just afraid that after the news of your recommendation of Uchiha Itachi spread to other high-level Konoha people, they would judge you as one of theirs. I see, thank you very much, Lord Shikaku. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Narashikako smiled and shook his head. This was also a deal. If Marutani Kao is a caring person, he will naturally provide help when the Nara family encounters trouble in the future. You can come to my house if you are free. Thank you, Lord Shikaku, I will definitely visit if I have the chance. The journey of the two finally came to an end. The two said goodbye at a crossroads and went to their respective goals. Chapter 16: The Enthusiastic Hyuga Family. It seems that I have to be more careful in dealing with the Uchiha clan in the near future. However, Marutani Hang did not care much about this news. In his opinion, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha will definitely be resolved, otherwise how could Uchiha Sasuke become the protagonist in the future? Marutani Hang came to the door of the Hyuga mansion and found that the gatekeeper was a member of the Hyuga clan who had met him before. Excuse me, Marutani Hang is here to visit. The gatekeeper smiled warmly the moment he heard Marutani Hang's name, and immediately invited the boy into the house. The clan leader has told you in advance that if you come, you can just come in directly without notifying. Oh, thank you so much. You're welcome. With the gatekeeper's warm hospitality, Marutani Hang successfully entered the house, and saw a familiar figure in the yard after a few steps. Just like the last time he entered the Hyuga mansion, Hyuga Niji was standing in the yard, meticulously repeating the high-five action. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and I don't know how long he has been practicing. Hyuga Niji, if I remember correctly, is only 4 years old. Marutani Hang had to admit that after discovering the magic of Xiao Aiyu, he even had the idea that he could succeed without working hard in the future. Now it seems so ridiculous and ignorant. Look at the child in front of him. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, he has countless training resources and connections, but even so, he still has to practice hard day by day. If he doesn't work hard, how can he compare with them? Is it really enough to rely on the system alone? You are here. I don't know when Marutani Hang came to his senses, Hyuga Hisashi had appeared beside him and bowed to him. Mr. Hisashi. No need to be polite, you are the benefactor of our Hyuga clan, just treat this place as your own home. Although the other party said so, Marutani Hang didn't dare to think so. No matter what, the Hyuga clan is one of the largest families in Konoha, and his identity is just a civilian ninja. If he is arrogant and domineering because he has helped the Hyuga clan, he will probably be called to the third generation the next day to reflect on himself. Okay, Niji, you can rest for a while. Yes. Father. After all, Hyuga Niji is still a 4-year-old child. Although he is very sensible and obedient, he also has the playfulness of children of this age. He discovered the appearance of Marutani Cow early in the morning, but he had been holding back for the sake of training. Now that he has been allowed by Hyuga Hisashi, the fatigue of training does not seem to affect him at all, and he ran to the two of them in an instant. Brother Marutani Cow. Hello, Niji. When I went out this morning, I found that you were not there, and I thought that you didn't make any money, so you stopped selling popsicles. It's true that you can't make any money. It was just something that happened, and it's been handled smoothly now. Really? That's great. But I probably won't have time to sell popsicles. Hearing this news suddenly, Hyuga Niji, who was originally full of joy, frowned instantly and widened his eyes in worry. Why? Did something happen? I'm going to be a ninja. Hyuga Hisashi immediately understood what Marutani Cow meant. Has the third generation passed? Yes, I really want to thank you this time, Lord Hisashi. For Hyuga Hisashi, Marutani Cow only has gratitude in his heart. Without the help of the other party, I have to think of other ways to become a ninja. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Hyuga Hisashi was very optimistic about the development of Marutani Cow before the Kumagakure incident. When he learned that the boy had helped the Hyuga clan solve the trouble again, he liked the boy even more. Ninkai, my brother will be a ninja in the future. Ninja. Hearing the title of ninja, Hyuga Niji showed a trace of envy in his eyes. The Hyuga clan has been a powerful ninja since ancient times. I will become a ninja in the future, just like you, father. You can do it. Hyuga Hisashi gently stroked the boy's soft black hair. Looking at the warm two people, Marutani Cow also showed an anti-smile. Hyuga Niji is really cute. Stay for dinner later. Hyuga Hisashi invited Marutani Cow, and the boy naturally had no reason to refuse. Since you are about to become a ninja, you should also understand the basic information of ninjas. If you don't mind, I can teach you. Really? That's great. Don't call me adult in the future, just call me uncle. This is not appropriate. What's inappropriate? Doesn't Niji call you brother? Okay, Uncle Hisashi. Hee. Hyuga Niji looked at the old and the young and smiled secretly. He rarely saw such a father. Marutani Cow left a deep impression on Hyuga Hisashi. At the age of only 12, he was the first to notice the spying of Kumagakure on the Hyuga clan. Not only that, he even successfully solved the trap set for the Hyuga clan. More importantly, the other party obviously had very obvious goodwill towards Hyuga Niji. Such a person, Hyuga Hisashi must of course try his best to win over, and the other party may also be a great help to Niji's development in the future. Marutani Cow, who didn't know that he had become a tool candidate, was being dragged by Hyuga Niji to tell about his past. As a new generation idol of Konoha, many children in the village were very interested in Marutanikao's glorious deeds. Brother Marutanikaou, how many people did you save during the last earthquake? 7 months ago, Konoha had a small earthquake, and Marutanikaou did help a lot of people in the rescue team during the disaster relief. Brother Marutanikaou, I heard that all the houses in the new residential area were built by you, is that true? The houses in the new residential area had just been completed, and Marutanikaou just went to help. How could it be that he built them all? Brother Marutanikaou, did you really drive more than 50 tigers out of the village next door? Ah? Tigers? Or more than 50? When did it happen? Why don't I know? Brother Marutanikaou, did you really save the princess of the land of fire when you traveled around the world last time? Brother Marutanikaou, when the third cage took over, did you hand over the hat to the Hokage? Wait a minute, what's going on behind that? At first, what Hyaganiji said were all real things, but later on, they became more and more outrageous. I was just an ordinary person before. I couldn't beat a tiger at all. No, it's highly unlikely that I can beat one now. And I didn't travel around the world at all. Not to mention saving a princess. How could I have the time? The most outrageous thing is, I wasn't even born when the third cage took over. Who is spreading this nonsense? Don't spread some false deeds. I'm obviously just a 12-year-old child. Chapter 17, New Mission. Looking at Hyaga Hayashi's teasing look, Marutanikaou explained to the young Hyaganiji awkwardly. Ah? So it's all fake. When he learned that everything was a misunderstanding of the village, Hyaganiji's face immediately showed a look of loss. Not all of it is fake. Then which ones are true? In Hyaganiji's expectant eyes, Marutanikaou could only say a few things that he thought were more meaningful, such as often going to the orphanage to help, and visiting the elderly in the village from time to time. Awesome! To Marutanikaou's surprise, Hyaganiji did not feel disappointed because of this, but excitedly asked about the details of the matter. No wonder others say that my brother is the hero of the village. Marutanikaou heard such a title for the first time, and instantly felt that the pressure on his shoulders had increased a lot, and he quickly refused. No, I just did a little work. No, Marutanikaou and I is now a role model for many people in the village. Am I that great? Really? Hyaganiji's expression was very serious, and even Hyaga Hisashi nodded. That's true, your story has touched many people in the village, and many people have found motivation to strive from you. Ah, this. Marutanihang touched his nose embarrassedly. Actually, I just wanted to get points for the system. I heard that someone wants to include your story in the future textbooks. This is too exaggerated. No, Hinata Hayashi shook his head. Xiaohang, you have to know how important a role model and a spiritual pillar are in the current environment, and the village also needs such an image to inspire the villagers. This is too much pressure. The sudden surprise made Marutanihang not know what to say. He didn't expect that his original purpose was just to get points, but he was no longer ordinary without knowing it. Yes, considering your young age, all the previous publicity plans were suppressed by the third generation. Did you protect me? Third generation, you are so gentle. Marutanihang was a little moved. It turned out that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been protecting him in a place he couldn't see. So I hope you don't disappoint the third generation's expectations of you. Well, I will not disappoint my father's expectations. Then you have to work hard too. Yes. Hinata Hisashi looked at the two energetic children, one big and one small, and smiled with satisfaction. By the way, there is one more thing. We just need to forget about the matter of Kumagakure this time. I know that, Marutanikaou nodded sensibly, with a slightly cunning smile on his face. The friendship between Konoha and Kumagakure is everlasting. That's right. Hyaga Hayashi also laughed. Although he didn't know what the two were laughing at and their smiles looked evil, Hyuga Niji also laughed. This time, the Hyuga clan was a blessing in disguise. Not only did they not suffer any losses, but they became a symbol of friendship between Konoha and Kumigakure in disguise. For a while, they were in the limelight. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi's reputation has also soared recently. Hyuga Hayashi naturally received the news of Marutani Kao's visit, but he was busier recently and only showed up at dinner time. At the dinner table, Marutani Kao met the kidnapped person, Hyuga Hinata again. The girl hid behind Hyuga Hayashi and kept a shy look. Everyone didn't talk about anything important, but just asked Marutani Kao about future plans. According to the normal development of ordinary ninjas, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, for safety, they will generally form a 3-person team, and then they will perform various tasks under the leadership of a senior ninja mentor. However, the teams of this year's graduating ninjas have already been assigned, and it is not easy to find 2 partners for Marutani Kao at once. According to Marutani Kao's own wishes, he does not want to act in the form of a team, mainly because Marutani Kao needs a lot of time to complete the system's tasks, and he does not want to slow down the growth of others because of his own reasons. After expressing their ideas, the 2 brothers Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi thought for a while, and they actually came up with an idea. You mean to let me be listed under your name? Yes. Hinata Hayashi nodded. We can tell the 3rd generation that we will let you study with us, and the 3rd generation will probably not take it to heart. Although I think it is safer to form a team, if you have other arrangements, we will not interfere with your decision. Now we can't treat Marutani Kao as an ordinary 12-year-old child. At least his mind is completely beyond this age. That's really great. I'll go talk to Sandai this afternoon. Hyuga Hayashi is indeed very busy. He will rush to the Hokage building after dinner. The family also has a batch of supplies shipped to Kumigakure. Hyuga Hayashi simply asked Marutani Kao to stay in the Hyuga house and wait for news. In fact, he also wanted him to spend more time with his son. Marutani Kao did not refuse. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi were not idle people. Not long after, only Marutani Kao and Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata were left nearby. Hyuga Niji trained seriously according to the time arranged by his father, while Hyuga Hinata hid in the corner and secretly observed the situation here. I don't know why the personalities of these 2 siblings are so different. Ignoring the little girl in the corner who can't hide herself at all, Marutani Kao took advantage of the time when he had nothing to do and opened the system to start choosing his next task. Currently, there is only one taskbar where you can receive tasks. The countdowns for the remaining 2 taskbars are more than 1 month and more than 2 months respectively. After clicking on the taskbar, he found that the system gave 3 tasks to choose from, but the information of the tasks was incomplete. He could only see the names and rewards after completion. If this is the case, you must be cautious when choosing tasks. 1 real appearance. Task reward, special reward ninja artist. 2. Grandma Yamashita's family. Task reward 20 good points. 3 technology is the first productive force. Task reward, 500,000 good points. Wait a minute. Marugu Hang suspected that he had seen it wrong, and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. After reopening, he confirmed that the reward for the 3rd task was indeed 500,000 points. 500,000? Are you really not lying to me? However, Marugu Hang would never choose this task. Rich rewards also mean extremely high difficulty and danger. Although he was very envious of the 500,000 points, Marugu Hang still decisively chose to give up. Technology is the first productive force. Judging from the name, it is probably to help the other party complete some research or something like that. Just use your own brain and don't cause trouble for others. At the same time that Marutani Hang was choosing his mission, in an unknown laboratory under Konoha, a middle-aged man with a bandage on his head was directing his men to conduct research experiments intensively. Looking at the empty laboratory, his eyes were full of ruthlessness. Recently, we are a little short of manpower. We have to find a way to get more people here. Chapter 18 Ninja Artist, Happy New Year! As for the remaining 2 missions, Marutani Hang's choice was very obvious. The reward of only 20 points for Mission 2 was too shabby. Compared with other missions, people had no desire to choose at all. Instead, the reward of Mission 1 made him feel a little curious. Of course, he still wrote down the content of Mission 2, and planned to ask Grandma Yamashita in the village what happened when he was free. Marutani Hang searched in the mall and finally found the special reward for the first mission. Unexpectedly, it was a feature. Ninja Artist. As an artist, your ninjutsu has never been based on anything. Use your wild imagination to create artwork that belongs only to you. With it, you can create your own ninjutsu as you like, but the power of the ninjutsu depends only on the amount of chakra used. You can choose whether the ninjutsu needs to be sealed. From the moment he saw the introduction, Marutani Hang was refreshed, like a beast that saw its prey, with a look of desire in his eyes, which scared Hinata Hyuga, who was peeking at the side. This feature is too suitable for me. In fact, Marutani Hang has always kept a distance from ninjutsu, not only because he didn't have chakra before, but also because the complicated seals of ninjutsu are also a big problem he needs to overcome. When he thinks that he will have to remember a lot of seal gestures in the future, Marutani Hang feels a headache. But if he has this feature, then not only will he not need to seal, but he can also create his own ninjutsu. Self-created ninjutsu can even be done without seals. What a genius feature! Although the power of ninjutsu may not be as strong as those traditional ninjutsu, it is more convenient. And according to the current development scenario, with the help of Xiao Ayu, the amount of chakra in the future will only increase, not decrease, so there is no need to worry about the power at that time. What makes Merida KO even more excited is that the price of Ninja Artist is only 2,000 points, which is not a very expensive price. Even if the mission fails this time, he can collect the points and redeem this feature in the future. As for why it is so cheap, Merida KO is also very clear that compared with ninjutsu, the amount of chakra is more difficult to increase, and the power of ninjutsu created by Ninja Artist only depends on the amount of chakra. For ordinary people, it may be a bit tasteless, but I am different. Then it is natural for me to choose Task 1. After Merida KO confirmed the information of receiving Task 1 in his brain, the specific information in the task bar was finally filled, and the complete task content was also displayed in front of him. True appearance. Task content: find the photo of Kabuto Yakushi and send it to Yakushi Nono. Task reward: Ninja World Artist. Task time limit: 3 months. Yakushi Nono? Marutani Hang is very familiar with this name. The other party is the director of the Konoha orphanage. When he woke up a year ago, he was the one who took care of him. After that, he went to the orphanage and met him several times, but it seems that he is not in Konoha recently. It seems that he was sent out of the village to perform a mission. As for Kabuto Yakushi, he has no impression at all, but judging from the other party's surname, he may be a relative of Yakushi Nono or a child in the orphanage. After a preliminary understanding of the mission content, Marutani Hang found that this mission should not be too difficult. After that, he will find time to go to the orphanage in Konoha to collect information, and it should be completed smoothly. In the corner, Hinata Hyuga looked at Marutani Kao with increasing fear. A person who was inexplicably ecstatic at one moment and then seriously thinking at the next, really looked like a mental patient. After reviewing the task, Marutani Kao had nothing to do for a while, and then closed his eyes, and began to practice. Marutani Hang has not yet revealed the intention of Kun. As his only and last trump card, it is better to hide it as much as possible if possible, so he did not swagger through his special practice in the Hyuga family. But due to the existence of kun in his body, even if Marutani Hang only adopts the most basic chakra practice, the efficiency of practice is several levels higher than that of others. So, the yard suddenly became quiet with only the whistling sound of Hyaga Niji's palm. It lasted until Hyaga Hayashi came back, and the three of them still maintained the same posture, but Hyaga Hinata, who was secretly observing, finally felt tired and lay down next to Marutani Hang, who she was very afraid of, and fell asleep. Hyaga Hayashi picked up little Hinata, who was still wearing Marutani Hang's clothes, and sent her back to the room, and told the boy the feedback received from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third-generation master has agreed to your request not to operate in a small group. Great! Marutani Hang clenched his fists excitedly. It is indeed much safer to operate in a small group, but for him, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Marutani Hang is very clear that if they get along for a long time, his nonlinear growth rate will definitely arouse the other party's suspicion, and he also has to do systematic tasks, which will easily conflict with the team's arrangements. Instead of torturing each other, it is better to fight on their own. Unlike Marutani Hang, Hinata Hayashi's expression is a little embarrassed, and the message he conveyed has not been fully said. It's just that the third-generation master does not intend to let you follow me or Hisashi. Ah? What does this mean? The third-generation master has found a teacher for you. Teacher? Marutani Hang was a little surprised. I don't have a small group, do I have to let that person take me alone? Yes, and he said that you also know this teacher. Marutani Hang really doesn't know many ninjas. After excluding the people of the Hyaga clan, there are only a few people left. He asked curiously. Who is it? Nara Shikaku. At the same time, Nara Shikaku, who was staying at home and playing chess with his son, suddenly felt a cold wind behind him, and his hands and feet became cold and he sneezed. Father? What's wrong? Sitting opposite, Nara Shikamaru, who was only 3 years old, raised his head in confusion. Since he could remember, his father had not sneezed much. Is he catching a cold? I don't know. Nara Shikamaru sniffed his nose and observed the airtight window beside him. He was also confused. There was no leak. Maybe someone is thinking about me. Oh? Really? An unusually strong female voice suddenly came from behind the father and son, and the smile on Nara Shikamaru's face instantly became extremely stiff. Yoshino. Listen to my explanation. Looking at his loving parents, the 3-year-old Nara Shikamaru showed a gloating smile. Served it right. Chapter 19 Konoha Orphanage. The third Kai asked you to study with Shikaku Jonin from tomorrow. Hyaga Hayashi had no other choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement was well reasoned, and he still remembered what he said to him. With Marutani Kao's intelligence, only by studying with Nara Shikaku can he fully develop his talent. So far, no one has seen any potential in Marutani Kao in terms of combat power, but they have a high opinion of his wit and noble character. Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation made Hyaga Hayashi unable to find a reason to refute. After thinking about it, he found that letting Marutani Kao study with Nara Shikaku might really be the best choice. Tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal order forced Marutani Kao to accept this fact with a bitter face. Hyaga Hayashi saw the boy's face and comforted him a few words. Don't worry, Shikaku Jonin is a very nice person. I know. When they visited the Hyaga family in the morning, they walked along the way. The other party also told him some things about the Uchiha clan. He really looked very easy to talk to. Although there was a slight discrepancy with the original plan, Marutani Kao still obtained Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission to carry out activities in the form of a single group in the future. Even if he had to study with Nara Shikaku for a short period of time, at least he could allocate his free time outside of study independently. Moreover, Nara Shikaku himself was not good at fighting, so he would naturally not be sent to do dangerous tasks. He could also get time to grow. As long as he grew fast enough during this period, he would not have to worry about the future. He learned the address of the Nara family from Hyuga Hayashi. Although Hyuga Hayashi wanted to keep Marutani cow for dinner, the boy refused on the grounds that there were still things to do. Marutani cow, who left the Hyuga house, did not go home, but first inquired about the matter of Grandma Yamashita in the village. Although I didn't accept the task too before, but the task itself is real, just without the special reward. Some things are not only for rewards. The name of task 2 made Maruguhang very concerned. He was really worried and finally took some effort to find an old man named Yamashita in the village. Fortunately, although the name of the task is scary, it is actually a cat named Xiaohong who is lost, and this kitten is the only family of Yamashita's grandmother after she is old. Maruguhang breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, good people should do it to the end. While it was still early, he simply looked for the cat named Xiaohong in the village. After asking and searching all the way, Maruguhang finally got the news that Xiaohong was playing with a group of children at the door of Konoha orphanage. As soon as Maruguhang appeared at the door of the orphanage, he became the target of all the children, and they excitedly formed a circle around him. The boy quickly picked up Xiaohong from the ground and held it in the air to avoid being accidentally stepped on by the excited children. Because he often came to the orphanage to help and there were so many miraculous stories in the village, Marutani Hang had long become an idol in the hearts of all the children in the orphanage. The children's eager eyes made the boy blush half of his face. "Brother Marutani Hang, is this kitten yours?" "No, it belongs to the grandmother at the bottom of the mountain in the village." "I see." As the name suggests, the children in the orphanage are all orphans who have lost their families because of the war. In the past few years, the wars between villages were too frequent, causing casualties not only to ninjas, but also to thousands of innocent ordinary villagers. There were also many families destroyed in Konoha. "You are here, Xiao Hang." Just when the children began to pester Marutani Hang to tell him a story, a young woman came out of the yard. She looked only 2 or 3 years older than Marutani Hang. As soon as the other party came out, she began to greet him enthusiastically. "Hello, Sister Yu. Yakushi Yu is not a ninja. She was even an orphan adopted by an orphanage a few years ago. But after growing up under the care of Yakushi Nono, she eventually chose to stay in the orphanage and continue to help take care of her brothers and sisters. She is also a big sister that the children trust and respect in the orphanage." "Okay, everyone, stop pestering Brother Xiao Hang. Let's go somewhere else to play first." "Okay." Yakushi Yu is very majestic among the children. She is the big sister that everyone respects and trusts the most in the orphanage except Yakushi Nono. After hearing the other party's instructions, although they were very unwilling, the children still ran to the side obediently, and soon they were playing together again with a smile. Unlike Marutani Hang, most of the children in the orphanage have parents who are ordinary people and cannot get sympathy from the village. There are many children in the orphanage, and it is very difficult to operate. If it were not for the help of people from all walks of life in the village, I am afraid it would have been closed long ago. Soon after crossing, Marutani Hang began to donate money and food to the orphanage. After all, his personal expenses were very low, and he could get a certain amount of compensation for occasionally going out to help. The donation was not only to repay the kindness of Yakushi Nono who saved him, but also to make himself feel at ease. "Why are you here today? I remember it's not time for you to receive the pension yet." The kitten of the grandma at the foot of the mountain in the village got lost, and just ran here. Marutani Hang gently stroked the frightened kitten in his arms and comforted it. "So that's it." By the way, Marutani Hang suddenly remembered the first task he had received, and simply took the opportunity to collect some clues now. "Is the dean not back yet?" Hearing the name of the dean, Yakushi Yu's expression became less optimistic, and she shook her head. "No, I was away for a long time this time. I don't know what I was doing." "Did the director send any letters back?" That's right, Yao Shiyu nodded, but he didn't know why the other party asked questions, but out of trust in Marutani Hang, he still told all the information. Every other time, the director will send a letter to ensure safety, and will also ask about the situation in the orphanage, and I will also write back. I see, in this way, I can use the letter sent from the orphanage to send Yao Shidu's photo. Then, Sister Yu, do you know Yao Shidu? Yao Shidu? Yao Shiyu nodded hesitantly. I know him, but I'm not very familiar with him, but I heard the director often mention this name. It's a senior who went out of our orphanage before. Sure enough, he is from the orphanage, and his judgment is not wrong, Marutani Hang hurriedly continued to ask. Does the hospital have any information about him? Yes, but, Yao Shiyu looked very embarrassed. This is the hospital's secret, it can't be revealed. Ah, forget it then. Since it's a secret, I'm naturally embarrassed to ask for it, so I'll just find another way. Sorry, this is the rule left by the dean, I can't destroy it either. It doesn't matter. Although I didn't rely on the orphanage to get the photo of Kabuto Yakushi, at least I knew how to send the photo to Yakushi Nono, which was an unexpected gain. After playing with the children in the orphanage for a while, Marutani Hang sent Xiaohong back to Grandma Yamashita. Looking at the tearful Grandma Yamashita, Marutani Hang felt a great sense of satisfaction. This is why I do good things. I secretly took a look at the system and found that the points increased by several points. Although it was not as good as the task reward, it was enough to make Marutani Hang feel satisfied. Not for the points. Chapter 20 Nara Father and Son. After returning home, Marutani Hang practiced with the help of Kun for the whole night. When it was dawn, he was still in high spirits. He looked at the time and estimated that it was about time, so he looked for the Nara family's house according to the address given by Hinata Hayashi. Although it was not as good as the Hyaga clan in Konoha, the Nara family was also not an ordinary family. The members of the Nara clan not only control the entire medical system of Konoha and have made outstanding contributions in medicine, but also, due to the unique fighting style of the family, the members of the Nara clan all have extraordinary strategies and talents, and they are also the candidates that Konoha has trusted in internal affairs. This is also the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen will hand over Marutani Kao to Nara Shikaku. He hopes that under Nara Shikaku's education, Marutani Kao can fully exert his potential and intelligence. The weather is getting colder and colder. In such weather, getting up has gradually become a difficult thing. There is still some time before the scheduled meeting. Marutani Kao strolled on the streets of Konoha in the early morning, breathing the fresh air, and felt much more relaxed. The street stalls have begun to receive customers. Under the enthusiastic greetings of the vendors, Marutani Kao randomly chose one to have breakfast. Although it is not yet the agreed time, in order to leave a good first impression on the other party, Marutani Kao still arrived nearby in advance. As a result, before he even got close, the boy saw from afar two figures, one big and one small, standing in front of the door of Nara's house, shivering in the cold wind. Marutani Kao was shocked and hurriedly ran to the front, only to find that one of the people standing at the door was his future teacher, Nara Shikaku. Standing with Nara Shikaku was a little boy, who also had a pineapple head in the same shape as Nara Shikaku. Shikaku-sama. Good morning. Marutani Kao saw Nara Shikaku, who was wearing thin clothes and was obviously feeling cold, and was touched by his sincere attitude and almost cried. I didn't expect that I had such a great weight in Shikaku's heart. Marutani Kao. You're just in time. Come in quickly. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up when he saw the boy, as if he had discovered an important treasure, and he quickly pulled him and the little boy beside him into the house. The temperature inside the house was much warmer than outside, and Nara Shikaku and the little boy were also trying their best to move their frozen bodies in the warm environment. Looking at the other's red cheeks from the cold, Marutani Hang felt a little distressed. Lord Shikaku, you didn't have to wait for me at the door. I didn't." Nara Shikako rubbed his hands, and then nodded as if he remembered something. "Hey! Isn't it because I was afraid that you would be embarrassed? So I deliberately went to the door to wait for you." Lord Shikako is so polite. Marutani Hang moved his eyes to the boy who was observing him. "By the way, is this the noble son?" "This is my son, Nara Shikamaru, 3 years old this year." "Hello." Nara Shikamaru is simply a mini version of Nara Shikaku. The two look very similar. At this time, he is warming his body with a hot towel soaked in hot water, and greets Marutani Cow very experiencedly. "Are you my father's disciple, Marutani Cow?" It seems that Nara Shikaku has told Nara Shikamaru the news. "Yes, hello. Those stories in the village are all fake." Unlike Hyaganiji and other children who believe in legends, Nara Shikamaru began to doubt its authenticity from the moment he heard the story. That's right." Marutani Cow was a little embarrassed. Although he didn't spread it himself, he always felt that it was actually very embarrassing. "I knew it, and they said it was all true. How could it be possible?" Nara Shikamaru showed an expression of as expected. "You are not a ninja, and you don't have a blood limit. How can you do so many magical things?" Marutani Hang felt that the person standing in front of him and talking was not a 3-year-old child, but a precocious little adult, and he immediately felt full of disobedience. "Why are you back? Didn't I punish you to stand at the door?" Just as the three were talking, a strange woman's voice suddenly came from outside the door. When the other party's voice sounded, Marutani Hang found that the Nara father and son shivered at the same time, and he couldn't help but become curious. Who is this person? He can actually make Nara Shikaku, a senior ninja, feel afraid. As the voice approached, a serious-looking woman pushed open the door. As soon as she came in, her eyes were fixed on the shivering Nara father and son. "You came back without my permission. You are really brave." "No, Yoshino, listen to me." Nara Shikako looked very flustered. He quickly pulled the still stunned Marutani Cow in front of him and desperately pointed at the woman who came in. "This is the disciple arranged by the 3rd generation for me, Marutani Cow. You have to study with me in the future. We just saw him outside. It's so cold that we can't let the child freeze outside, so I brought him home." "Oh." The woman raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Nara Shikaku inquiringly. "That's right. That's it. Mother." The lazy attitude that Nara Shikamaru had shown in front of Marutani Hang before had completely disappeared, and his tone was very serious at this time. "Although we can endure the low temperature and cold wind, we can't let Marutani Hang brother accompany us to be punished." "Yes, yes." The father and son sang in unison, which had already made Marutani Hang dumbfounded. "What's going on? Who is this woman?" The performance of the father and son was all in vain, and the woman snorted coldly. "Don't play tricks like this in front of me." This. The eyes of the Nara father and son showed despair. "But I know about the disciples' affairs. Since it's already here, the punishment will be put off until next time." "That's good, that's good." Nara Shikaku and Nara Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Standing outside in such weather has no effect on themselves as ninjas, but if possible, who would not want to rest lazily in a warm and comfortable room? "Shikamaru, come with me. Let your father and the disciple have a private conversation." The woman grabbed Nara Shikamaru's ear and pulled him up from the floor and walked out the door. "Hurry up and take a shower. Don't catch a cold." All that could be heard in the room was Nara Shikamaru's miserable howl. "Don't pull my ears. It hurts." "Mother." Marutani Cow looked at the silent Nara Shikaku curiously. "Who was that just now?" "It's my wife, Shikamaru's mother." Nara Shikaku was a little embarrassed. After all, he had just perfectly demonstrated his family's younger brother's position in front of his disciple. "I see, that's good, good. Yes, it's good." Chapter 21. What do you want to learn? Nara Shikaku's wife, Nara Shikamaru's mother, Nara Yoshino, seems to be a strong woman. Nara Yoshino took Nara Shikamaru out of the room, leaving Marutani Kao and Nara Shikaku alone. Although it's not the agreed time yet, since you're here, let's start early. As soon as Nara Yoshino left, Nara Shikaku turned into the calm and steady man in front of Marutani Kao again. Okay. Marutani Kao sat upright, looking like a well-behaved child in class. Nara Shikaku spoke first. Do you know why the third generation didn't agree to your application to let you study with the Hyuga clan leader, but handed you over to me? Is it because I'm smarter? Marutani Kao felt that he was really shameless to say such a thing, but there was no way, this was his idea. Compared with Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku's ability in this regard was more outstanding. What he didn't expect was that Nara Shikaku actually shook his head. This is one of the reasons, but not the main reason. Please enlighten me, Lord Shikaku. Your application was not fully approved not because of you. Nara Shikaku was intentionally trying to point out Marutani Kao's intentions. After a little thought, the boy understood what he meant. This application was related to only himself and the Hyuga clan. If it was not his fault, then the answer would be obvious. Is it because of the Hyuga clan? Yes. Nara Shikaku calmly brewed a pot of tea. But why? Marutani Kao couldn't figure it out. The Hyuga clan was also a hero in this incident, so why was it not targeted? You are still too naive. Nara Shikaku was ready to start the first class for his disciples. The incident in Kumagakure has ended successfully. On the surface, Konoha and Kumagakure are both winners, but the Hyuga clan has gained a lot of fame in the village. The Hyuga clan is different from the Uchiha clan. They are much more peaceful towards civilians and ordinary ninjas. There were already many supporters of the other side in the village, and now there are a large number of Hyuga clan supporters. Do you think the village leaders would be willing to see this situation? Then the Hyuga clan is in danger. Don't worry about it. Nara Shikaku poured a cup of tea and handed it to the table in front of Marutani Hang. The Hyuga clan is very disciplined, and the third generation trusts them very much, so the village will not take any measures. This rejection is a warning. Warning! The Hyuga clan leader is very smart. He did not take credit for himself. Instead, he followed the third generation's wishes and threw you to me. Throw? This word is too ruthless. From the third generation's own words, he doesn't mind you being with the Hyuga clan leader, but other high-level officials in Konoha are eager to use this opportunity to test the Hyuga clan leader's intentions. So if I change someone to apply, maybe I can succeed. Theoretically speaking. This. Marutani Hang just felt a little regretful, but suddenly remembered that it was Hyuga Hayashi who took the initiative to apply. Nara Shikaku keenly noticed the strangeness on the boy's face. It was the Hyuga clan leader who took the initiative to ask him to apply. Yes. Nara Shikaku reached out and patted Marutani Kao's shoulder, which was considered comforting him. I'm fine. Marutani Kao was open-minded and quickly returned to normal. Even if Lord Hayashi didn't mention it, I would have taken the initiative to apply. He didn't know many ninjas in the village. If he was allowed to choose, the result would still be the same, and nothing would change at all. But Lord Shikaku, you just mentioned other high-level officials in Konoha. Doesn't the position of Hokage have autonomy? Facing Marutani Kao's question, Nara Shikaku also gave his own answer. In most cases, the Hokage can decide anything by himself, but Konoha cannot be a village ruled by just one Hokage. In order to avoid a situation of autocracy, the third generation has arranged several consultants. Important matters must be discussed with the participation of the other party before a result can be reached. Many times, one person is not qualified to decide anything, even the third generation, but this is not necessarily the case. The ninja world is very cruel, but at the same time very simple. As long as you have strong strength, strong enough to defeat all those who oppose you. Then no matter how stupid or unreasonable the decision you make is, everyone can only follow your leadership. Similarly, as long as you are strong enough, even if you have done something wrong and are willing to reflect and repent now, then everyone will forgive you, because the village needs your strength. The first lesson I teach you today is to tell you. In this ninja world, only strong strength is everything. Narashikaku is worthy of being Narashikaku. He began to teach the other party his insights on the world just by using the example of Marutani Kao's application being rejected. He knew very well that the boy in front of him did have extraordinary talents, but this alone was not enough. I learned from the third generation that you have just started practicing recently, and there must be a big gap between your strength and your peers. Narashikaku began to persuade earnestly, your talent in strategy is obvious to all of us, but you can't be complacent because of this. Konoha is not short of geniuses. Marutani Kao agreed with this very much. He remembered the little boy in the Hyuga family yard who insisted on training every day. You are a smart child. Compared with me, you should know your current situation better and know what you need most now. Now I want to ask you. What do you want to learn? Narashikaku left the room silently. He thought that Marutani Kao needed some time to think seriously about this complicated question. What do I want to learn? Looking at the empty room, Marutani Hang also began to question himself and examine his heart. A series of things happened in the past few days. In just a few days, Marutani Hang changed from an ordinary person who loved to do good things to a legitimate genin. Things happened so fast that he didn't even have any sense of reality about becoming a ninja. Let alone fighting, he hasn't even trained for a fight. If he really fights, it is likely to be a ridiculous move like a left hook or a left whip kick. As a ninja, but afraid of fighting, how can such a person become a qualified ninja? Not to mention protecting himself in the war, it's good enough not to die in vain. It's not easy to have the identity of a ninja, but I find that I am not suitable for a ninja at all. How can this work? Due to the existence of the system, Marutani Hang doesn't have to worry about how to improve his hard power. He suddenly found that the most troublesome thing now is his mentality that is close to that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, he has already got his own answer to Narashikaku's question, which is also the content he urgently needs to learn now. How to have a firm belief. The heart of a true ninja. Chapter 22, Narashikaku's recognition. Narashikaku gave Marutani Kao half an hour to think alone, and when he came back, there were a few claw marks on his face for no apparent reason. Lord Shikaku, what happened to your face? The new scar made Narashikaku, who already had scars on his face, look a little embarrassed, and he subconsciously raised his right hand to cover his face. Accident, a little accident happened. Marutani Kao guessed that this must be the mark left by Nara Yoshino's lesson. In order to perfunctorily get over the scar, Narashikaku immediately changed the subject. Have you thought about what you want to learn? I think I am quite comprehensive. Even if I am the least good at fighting, it is more than enough to teach a newcomer like you. Narashikaku obviously didn't want to mention the scar, and Marutani Kao naturally didn't continue to ask without seeing, but said the answer he had just thought about. Lord Shikaku, I want to temper my will. Hearing the answer, Narashikaku put down his right hand covering the scar and raised his eyebrows. He was very surprised by Marutani Hang's answer. In Narashikaku's opinion, what the boy urgently needs now should be life-saving skills on the battlefield. Ensuring the safety of life is the basis of everything. Oh? You actually want to temper your will? Have you really thought about it seriously? Don't you consider learning some practical ninjutsu? Narashikaku didn't know that Marutani Hang didn't need a teacher to learn ninjutsu. He could find the most suitable ninjutsu for himself in the system's mall. Yes, facing the other party's suspicious eyes, Marutani Hang nodded firmly. This is what I need most now. Narashikaku didn't speak, and Marutani Hang didn't dare to speak. The scene suddenly became silent. Marutani Hang seemed to be able to hear the sound of Nara Yoshino teaching Nara Shikamaru outside the room. The two of them were stiff for a long time. Marutani Hang felt more and more that something was wrong, and he began to feel uneasy. What's going on? Could it be that I said something that offended Shikako Senior Ninja? No way. No way. It won't be so unlucky. So what should I do now to ease the embarrassment? Do you want to apologize? Just when Marutani Hang was at a loss and was about to admit his mistake, Nara Shikako suddenly laughed. I know. Nara Shikako crossed his hands in front of his chest, and there seemed to be a hint of appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Marutani Hang. Your answer surprised me. Sorry. Marutani Hang didn't know whether the other party was praising him or being sarcastic, so he could only lower his head embarrassedly. No need to apologize. Nara Shikako took the previously brewed tea and took a sip, but found that it was already cold. In fact, your understanding is not wrong. If a ninja does not have a firm will, even if he has a strong power, he cannot fully exert it. I am just a little surprised that you can resist the temptation of powerful ninjutsu. Most people will choose powerful ninjutsu for quick success, but you have seriously considered your own situation and made such a calm decision. Nara Shikako felt that he might really have picked up a treasure this time, and he looked at Marutani Hang with more and more love. I can't say whether your choice is right or wrong, but I can guarantee that under my guidance, you will definitely become a true ninja. Thank you, Lord Shikaku. Marutani Hang stood up excitedly and bowed to express his gratitude. Don't call me that in the future. Nara Shikaku also stood up, stretched out his hand and patted the boy's shoulder. Just call me teacher. Yes. Teacher. I do know a way to temper your will, but it takes a long time. You can't return to the village during the training period. This kind of training may last for several months. Marutani Hang was a little embarrassed at this time. Everything else was fine, but now he still had to complete the task during this period. Seeing that the boy seemed to be hesitant to speak, Nara Shikaku asked. Do you have any questions? Teacher, I have something to do in the village now. Oh? What is it? If you need, I can help you. Nara Shikaku has now officially recognized Marutani Kao's student status, and his attitude has become much more casual. It seems that he is not a very serious person at ordinary times, but if it is too troublesome, forget it. Marutani Kao quickly told him about sending photos to pharmacist Nono. In order to rationalize his motives, he casually changed the system's task to pharmacist Nono's request to himself. Pharmacist Kabuto. Nara Shikaku closed his eyes and searched for relevant memories in his brain, but found that he didn't think of anything. I am not familiar with this name, I don't know it. I will collect the other party's information myself. Although it was a pity, Marutani Ko still guessed that it was very normal for ordinary small people to have no impression in the eyes of a ninja of the Jonin level like Nara Shikaku. Well, if it's an ordinary person, I suggest you ask the Uchiha clan. The security team has information about most ordinary people in the village. Nara Shikaku pointed out a way for Marutani Kao. If it's a ninja, you can go to the mission hall on the first floor of the Hokage building to inquire for information. Thank you, teacher. Nara Shikaku hadn't finished speaking yet. But you have to be careful. Most of the Uchiha clan members are very aloof and will not treat you well. If you don't know anyone, you must be careful when communicating with them. Okay. The only person in the Uchiha clan that he knew was Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't seem to work in the security team. Then let's do it. Come back to me after you have solved this matter. Okay. Well, go ahead. Marutani Kao quietly retreated. At this time, the teacup in Nara Shikaku's hand had cooled down, so he poured out the tea in the cup and brewed a new pot. Shikaku. Nara Yoshino had entered the room at some point and stood behind Nara Shikaku. I feel like the boy just gave me a very strange feeling. Did you notice it too? Narashikaku noticed something unusual around the boy the moment Marutani Kao appeared. The concentration of chakra around him is a little weird. I just don't know if it's the secret of the Marutani family. If this phenomenon continues, his training speed will be surprisingly fast. No wonder he didn't choose ninjutsu. Maybe he already has a very powerful ninjutsu. What does he want to learn? Nara Yoshino reached out and straightened Narashikaku's messy collar. Want to temper your will? Yet. Then what are you going to do? Narashikaku gently held his wife's hand. Although the other party was very strict with the father and son, the relationship between the two had always been very firm. I plan to take him to the mountains to practice. Chapter 23 Let's make a deal. Because he had visited Narashikaku earlier than the agreed time, there was still a lot of time, and Marutani Hang had no intention of returning home immediately. In order to practice as soon as possible, he had to speed up his pace to complete the task at hand. Next, his first stop was the Uchiha clan. Although, as Narashikaku said, the members of the Uchiha clan were not very easy to get along with, in order to find out the information about Yakushi Kabuto, he had to go there and try. It would be best if he could meet Uchiha Itachi, whom he knew. Although the friendship between the two was not deep. The other party was obviously the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and it was still easier to communicate. The land where the Uchiha clan lived was very strange. It was actually on the edge of the village. It took Marutani Hang a long time to get nearby. Along the way, the number of Uchiha clan members gradually increased, and most of them were full of arrogance and anger. Arrogance was understandable, but Marutani Hang didn't know the reason for the other party's anger. Did something happen again? After walking a few steps forward, someone suddenly appeared in front of Marutani Hang and stopped the boy. The one who stopped him was a ninja dressed as an Anbu, which Marutani Hang had never expected. The Anbu ninja stood in front of Marutani Hang and stopped him from moving forward. The Uchiha clan's residential area is ahead. I suggest you don't go any further. Marutani Hang was a little surprised. Is the Uchiha clan so dangerous now? But now the other party is clearly continuing to perform the tasks of the village guard team. Why? The Uchiha clan's attitude towards civilian ninjas is not very good. If you provoke them, you will be unlucky. The Anbu ninja had no intention of retreating. It was obvious that he would not be able to get through today. Marutani Hang did not continue to insist. I cannot go, but can you help me pass a message? What to pass? If you meet Uchiha Itachi, tell him that Marutani Hang is looking for him. The Anbu ninja was silent for a while before nodding. I know, if I meet him, I will convey it, you go quickly. The Anbu ninja began to urge the boy to leave. Marutani Hang knew that all the work tasks of the Anbu were directly arranged by the Hokage, and it seemed that this was also the arrangement of the village, but was it really appropriate to prevent others from communicating with the Uchiha clan in this way? The boy noticed that not far away, many Uchiha clan members had noticed the situation here. Some people chose to ignore it, but more people were staring at the figure of the Anbu ninja angrily at this time. It seems that this is not the first time the village has done this. Isn't this provoking public anger? Out of goodwill, Marutani Hang still reminded the Anbu ninja. The way they look at you is scary. I know, the Anbu ninja was also helpless, but there was nothing he could do. This was his mission. They must hate me to death, but this is not something I can decide alone. Thank you for your hard work. Yet, Maruya Hang did not continue to move forward and cause trouble to the other party, but chose to turn around and leave. However, this trip made him completely understand that there seems to be an irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Isn't Uchiha Sasuke also the protagonist in the future? Is there a problem between him and the family? The eyes of the Uchiha clan with anger and resentment reappeared in Maruya Hang's mind, and he shuddered. Those eyes are really scary. Since the Uchiha clan has no chance, Maruya Hang has to find the next target. If Yakushi Kabuto's identity is a ninja, the Anbu will definitely leave relevant information, but the Anbu will definitely not give him the information of other ninjas so easily. Maruya Hang must come up with an effective implementation plan. But just when Maruya Hang racked his brains to find a way to get close to other Anbu ninjas, someone came to him. The boy walking on the street was stopped again. Coincidentally, it was another ANBU ninja who stopped him. However, he knew the ANBU ninja in front of him. His conspicuous white hair had betrayed his identity. It was Kakashi who woke him up and later appeared in the Hokage's office. Marutani Hang tilted his head, looked around the other person's figure and found that there was only an ordinary civilian residential area in front. Senior Kakashi, there is an ordinary residential area in front. Can't we pass through this? Does the ANBU not allow people to pass through any place now? Is the village under closed management? I don't know what you are talking about. Kakashi didn't understand what the boy meant, but his eyes were fixed on the boy in front of him. He found something he wanted very much in the other person. Then why did you stop me? I thought I couldn't pass through the front either. Marutani Hang blinked his eyes. The pressure from Kakashi's eyes was no less than that of the Uchiha clan members before. Why is the concentration of chakra around you so high? Ah! Kakashi suddenly spoke. This was the first time someone directly pointed out Marutani Kao's secret. The boy suddenly became nervous and denied it incoherently. This, chakra or something, I didn't understand. Don't pretend, I found out last time in the Hokage's office that the concentration of chakra in and around your body is several times higher than other places. How did you do it? Marutani Kao found that he couldn't find a suitable excuse for a while. The boy's embarrassment made Kakashi react. His tone was too aggressive, so he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Don't be nervous. I don't mean to hurt you. I just want to know how you can have such a high concentration of chakra. Kakashi slowed down his tone, and Marutani Ko gradually recovered from the panic of his secret being discovered. The effect of the Xiao Ayu he learned was too obvious, and it would definitely be discovered by others. Sooner or later, he would have to face such a situation, and he had to prepare a statement in advance to avoid suspicion. Marutani Ko lowered his head and made up a new excuse in his mind, and Kakashi sighed when he saw this. Sorry, it seems that this is your family's secret. Yes. I didn't expect the other party to find an excuse for me. Kakashi was a little frustrated. He just thought he had found a way to solve his biggest weakness. At this time, Marutani Hang suddenly remembered a piece of information about Kakashi circulating in the village. As a powerful ninja, Kakashi has a fatal weakness: his chakra is too little. No wonder the other party was so excited because he found the special chakra around him. By the way, Kakashi-senpai, aren't you going to Kumigakure with the teacher? Well, it was originally like this, but there were some accidents in Kumigakure, so this operation was postponed. It is estimated that it will take about a month to continue. Looking at Kakashi dressed as an Anbu in front of him, Marutani Hang, who was worried about how to get close to the Anbu, suddenly had an idea in his mind. By the way, Kakashi-senpai is a ninja from the Anbu. Yet. Let's make a deal. I will help you practice chakra, so how about you do me a favor? Chapter 24 I owe you a favor. Help? What help? Kakashi's eyes hidden under the mask became a little fierce. Although Merida Kao was still a 12-year-old boy, once Merida Kao said something that was not in the interest of the village, he would choose to take action directly and send him to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Merida Kao naturally did not notice Kakashi's change, and simply stated his purpose. I want to obtain information about a person, but I don't know if he is a ninja. Information? Kakashi frowned slightly. The Anbu did have the files of most ninjas, but generally they would not give them to others, which would violate the village's regulations. To be precise, it should be the other party's photo. Oh? Whose information do you want? Marutani Hang's request became even stranger. He actually asked for the other party's photo. Kakashi even began to suspect that the boy was going to the black market to offer a reward for the other party's life, but then he received a completely unfamiliar name. Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto. Kakashi tried hard to search all his memories, but found that he had no impression of this name at all. I have no impression. There is also the possibility that he is not a ninja. Why? Oh, that's it. Marutani Hang knew that the other party would ask this question, so he had already thought of the excuse. Yakushi Kabuto was raised by Yakushi Nono, the director of the village orphanage. Didn't she go out of the village to carry out a mission recently? She said she hadn't seen Yakushi Kabuto for a long time, so she asked me to find a photo of Yakushi Kabuto and send it to her. Yakushi Nono has left the village for several months. Others will definitely not be able to confirm the accuracy of this news in a short time. Moreover, Marutani Hang believes that according to his system, which has always guided him to do good things, he made up the lie that Yakushi Nono wanted to see Yakushi Kabuto, and he did not bear much psychological pressure. After all, he is doing good things. Kakashi has some impression of Yakushi Nono. He has donated some money and food to the orphanage. He has also heard about the other party's ninja identity. The relationship between Marutani Hang and the orphanage is indeed very close. Moreover, Marutani Hang has no reason to make up a story to deceive himself for a nobody like Yakushi Kabuto, so Kakashi instantly believed more than half of it. How is it? Marutani Hang stared at the other party expectantly. I have to ask the third generation for this matter. Although the other party's motivation was reasonable and the request was not excessive, Kakashi still had to get Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent to inquire about other ninjas' information without authorization. Okay, then I'll leave it to Kakashi-senpai. You're welcome. The other party had already made his promise, so Marutani Hang naturally had to express it. Kakashi-senpai, let's go to a place with fewer people. Kakashi understood that Marutani Hang was going to share his secret with him, so he nodded. Such a special way of training should indeed be cautious. The two of them went around a few times and actually returned directly to Marutani Hang's home. Come in. Marutani Hang brought Kakashi into the house. He had already thought about how to help the other party on the way, but now he needed to try whether it would succeed. There were not so many rules between the two of them, and they sat on the ground casually. What do I need to do? Kakashi seemed a little anxious. After an unexpected incident, Kakashi had been having the problem of too little chakra in battle. Although he was gifted, he was also greatly limited. If he could solve this problem, or even just restore it to the level of an ordinary person, he believed that he would be at least 1/3 stronger than he is now. Marutani Kao clearly felt the other party's fiery eyes and was a little nervous. He didn't know if it would work. Senior Kakashi, you don't have to do anything. Marutani Hang stretched out his right hand nervously. Following the command of his mind, the energy in the air instantly responded to the boy's call and began to condense near Marutani Hang's outstretched right hand, and the kun in his body slowly swam nearby and gradually showed its true form. Kakashi looked at Marutani Hang's magical operation like a magic trick and widened his eyes. He clearly felt that the concentration of natural energy in the air was terrifyingly high at this time. An area around Marutani Hang was completely surrounded by natural energy, including himself. This special situation made him a little absent-minded. He had never felt such a rich energy. What is this? The little kun has appeared, and Kakashi stared at the creature in front of him that was completely formed by chakra, with a trace of desire in his eyes. What is this? This is my summoning beast. Things have developed to this point, and Marutani Hang has no intention of hiding it, so he just tells the truth directly. Summoning beast. Kakashi was even more surprised after getting the answer. How can there be such a summoning beast in the world? Kun seemed to be very dissatisfied with what Kakashi said. He spit out a cloud of chakra from his mouth and hit the other party's masked face. Kakashi, who was suddenly attacked, was not angry. Instead, he felt the rich chakra on his face and immersed himself in it. It's amazing. Kakashi found that he was a little addicted to the rich chakra. Is there a way I can also be with him? Can I make a contract with such a summoned beast? Marutanihang was a little embarrassed. I think there should be no way. As far as I know, there should be only this Kun. What a pity. Although he couldn't see the expression on Kakashi's face, Marutanihang could feel the regret from the other party's tone. What are you going to do next? Senior Kakashi, can you absorb the chakra condensed by Kun? There happened to be a cloud of chakra on Kakashi's face, and he tried to absorb it, and found that it was unusually smooth. No problem. Kakashi closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body. After calculation, he found that his efficiency in absorbing chakra at this time was 10 times higher than usual. Great! Marutanihang had long known Kun's special attack method, which was to release a spherical object formed by chakra, and this special spherical object also had a certain effect of condensing natural energy. If Kakashi could absorb it smoothly, then he only needed to regularly replenish the other party with a small amount of chakra balls, so that Kakashi could always maintain a very high efficiency of chakra practice. Marutanihang expressed his idea, and Kakashi thought about it and found that it was extremely feasible. Thank you. This boy actually found a way to help himself, and Kakashi found that his heart was beating violently. Thank you so much. It seemed that a thank you was not enough to express his inner gratitude, and Kakashi repeated it several times afterwards. You're welcome, this is our deal, isn't it? Marutanihang also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is no problem. Well, I will definitely persuade the third generation. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi felt that what he did was not enough to exchange for Marutanikao's help, so he added before leaving. I owe you a favor. Chapter 25 The biggest backer of Konoha village. For Marutanikawa, he really just did a little work, and Kun was not affected much by it, but he gained Kakashi's favor. But Marutanikawa didn't feel very happy at this time. At this time, he was staring at the ceiling blankly, repeating the reminder that Kakashi left before leaving. Your summoning beast is really magical, but you must be cautious in the future. There will definitely be people in the world who covet its magical functions, especially the rich chakra around you, which is really too conspicuous in the eyes of powerful ninjas. Maybe you have been targeted by others now. I suggest you find a backer who can completely protect you in Konoha or even the entire ninja world. Kakashi's words awakened Marutanikawa, who had been doing very well. It seemed that he was really careless and overlooked such an obvious loophole. Thinking of this, Marutanikawa began to recall his itinerary after learning Xiao Au. He was first woken up by Kakashi in the morning, went to the Hokage's office, and then came to the Hyuga mansion. He went to the orphanage for the mission and then went home. This morning, he visited the teacher at Nara's house, and then walked towards the gathering place of the Uchiha clan for a while. He returned home after being stopped. Marutanikawa thought more and more that something was wrong. He has been to many places. He has almost stepped on the whole village. Kakashi is right. If others find out that he is different, people like him who are more disciplined will at most be curious and ask him questions, but what about those evil people who don't care about the rules? If the other party really has thoughts about me, then I will be completely passive? You know, except for Kun and the chakra all over his body, Marutanihang really doesn't know anything now, and he has no fighting power at all. Moreover, the ninja who can find his abnormality must be a strong ninja. How can he be his opponent? As if he noticed his master's impatience, Kun kept floating around Marutanihang, rubbing the boy's skin with his smooth body, as if comforting him. No, in order to ensure safety, I must do something. However, Marutani Hang also reacted at this time. What did Kakashi mean by the last sentence? The other party was not reminding himself, but pointing out a feasible path for himself. Find a backer. So who should I find? Marutani Hang touched the still worried Kun, took it back into his body, and began to try to control the energy in the air to make it appear normal. He had to maintain this state when he went out in the future. It must be said that Marutani Hang's control of chakra has reached a very high level, and it didn't take much time to adapt. The boy hurried out and ran straight to the Hokage building. That's right, the person he wanted to back was none other than the current third Hokage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you ask who is the most powerful person in the village now, almost everyone will tell you that there is only one answer, and that is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only is the opponent strong, he is very powerful and has the highest political status in Konoha. It can be said that if there is someone who cannot even protect him, then there is really no hope. Marutani Kao arrived at the Hokage building and reported the news of the request to see the third generation. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi had just returned from outside and was explaining to Sarutobi Hiruzen that the boy had requested to see the photo of Kabuto Yakushi. At this time, the voice of the Hokage's assistant suddenly came from outside the door, reporting the news that Marutani Kao had requested to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Report, Marutani Kao requested to see you. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Kakashi with a smile. Did you ask him to come? Kakashi shook his head. I didn't. He really didn't, he just secretly reminded him. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered the abnormality of Marutani Kao yesterday, but as a Hokage, he also has his own pride and will not ask the villagers to tell all the secrets without reason, but in fact, the Hokage still felt a little dissatisfied with Marutani Kao's hiding of information. Let him in. To their surprise, Marutani Kao knelt down as soon as he entered the door and began his gorgeous performance. Third generation, sir. I want to apologize to you. Tears flew down the boy's face, so miserable that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear it. What did you do wrong? Why do you want to apologize to me? It's like this, third generation sir, listen to me. Yesterday, I met third generation sir for the first time. Your heroic appearance intoxicated me, your powerful aura made me nervous, and your chic words impressed me. In addition, everyone was discussing the Kumagakure incident at the time, so I suddenly forgot to report to you the secret technique that my family has been passing down. Although Kakashi was wearing a mask on his face, he still covered his face with a slap. Marutani Kao did come to ask for forgiveness as he expected, but the words he said were too shameless. It seems that he still underestimated the thickness of Marutani Kao's face. Don't talk about those useful and useless things. What's going on? Not to mention Kakashi, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stand it. It's like this. Marutani Kao wiped the tears from his face and told the fact of how he inherited the family's secret technique with a sincere face. I found the secret technique from a pile of ancient books at home when I was cleaning the house the day before yesterday. After I learned it, the ancient books were integrated into my body. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but your heroic appearance. Don't say it, don't say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to hear it again for the second time, and quickly interrupted the boy. I know, I won't blame you for this. Thank you for the kindness of the third generation. Your mind is as broad as the sea. Don't talk like that. Hee, okay. Marutani Kao discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality is indeed peaceful, even a little bit peaceful, which is not in line with the identity of Hokage. I thought you were a steady person before. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little depressed. I didn't expect you to be such a jumpy guy. I failed the expectations of the third generation. Well, whatever. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely helpless with the boy, and turned to Kakashi and said, in the future, you should pay more attention to the people around Marutani Cow. Such a special summoning beast is also a treasure of the village, and must be treated with care. Yes. Marutani Cow immediately showed a satisfied smile. The plan worked. Thank you, third generation. Kakashi needed Kun's help, and Marutani Cow also needed Kakashi's protection. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it through very clearly, and simply tied the two together. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi had a certain degree of autonomy. If someone really wanted to target Marutani Cow, he could also use the excuse of protecting the treasure to take action. But Senior Kakashi will be going to Kumagakure soon. I'll find someone else to replace him when the time comes. Don't worry, Kakashi, take him away. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and asked Kakashi to invite Marutani Cow out. The third generation, who was left alone in the office, turned his chair, looked at the blue sky outside the window, lit a cigarette, and a huge figure from a few years ago appeared in his mind. Is it related to chakra and a summoned beast that can be integrated into the body? This reminds me of a monster. Hey! As the cigarette in his hand went out, only a sigh was left in the room. Chapter 26 Sweet's Lover. Kakashi followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's order and took Marutani Cow out of the office. The boy immediately shook Kakashi's hands gratefully. Thank you, Senior Kakashi, for reminding me. Nothing. Why are you so familiar? We are obviously not that close. After all, Marutani Cow was his benefactor, and Kakashi was too embarrassed to just pull his hand away, so he could only stand there awkwardly. I will go to the ambulator to look for information about Kabuto Yakushi, and I will give you the photo after I find it. Okay, by the way, Senior, I tried to conceal my chakra. Can you still see the difference now? Maruya Hang didn't know whether his method would work for masters, so he let Kakashi try it. Kakashi blinked, and then he realized that Maruya Hang had completely hidden the chakra around him, so he shook his head. I can't tell, you concealed it very well. Hehe, it won't work either, I will vomit if I drink too much. Maruya Hang found that he had become more and more crazy since he completed the startup mission. I don't know what you are talking about. Kakashi was not an idle person, so he naturally had no time to chat with Maruya Hang here, and left not long after. What should I do now? Maruya Hang, standing alone on the street, suddenly found that he was actually a little bored at this time. Kakashi has entrusted the matter of Kabuto Yakushi to Kakashi, and Shikaku-sensei has given him a month to prepare. Is he going to go to the Hyuga family again? Or should he find out if there is anything good to do in the village to relieve his boredom? Or should he go eat something first? Marutani Hang touched his stomach that was beginning to protest, and planned to fill his stomach first, but choosing a store was also a very difficult task. Just as the boy began to analyze the signs of various stores, he suddenly felt a touch on his shoulder. Marutani Hang turned his head and saw a hand on his shoulder, and he jumped out reflexively. Ah! I heard you were looking for me. Uchiha Itachi looked at Marutani Hang, who was frightened with a calm face. What's the matter? Marutani Hang touched his chest, calmed down his mood, and complained a little. You scared me. Uchiha Itachi apologized very straightforwardly. Sorry, I overestimated your strength. Why does your apology make people feel so uncomfortable? Will it? Although the current strength gap between the two is very obvious, in fact, Uchiha Itachi is 4 years younger than Marutani Hang and is much shorter, but Marutani Hang is embarrassed to let Uchiha Itachi call him his brother. What are you looking for me for? Judging from Uchiha Itachi's attitude, the two people's interaction is more like an exchange of equal status. It's not an important matter, I just want to ask you for a favor. What favor? Let's talk while we talk. Marutani Hang planned to get close to the other party at the dinner table. Uchiha Itachi touched his stomach and nodded. He was also hungry. Okay. But Marutani Hang's previous problem was still not solved. He couldn't decide which restaurant to go to, not to mention that there was another guest now, and his choice became more cautious. Itaki, do you know which restaurant has delicious food? Yes. Maruya Hang's eyes lit up. Great, isn't this perfect? Great. Then take me there. Uchiha Itaka did not refuse. Under his leadership, the two successfully came to a small shop and sat down. The decoration of the small shop is very simple. The strange thing is that it is obviously the peak time for lunch, but there are not many people in the shop. The only guests sitting at the few tables are all with their children. However, this is the shop recommended by Uchiha Itaki, and Maruya Hang naturally will not question the other party's choice. Maybe this situation is just a coincidence. What are the signs here? 3-color meatballs, red bean ice, mochi. Uchiha Itaka's expression is very serious, and he lists the menu seriously, but Maruya Hang feels more and more wrong the more he listens. Wait, is there anything less sweet? The 3-color meatballs are very good. The two looked at each other, and Uchiha Itaka's soul-piercing eyes made Maruya Hang a little bit unbearable to look directly. Uchiha Itaka was obviously not joking, and Maruya Hang held back the complaints that just came to his mouth. So you like sweets so much? Uchiha Itaka raised his hand and gestured to the boss in the store. Boss, here are 2 servings of 3-color meatballs. After saying that, the boy was afraid that Maruya Hang would misunderstand, so he kindly added to Maruya Hang, this is my own portion, what do you want? Then, I'll have a serving of 3-color meatballs too. Maruya Hang could only follow suit and order one. Here we are, let's eat it, we can still leave. Although he doesn't hate sweets, as a flower grower, Maruya Hang is more accustomed to the style of eating staple food every meal. Since I'm asking you for help, I'll pay for the meal. Okay. Uchiha Itaka nodded quickly. You should refuse symbolically. Why would you refuse at this time? Why did he become so rude? So what is it? Uchiha Itaka spoke again, I don't like talking while eating. Maruya Hang got straight to the point and directly stated his goal. I want you to help me investigate someone. Oh. Uchiha Itaka raised his eyebrows. The Uchiha clan, who served as the Konoha guard, did have information on most of the civilians in the village, which almost everyone knew. But I'm not sure if the other party is a ninja. If it's a ninja, I have no way. I know, if the other party is a ninja, I have other ways. As long as Uchiha Itaka is dealt with, then his plan will be completed. As long as Kabuto Yakushi is indeed a Konoha person, he will definitely get his photo. Uchiha Itaka looked in the direction of the kitchen of the store, his eyes revealed the unique expectations of a child of this age, but he was still talking to Maruya Hang. Have you looked for the Anbu? Yes. Maruya Hang didn't expect the other party to guess it at once. Did the third Hokage agree? Yes. Since the third Hokage agreed to your request, you must have a reasonable reason. Uchiha Itaka turned his head back. He had just seen the boss coming out of the kitchen with 3-color meatballs. I naturally won't refuse your request. Really? Thank you so much. You're welcome. The 3-color meatballs were finally served on the table. 3 small meatballs of different colors were strung on a wooden stick. One hand could pick them up, which looked very small and cute. Uchiha Itaka lowered his head and began to enjoy them seriously. Looking at the boy's enjoyment, Maruya Hang, who originally didn't want to start, hesitated for a moment, but still raised a string and stuffed it into his mouth. The size of the meatballs was just right for him to eat one at a time. Oh! The taste was surprisingly good. Chapter 27, Photo of Kabuto Yakushi. Get. Although he wanted to talk more with Uchiha Itaka to lay a good foundation for his future relationship with Uchiha Sasuke, they actually had no common topics. After eating the 3-color meatballs, Uchiha Itaka left first on the pretext that he had to practice. Maruya was bored. After helping several grandmothers cross the road, he returned home, closed his eyes, practiced, and waited for news from Kakashi. As a result, several days passed by, and Merida-ko never received any news from Kakashi. However, after a few days of practice, Merida-ko became more and more proficient in the manipulation of chakra. He believed that as long as he had the characteristics of ninja artist, he could play chakra in any way. In addition, under the reminder of Narashikaku, Marutani Hang also bought a piece of chakra sensing paper and tested his chakra attributes. He found that one side of the sensing paper was burning, while the other side was completely wet, which means that he has two attributes, namely the fire attribute and water attribute, which are the most common in Konoha. Marutani Hang continued to do good deeds in the village to accumulate points, while working hard to practice and lay a good foundation. After a few days, Kakashi still did not appear, but Uchiha Itachi came to him first. Uchiha Itachi was shocked when he appeared. The other party's expression was very bleak, and a trace of fatigue appeared in his always calm eyes, looking like he had experienced something. Yakushi Kabuto is not a civilian, and we don't have his information in our family. Thank you. Looking at the other party's somewhat bleak face, Marutani Hang couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? Has anything happened recently?" Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and finally didn't say it. "Nothing, I just feel a little tired." He has encountered a lot of troubles recently. Helping Marutani Kao to investigate the matter of Yakushi Kabuto has caused dissatisfaction among many clan members. They mistakenly thought that he was working for the third Hokage. No matter how he explained, he could not dispel the suspicion of the clan members. He also deeply felt that the conflict between the family and the village has reached a very serious level. If he does not take corresponding measures, irreversible accidents will definitely happen in the future. Don't be too tired, you are only 8 years old, don't keep everything in your heart. Marutani Hang's mental age is more than 10 years older than Uchiha Itachi, so he naturally puts himself in the position of an elder. If you have any problems, communicate with others more. After all, we are still young and our experience is not as rich as that of our elders. What you said makes sense. Although the relationship between the two is not very close, Uchiha Itachi actually recognizes Marutani Hang's brain in his heart. Of course, it is limited to the brain, but I don't think there is anyone I can trust. How could it be, your family? Unlike Marutani Hang, Uchiha Itachi has a family, and his father is the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Wait a minute, why are all the people he knows the head of the clan? Marutani Hang suddenly discovered that Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha Itachi, Narashikaku, all seem to be close to the patriarch of the Konoha family, and even the patriarch himself. Do I have any hidden passive talents? A professional clinger? Merida Kao was shocked by his own imagination, while Uchiha Itachi seemed to have thought of something and shook his head helplessly. Let's not talk about this. If there is no information from our family, then the person you are looking for must be a ninja. Yet, Kakashi has not been heard from for a long time. For this reason, Merida Kao specially went to the Hokage's office, but found that even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Kakashi's whereabouts recently, and only knew that the other party was carrying out some important and mysterious mission. Then I'll leave first. Okay, be safe. Yet, Uchiha Itachi left with something on his mind, and Merida Kao didn't think much about it. Anyway, it was probably not related to him. In the quiet house, Marutani Hang started his practice again. He has gradually fallen in love with the feeling of being completely immersed in natural energy during practice, which can keep him relaxed. I don't know how many hours have passed. Marutani Hang suddenly felt a breath appear in front of him. The boy reacted instantly, directly propped up his hands on the ground, turned over backwards, and pushed several steps away instantly. What? Senior Kakashi. Kakashi, who had been missing for several days, was standing calmly in front of his original seat, closing his eyes in enjoyment, and seemed to be absorbing the natural energy around him. "Senior Kakashi, aren't you getting something for free?" Marutani Hang showed a look of contempt, but Kakashi didn't care at all. "What does it mean to get something for free? I don't understand." Kakashi still had his iconic Enbu mask on his face, so people couldn't see his expression at all. Marutani Hang knew very well that Kakashi's appearance meant the advancement of his mission progress, and hurriedly asked him about the information of Yakushi Kabuto. "Senior, you must have got the information about Kabuto Yakushi when you came here this time." Speaking of Kabuto Yakushi, Kakashi seemed to remember something and became depressed all of a sudden. "The Kabuto Yakushi you are looking for is very strange." "Very strange?" "Yes." Kakashi took out 2 pieces of information with the name Kabuto Yakushi from his pocket and opened one of them. What he took out was a blank piece of paper. "This is all the information about Kabuto Yakushi in our Enbu database." "This?" Marutani Hang took it and looked at it several times. No matter how he looked at it, the paper was blank. "It's empty." "Yes, it's empty." Kakashi had never thought before that he was just helping to investigate the information of a ninja, but he found a mysterious organization in the village. "According to my investigation, Kabuto Yakushi is indeed a ninja in Konoha, but except for his name, the Enbu does not have any information about him." "Nothing? Photos too?" "Yes." "Why is this happening?" Marutani Hang is now like a question machine. In addition to the Enbu, there is another organization in the village, and Kabuto Yakushi is a member of this organization. "Ah!" Marutani Hang finally understood why Kakashi had been missing for several days. "So, Senior, have you been investigating this organization during this time?" "Yes." Kakashi sat down directly. After completing the investigation, he went directly to Marutani Hang's home, and he was still a little tired. He handed another document in his hand to the boy. "This is the information of Kabuto Yakushi in that organization." "Thank you so much." Marutani Hang excitedly took the information and opened it. An ordinary man with grey hair and large round glasses instantly came into his sight. Marutani Hang looked down at the photo, then raised his head and looked at Kakashi's head. Kakashi Senior, you and this Kabuto Yakushi. We have no relationship." "Oh. I just asked, why are you so mean to me?" Chapter 28 Inexplicable Challenge. "Okay, I have to go back and rest." Kakashi stood up from the ground, looking very tired. Marutani Kao quickly drove Kun and handed a chakra ball to him. "Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi-senpai." "It's okay to be hard." Kakashi shook his head as if he thought of something. "I'm just afraid of getting involved in something strange. But I believe that you can solve it. Good wishes." After sending the exhausted Kakashi away, Marutani Kao stuffed the photo and information of Yakushi Kabuto into an envelope he had prepared in advance. If he only sent a photo, it would be a bit abrupt. Since he was also an orphan and had received a lot of care from Yakushi Nono after crossing over, Marutani Hang took this opportunity to talk to him about his recent situation and some things happening in the village, such as Konoha's alliance with Kumagakure. The war was about to end, and he was going to become a ninja. Of course, Marutani Hang also attached the fact that he sent the photo at the end of the letter. "Dean, I heard that you have a very good relationship with Senior Yakushi Kabuto. Recently, for some reasons, I happened to get some information about him. I think you will be very happy if you can know some of the senior's recent situation, so I specially sent you a photo of him now." In order not to make his purpose too obvious, in addition to the photo of Yakushi Kabuto, Marutani Hang also put in some other irrelevant photos, including photos of the new residential area in the village and group photos of the children in the orphanage. "Well, it's taken well." Marutani Hang repeatedly admired his beauty and was reluctant to put his own photo in. The next morning, Marutani Ko got up early, went to the orphanage and handed the letter to the orphanage's current head, Yakushi Yu. After conveying the message that the letter must be delivered, Marutani Ko left the orphanage contentedly. He took the time to look at the task and found that the status of the task had not changed. It seemed that he had to wait until the photo reached Yakushi Nono before he could get the reward. He had done everything he could. If Yakushi Kabuto's photo could not reach Yakushi Nono smoothly, then Marutani Ko would really have no other choice. Just when Marutani Ko thought that the task had been completed and was planning to go to Nara's house to find Nara Shikaku to explain the situation, he was stopped on the street. Why was he often stopped recently? Marutani Ko was a little depressed. But this time, it was not an Anbu ninja or a member of the Uchiha clan who stopped him, but a strange little boy. The reason why he said the other party was strange was that the boy had 3 whiskers on each side of his cheeks, which looked funny and outrageous. Moreover, Marutani Hang discovered that the other party had a special huge energy in his body. The boy had short golden hair on his head and wore a piece of clothing with the Konoha logo painted on it. There was dust all over his body, including his face, and he didn't know when it was stuck. "Hello, little friend." This was not the first time that he was stopped by a child on the street. As a moral model known throughout the village, he was the idol of almost all the children in Konoha. Although the energy in this little fan's body was a little strange, Konoha was so big, what strange things didn't happen. As a result, the boy's attitude was beyond Marutani Hang's expectations. He squinted his eyes and stared at the boy's face, as if he was recognizing him. "Are you Marutani Hang?" "Yes, what do you want to talk to me about?" Marutani Hang was several heads taller than the other boy. He stretched out his hand and was about to touch the boy's head, but was unexpectedly slapped down by the other boy. "Don't touch me!" The boy was very excited and even stepped back a few steps, pointing his finger at Marutani Hang, who was standing there in a daze. "Ah!" Marutani Hang was afraid that the other party would misunderstand him, so he quickly waved his hand to show his goodwill. "Don't be afraid, I don't mean to bully you." "Hold, sorry." The boy swallowed his saliva and spoke hesitantly. It can be seen that the boy was very nervous at this time. Marutani Hang just waited quietly. Anyway, he had nothing else to do now, so he wanted to see what this strange little boy wanted to do. The boy brewed for a long time, and finally sorted out his mood. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "I want to challenge you." "Ah!" Marutani Hang didn't expect that what he was waiting for was a duel request. He blinked, thinking that he had misheard, and stretched out his finger, pointing at his face. "Me? Are you sure it's me? My name is Marutani Hang, did you recognize the wrong person?" "Yes. It's you. Marutani Hang." After sending out the duel request, the boy's momentum returned. What happened? Marutani Hang is now even more stupid. He repeatedly recalled the boy's face, but he still didn't recognize it. "I don't seem to know you." The boy nodded. The two had indeed never met before. "Then why do you want to duel with me? Did I offend you?" "No. But I must defeat you. Take away your title of Konoha's most popular young man." "Wait a minute, what is this strange name? Why don't I know what happened at all?" No, I don't know this title at all." "When was it selected?" The boy counted his fingers, as if he was counting the days. "Don't you know? This was just the result 5 days ago. You are the youngest person in the village under the age of 18. The most popular man." "Ah? Isn't Uchiha Itachi one?" Speaking of young people, Marutani Hang couldn't help but think of another person. "He seems to be the second place." The little boy was directly misled by Marutani Hang's thoughts. "Many people are afraid of him, so they didn't vote for him, but I'm not afraid of him. I see, I have to laugh at him when I have a chance. It's not good to laugh at others." "You're right, then I won't laugh at him." Marutani Hang nodded seriously, I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Okay, the little boy obediently gave way, and then reacted instantly, angrily accusing Marutani Hang, wait a minute. I want to challenge you. Damn it. I was actually teased by you. I didn't mean to tease you. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Not at all. The boy rushed over and hugged Marutani Hang's thigh. Marutani Hang looked at the stubborn boy and found that he had no way out. Did he really have to duel with him? Duel with a child? Looking at the huge energy in the other party, Marutani Hang was a little embarrassed. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if he lost? By the way, what's your name? Hearing Marutani Hang's question, the little boy still didn't let go of his hands hugging Marutani Hang's thighs, but just raised his head and shouted his name arrogantly. Remember it. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the man who will become Hokage in the future. The moment the boy's name came out of the other party's mouth, Marutani Hang's eyes instantly emitted a fiery light. Third generation master. He came to me himself. Chapter 29. A teacher is to impart knowledge and solve doubts. Hey, your eyes are so strange. Hee hee. Uzumaki Naruto felt that their positions seemed to have reversed in an instant. Staring at Marutani Kao's undisguised eager eyes, the boy couldn't help but loosen his hands and stepped back a few steps. What are you going to do? Hee, so you are Uzumaki Naruto? Yes. Although Marutani Kao was very suspicious now, Uzumaki Naruto had already applied for a duel. It was impossible for him to back down at this time. He mustered up his courage and suppressed his legs that wanted to turn around and run away. Marutani Kao really didn't expect that he had spent half a year and wasted a lot of effort, but he didn't find any news about Uzumaki Naruto, and even ended up being warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, just after he gave up, the other party came to the door. Do you dare to duel with me? Uzumaki Naruto was still thinking about the duel, which Marutani Kao felt very strange. Well, excuse me, I want to ask, why do you want to duel with me? I remember I didn't mess with you. Because. Uzumaki Naruto's voice gradually became smaller, so small that even Marutani Kao, who was standing in front of him, could hardly hear it clearly. Because, I also want to be a popular person. I see. Marutani Kao suddenly realized that it was just because of the childish thoughts unique to children. So he mistakenly thought that as long as he defeated himself, he could also become a popular person. Although Naruto looks a little sloppy now, the boy's foundation is still very good. His depressed expression makes people feel pity, and Marutani Kao can't help but feel a little sympathy in his heart. Other children don't play with me. Uzumaki Naruto was completely depressed, and Marutani Hang gently stroked his back, comforting the boy's fragile heart. Looking at the dust on the boy's clothes, Marutani Hang thought that maybe it was someone else who did it. After imagining a long and pitiful experience, he successfully moved himself and his eyes began to moisten. The dust on you. Naruto looked down at his clothes and patted them a few times. Oh, I accidentally did it when I was playing with sand. Give me back my touch. Marutani Hang sorted out his mood and asked again. So, you actually want to be as popular as me? Yes, although you are different from the image spread by others and look unreliable, you are really popular in the village. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Marutani Kao with envy in his eyes. He was lonely and had always longed for the feeling of being admired. You don't have to say the first half of the sentence, Marutani Kao coughed a few times. In just a few minutes, he came up with a way to build a good relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. In that case, leave it to me. What do you mean? Of course, it's to make you popular. Uzumaki Naruto is the protagonist of this world, so building a good relationship with him is only good for him, and Marutani Kao will naturally not let this super thigh get away. After my guidance you will definitely be the next champion of Konoha's most popular young people. Really? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, Can it really make me popular? Of course. Isn't this simple? Marutani Kao may not understand other things, but he is a real expert in this aspect. The two have been on the street for a long time. Marutani Kao took Uzumaki Naruto back home and began to prepare to teach each other. Marutani Kao stood in front of a blackboard that he didn't know where he got out, writing and saying, "Naruto, I tell you, there are two main ways to be popular." Yet, Uzumaki Naruto sat on the floor obediently, staring at Marutani Kao excitedly, his eyes full of desire for knowledge. "Teacher, please speak." Marutani Kao suddenly appeared on his face with a pair of glasses, intellectuality +1. The first way is to make others admire you. Admire. Marutani Hang's words seemed to be beyond Uzumaki Naruto's cognition. He was frowning and thinking about what the word meant. Marutani Hang quickly changed to a simpler and easier to understand expression. In short, being handsome is one of them. Uzumaki Naruto understood it now. The boy stared at Marutani Hang's face and suddenly shook his head. "Why are you staring at me? It seems that the teacher doesn't use this method." "What do you mean?" Marutani Hang's veins popped up on his head, but there was no way. He couldn't hit the future protagonist. He didn't have time to please the other party, so he could only continue the class. In addition to being handsome, if you are smart or very strong, everyone will also admire you and become your fans, and you will naturally become a popular person. Then what does the teacher rely on? It relies on appearance and IQ. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. "Ha ha ha. Teacher, you are really humorous. I'm not kidding. He is the protagonist, he is the protagonist, he is the protagonist." Marutani Hang repeated this in his mind for more than a dozen times before he resisted the urge to attack. "Itaki Uchiha of the Uchiha clan is this type, right?" "That's right." Marutani Hang nodded. "A strong person will naturally attract his own followers. This is an inevitable result that has appeared since ancient times. But your appearance is determined by nature. In my opinion, your IQ cannot be improved in a short period of time. So if you want to become popular in a short period of time, in addition to making yourself stronger, you have to use the second method." The teacher used the second method, right? I said, I rely on my appearance and IQ. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and showed a disgusted expression. "Teacher, the same joke is not funny when told a second time." "I'm not kidding. Continue the class, continue the class. The second method is different from the first method, and everyone can do it." Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes wide, waiting for the final answer. "What is that?" "Be a kind person." "A kind person?" "Yes." Maybe what he taught before was a little biased and incorrect, but what Marutani Kao said at this time was all his true words, which was also the deepest feeling he got in the whole year after he crossed over. "Maybe it's still a little empty for you, let's put it this way, just do good things." "Good things?" Uzumaki Naruto frowned and began to recall, is the teacher talking about your beating tigers and saving princesses? Why are there these rumors again? What exactly did they spread? Good things are not big or small. As the saying goes, do not do evil for the sake of smallness, and do not fail to do good for the sake of smallness. Marutani Hang continued his lecture, lowered his head to look at his students, and their eyes met. Looking at the other person's serious eyes, Marutani Hang suddenly realized that he was not only facing the protagonist of this world, but also a 3-year-old child. This gave him a sense of reality as a teacher, and a sense of responsibility suddenly weighed on his shoulders. "Teacher." Hearing Naruto's call, Marutani Hang cheered up and swallowed his saliva. "In front of the children, I must play the role of a good teacher. This is my sense of responsibility." He tried his best to put on the most kind smile in his career. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" "I'm hungry." Chapter 30 Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails. Eat slowly, don't be anxious, no one will snatch it from you. As a chef, the most fulfilling moment is watching others wolf down the food you prepare. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, whose mouth is full of food and whose hands have no intention of stopping, Marutani Kao showed a happy smile. Wait, when did I become a chef? After finishing the meal, Uzumaki Naruto lay on the floor without caring about his image, stroking his belly with satisfaction. Wow, I feel so happy. This is just a very ordinary meal. What do you usually eat? Marutani Hang asked curiously while cleaning up the tableware. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right hand and counted the fingers on his hand one by one. Instant noodles, and occasionally rice balls. That's all. Yeah, that's all. No way, you are the protagonist. How can you live so miserably? Is this God's tempering for you? Then shouldn't I be so good to you? Marutani Hang held the freshly prepared juice in his hand, hesitated for a while, and after considering that the other party was still a child after all, he handed the juice over. The huge amount of chakra in the boy's body, combined with the attitude of the village towards Uzumaki Naruto as a monster and an ominous thing, at this time, Marutani Kao has roughly guessed the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, but he still needs to wait for verification later. Thank you, teacher. Although it has not been long, Uzumaki Naruto's attitude towards Marutani Kao has changed from hostility at the beginning to respect now. Then I will do good deeds in the afternoon. Naruto drank juice comfortably, his two little feet swinging on the floor, and his head shaking back and forth from left to right. Okay, if there is an accident, just come to me again. Okay. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't wait to leave. At this time, he just wanted to be as popular as Marutani Kao at first sight, but just before he was about to leave, Marutani Kao stuffed another copybook into his arms. What is this? Calligraphy copybook. Ah! I don't want to study. Uzumaki Naruto began to wail. He had never studied since he was a child. No, if you want to be popular, you have to learn. Now everyone likes cultured people. Marutani Hang stretched out his finger and tapped the boy's forehead. Be good. Okay, Uzumaki Naruto pouted, looking very depressed. By the way, can the teacher accompany me in the afternoon? It's my first time doing good things and I have no experience. I'm a little nervous. What's there to be nervous about? I have something else to do later, so I won't go with you. Okay. For Naruto now, how to become popular is the most important thing. Marutani Hang has grasped the opponent's vital point and is already invincible. However, Marutani Hang did not lie to Naruto. He did have a very important thing to do. He left home and walked straight to the Hokage building. Marutani Hang is now an old acquaintance of the Hokage building. After a familiar set of procedures, he successfully came to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed here. Marutani Kao bowed as soon as he entered the room, and then spread his hands to show his innocence. He knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have known that he had contact with Uzumaki Naruto in the morning. Third generation, sir. Since you reminded me last time, I have not collected information about Naruto again. This time he came by himself. I know. Uzumaki Naruto has always been surrounded by Anbu ninjas to observe in secret. The next moment the two met, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the news. He did not expect that Uzumaki Naruto would actually find Marutani Kao himself. Third generation, sir, I came here this time mainly because I have a question to ask. Ask. Although he was a little troubled at first, after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it would be a good idea to let Uzumaki Naruto follow Marutani Kao and learn well. I want to ask you, what is in Naruto's body? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head in silence, and the huge hat blocked his face, causing Marutani Kao to be unable to see the other's expression. After waiting for several minutes, just when Marutani Kao was about to lose control, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. It's the 9 tails. Is it really a tailed beast? Yes, the 9 tails, one of the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world, is sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen was just thinking about whether he should tell Marutani Kao the secret of Uzumaki Naruto, but now that Marutani Kao has become Narashikaku's student, even if he doesn't say it, Narashikaku will tell him the truth. In this case, there is no need for him to hide it. Uzumaki Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki of our village. The answer is exactly the same as his guess. Although Marutani Kao's knowledge is not rich, he has heard of Jinchuriki as one of the strongest combat forces known in the ninja world. Apart from this possibility, Marutani Kao can hardly imagine any other way for a child to have such a large amount of chakra. But in this way, he has a new problem, and this problem is a bit sharp for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then why didn't the village protect Naruto, but instead isolated him? Isn't power the precious treasure of the village? When Marutani Hang asked the question, his tone was also a little dissatisfied. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really didn't want to believe that the village treated an innocent child like this. Facing the boy's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer directly, but slowly turned his chair and looked up at the sky outside the window. Marutani Hang, do you know about the disaster we had 3 years ago? Are you talking about the 9 Tails Rebellion? Although it has only been a year since Marutani Hang traveled through time, he has been using his free time to learn about the history of this world. Well, 3 years ago, the 9 Tails rioted and wreaked havoc in Konoha, causing serious damage to the village. Not only that, we also lost our youngest Hokage. Are you talking about the 4th generation? Yes, Minato sacrificed himself in that accident to reseal the 9 Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly but powerfully, the 9 Tails is the enemy of all the villagers, and the villagers' hatred for the 9 Tails is beyond your imagination. In this case, if the village does not express its position to prove that it stands on their side, then not only will it not be able to save Naruto's life, but it will cause greater dissatisfaction and cause greater unrest. Marutani Hang finally understood what the other party meant and felt a sense of powerlessness of a small person in the tide of history. So Naruto is a sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute, but silently clenched his fists. For the peace within the village, someone must make sacrifices. If possible, I even hope it's me. But no, Minato has already sacrificed, and Konoha must have a Hokage. A Hokage who can shoulder everything and continue to command Konoha to move forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low, but very firm. Chapter 31 Pessimist. Marutani Kao came to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complaining attitude, but his mind began to become dazed by the other party's words. When he slowly recovered, he found that he had left the Hokage building and was walking on the street of the village. It must be said that although Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation was a bit cruel, it was still barely convincing. In addition, Marutani Kao didn't know the specific situation of that year, and he couldn't think of a more reasonable solution for a while. But Uzumaki Naruto became a victim after all, bearing the anger and hatred of all the villagers who were injured in the 9 Tails Rebellion. This was unfair to him. As the carrier of the 9 Tails, he was a victim of that accident like all the injured villagers. Ah! Thinking of this, Marutani Kao couldn't help but sigh. What are you sighing about? A familiar voice suddenly appeared, startling Marutani Kao. The boy calmed down and found that the elusive Uchiha Itachi had appeared in front of him again. However, the difference this time was that the other party was holding a smaller mini version of Uchiha Itachi in his hand. Except for the tear grooves on both sides of his cheeks, the two looked exactly the same. Brother asked you why you were sighing. The mini version of Itachi stared at the person in front of him who kept looking at him with dissatisfaction, and repeated the question Uchiha Itachi had asked before. Who is this? Oh, this is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, you can just call him Sasuke. Who is he to my brother? Uchiha Sasuke held Itachi's hand tightly and asked curiously. Is he my friend? Although Uchiha Itachi was strong and one of the best talents in the village, he was a little awkward in interpersonal communication. Marutani Hang was one of the few people he could chat with, so he was naturally a friend. He is the protagonist of the story you heard before, Marutani Hang. Hi, hello, little Sasuke. Marutani Hang wondered if he had been lucky recently. Not only did Uzumaki Naruto come to him personally and become his student, but Uchiha Sasuke appeared again in a blink of an eye. He was his second thigh in the future. Ah! That's it. Uchiha Sasuke looked up and down at Marutani Hang, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It looks like that. Hey, I'm standing next to you. Can you not leave yet? Can you be a little more tactful when you speak? It's very hurtful. Sasuke, you can't talk like that. Itaki Uchiha skillfully scolded the boy for his rude behavior. It can be seen that this is obviously not the first time he has educated Sasuke in this way. Although we have to be honest, sometimes we also need some white lies. I know, brother. Sasuke nodded seriously. You don't think I will be happy if you say that? Itaki Uchiha ignored the boy's resentful eyes, bought a few strings of 3-color meatballs from a small shop on the street, and handed one of them to Sasuke. Why did you sigh just now? Did you encounter any trouble? Or was it about that person last time? No, 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 the meatballs. Guhang waved his hands quickly. I have successfully resolved the last matter. That's good, then why are you sighing? Uchiha Sasuke seems to have a deep relationship with Uchiha Itaki, and the two have never let go of their holding hands since the beginning. I'm thinking about a problem. This is not a private matter. One more person means one more thing to think about. Marutani Hang simply said the problem that bothered him. I'm thinking, when personal interests conflict with collective interests, can we come up with a result that both sides can accept? This depends on the actual situation, and sometimes ideas are very subjective. Oh. When a person's personal interests conflict with collective interests, this to a certain extent shows that one side must be right, and the other side has gone astray. In my opinion, the best solution is to choose a camp from them and fight for it. This. Marutani Hang felt that Uchiha Itaki's idea was a bit too pessimistic. I think there should be a better solution. I don't know. But I think that as long as there is a problem that cannot be solved in a short time, the conflict will become more and more intense until it breaks out completely. The conversation between the two was still a bit beyond the scope for Uchiha Sasuke now. The boy ate the 3-color meatballs in his mouth and didn't understand what his brother meant at all. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something happy. Why did you go out with your brother today? Marutani Hang shook his head. The past is over. He will take care of Naruto in the future. He went out this time just to report his loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen and verify his guess about Uzumaki Naruto's identity. He didn't want to discuss these profound philosophical issues with others. A puppy that Sasuke loved very much died. I took him out for a walk to relax. This is not a happy thing. Life is like this. You never know which will come first, the surprise or the accident. Are you a philosopher? Several people were chatting and eating. Just when Marutani Hang was about to continue to get close to Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi suddenly raised his head and looked in one direction. What's wrong? Marutani Hang also looked in the direction of the other party and was surprised to find a familiar figure rushing towards him. The person who came also found the 3 people and immediately called for help. Marutani Cow. Help! The conspicuous pineapple head has proved his identity. He is the son of his master Narashikaku, Narashikamaru. Although he didn't know what happened, seeing the other party in such an urgent state, Marutani Cow still took a few steps forward and protected the boy behind him. What happened? Shikamaru, why are you here? Narashikamaru panted and pulled his father's cheap student. My mother asked me to go out to buy something. On the way back, I met a weirdo who insisted on pulling me across the road. I have been dragged across the road by him 4 times. Just now, I ran away when he didn't pay attention. If I don't go home, I will definitely be beaten by my mother. What kind of person? How can he be so hateful? Is there such a person in the village? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke also showed curious eyes. Nara Shikamaru shuddered as if he remembered some terrible memories. It's a kid with blonde hair. Oh, and he has a beard on his face. He kept chanting something strange like, I want to do good things, I want to do good things. Damn it! There are people like this. Wait a minute. Marutani Cow blinked. Why does this person sound so familiar? Chapter 32, Grievance. Hey! Why are you running away? Before Marutani Cow could say his guess, a very familiar voice came from not far away, and he stretched out his hand to cover his face. It's you. He's coming. He's coming. Nara Shikamaru quickly hid behind Marutani Cow, grabbing the corner of the boy's clothes. Brother Marutani Cow, protect me. You will only call me brother at this time, right? I found you. Why are you running away? Why do you refuse my kindness? The boy who had met an hour ago reappeared in front of Marutani Cow. Yes, the real identity of the weirdo was Uzumaki Naruto himself. Forcing me to keep crossing the road, it's not a good intention anyway. With someone to back him up, Nara Shikamaru spoke more confidently. What can I do? No one wants to help me. Uzumaki Naruto was in a very bad mood. More than an hour had passed since he left the house, but he didn't do anything. He looked up depressed, but found that the person Nara Shikamaru relied on was his cheap teacher. Teacher, why are you here too? Teacher. Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Marutani Hang and frowned. As a genius boy of the Uchiha clan, he learned many secrets from his parents and clan members, including that Uzumaki Naruto was actually the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Teacher. Nara Shikamaru showed a horrified expression. He was so scared that he loosened his hand holding the corner of Marutani Hang's clothes and stepped back several steps. You. It's his teacher. Teacher, I just went home and didn't find you. Where did you go? Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have suffered a great grievance. He ran a few steps and came to Marutani Hang. What's wrong? Didn't you go to do good deeds? Why did you force Shikamaru to cross the road all the time? Marutani Hang was very curious. How did these two people get together? You actually know each other. Nara Shikamaru obviously hasn't woken up from the shocking news. Shikamaru? Is his name Shikamaru? Naruto glanced at Nara Shikamaru. Teacher, do you know him? Yes, Shikamaru is my teacher's son. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. He didn't expect that he would find the son of his master just by finding someone randomly. I don't want to. I just want to do good things. Forcing others is not a good thing. But those people won't let me help. So I can't do good things? I had no choice, and I saw him standing on the side of the road, so I came up with this idea. How stupid! The sudden complaint came from Uchiha Sasuke, who was secretly eavesdropping, but after he finished speaking, he immediately hid behind Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, Naruto didn't hear it clearly because of his depressed mood, otherwise another quarrel would be inevitable. Marutani Ka realized it later, and only then did he react. Uzumaki Naruto and himself had completely different starting points. He had the buff of his family sacrificing for the village at the beginning, and everyone was more tolerant of him, but Uzumaki Naruto was different. He had a negative favorability in the hearts of most villagers, so naturally they would not let him get close to them, let alone ask him for help. My problem, I took it for granted. Marutani Ka always chose to admit his mistakes directly. This is my problem, Shikamaru, I apologize to you on behalf of Naruto. No, I did it, and I should apologize. Uzumaki Naruto also has his own persistence for this kind of thing. Your name is Shikamaru, right? I'm sorry. Naruto bowed deeply. Marutani Kao knew what Nara Shikamaru was worried about, and added a sentence. I will explain to my master's wife, don't worry. Nara Shikamaru's personality is much more mature than his actual age. He was frightened before because he thought about facing his kind mother after returning home, so he was confused. Now that he has received Marutani Kao's promise, he has slowly calmed down. Facing Naruto's apology, he also chose to accept it calmly. Okay, I forgive you, but I have to go home now. Nara Shikamaru still has a small bag in his hand, which is the item that Nara Yoshino asked him to buy. Well, then you go back first, I will visit and explain later. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Nara Shikamaru ran directly towards home. Although he had Marutani Kao's endorsement, he had been out for a long time after all. In order not to worry his parents, it would be better to go back as soon as possible. From the time Uzumaki Naruto appeared to the time Nara Shikamaru left, during the whole process, Uchiha Itachi had been silently observing the three people without saying a word. He was still thinking about what kind of consequences would come from the friendship between Marutani Hang and Uzumaki Naruto, and whether it would affect the interests of his family and village. Who are they? As soon as Nara Shikamaru left, Uzumaki Naruto noticed the two brothers on the side. As a middleman, Marutani Hang also began to introduce each other. The two protagonists of this world actually met in this way, and it is unknown whether they would rub out strange sparks. This is Uchiha Itachi, my friend, and this is his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi. Hearing the other party's name, Uzumaki Naruto's mood, which had just been a little depressed, was rekindled. You are Uchiha Itachi, who ranks second in Konoha's most popular young people. Like Marutani Kao, Uchiha Itachi had never heard of such news, so he was naturally confused and reacted calmly, but Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing next to him, seemed to have suddenly been ignited by a fuse, and jumped up excitedly. What a rubbish selection! My brother is the best. Although he was not clear about this so-called award, his brother was only the second place. Such an insult directly angered Sasuke, except for my brother, who else is qualified to be the most popular young man in Konoha? Of course it's the teacher. Naruto has now completely become a fan of Marutani Kao. In the short time they have been together, he has felt the care from Marutani Kao. Although ordinary, it is warm and moving enough, and has always been deep in the darkness. He rarely felt the warmth of light, so he naturally would not allow others to slander him. Sorry, Itachi, I won the first place. You deserve it. Uchiha Itachi has always maintained an indifferent attitude towards these meaningless selections in the village. Moreover, in his opinion, Marutani Hang's performance on weekdays is indeed worthy of such a result. Okay Sasuke, hurry up and apologize to Marutani Hang. No matter what, Uchiha Sasuke still insulted Marutani Hang inadvertently. Educating children is an important matter, and Uchiha Itachi will not ignore such a small matter. Why should I apologize to him? Obviously my brother is the best. He quarreled with others for his brother's reputation, and his brother actually asked him to apologize. Sasuke felt extremely wronged, and tears began to brew in his eyes. I'm not wrong. The atmosphere between the two brothers became a little stiff. Hearing Sasuke's statement, Naruto just opened his mouth to say something, but was pulled by Marutani Hang and blocked his mouth. Don't add fuel to the fire. I didn't add fuel to the fire, Naruto said in a wronged tone, the teacher is the most popular one. Chapter 33 Is it really the teacher? Class. The atmosphere between the two Uchiha brothers was a bit stiff. As a good person in Konoha, Marutani Kao naturally couldn't pretend not to see it. Sasuke, come and listen to my analysis. I don't want to listen to you. Sasuke didn't have any good feelings for this enemy who took away his brother's first place. Uchiha Itachi was about to speak after hearing this, but was stopped by Marutani Kao. Okay, you have no experience in teaching children, so let me do it. What experience do you have? Uchiha Itachi looked at Marutani Kao, who was only 4 years older than him, speechlessly. I have been helping out in the orphanage for a long time. Well, okay. Marutani Hang could see that Uchiha Itachi was still a little behind him in terms of educating children. After helping out in the orphanage and watching a bunch of useful and useless videos in his previous life, Marutani Hang knew very well that what children need most when communicating is an equal attitude. He slowly squatted down and tried to look at Suzuki. Suzuki, it's normal that Itachi didn't get first place. Humph. The little brat still looked awkward. In order to make Suzuki accept himself, Marutani Hang planned to get the other party's approval first. First of all, is Itachi much stronger than me? That's for sure. My brother is a genius in our family. That's right. Marutani Hang nodded. Do you think I look scary? Suzuki shook his head. Not scary. What if it's another ninja? Marutani Hang pointed casually, and a white-haired ninja appeared in his field of vision, and he was immediately depressed. How could it be such a coincidence? Is Konoha so small? Kakashi obviously also noticed the situation here. He was holding a book with an unclear title in his hand. He just greeted Marutani Hang and had no intention of approaching. Uchiha Itachi recognized the other party's identity directly. Do you know Kakashi-senpai? A little bit. Uchiha Suzuki looked at the strange mask on Kakashi's face and felt uncomfortable, a little bit, but not much. That's right. People with strong strength always make people feel afraid. Compared with Itachi, ordinary villagers will definitely find me more friendly, right? But, the third generation is also very strong, but he is the champion of Konoha's most popular adult. Uzumaki Naruto was also listening to the class next to him. When he found a problem, he raised his hand to express his opinion. Marutani Kao glanced. What's your business again? Uchiha Itachi also nodded. Indeed, the third generation is very popular. Although he didn't care much about the results of the selection, Uchiha Itachi, as the representative of the new generation of the Uchiha family, had to maintain a good image if possible, so what you said before is not necessarily true. Why do you have to ask questions too? Suddenly, he had another student and had to teach 3 people. The pressure on Marutani Kao instantly increased. The results of the selection must be made up of many factors. Just now was just the first point. What else? The second point is that the villagers know me better, but Itachi is a little unfamiliar to them. My brother is very famous. Suzuki was dissatisfied and raised an objection. Although this is the case, the people who live around us and the people in the story, which kind of people do you think people will trust more? I usually go to the village. There is not much time for activities, either training or carrying out missions. Hearing Marutani Hang's explanation, Uchiha Itachi nodded and agreed. The people who know me are either members of the Uchiha clan or ninjas from other clans. That's right, so if you have to choose, everyone will unconsciously favor me, because I am closer to them. Now I guess many people still think Itachi is a cold person. It seems that I have to move around the village more occasionally in the future. As the eldest son of the current family leader, and with a natural talent for ninjutsu, if nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Itachi will definitely become the new leader of the Uchiha clan in the future. In his mature opinion, he naturally has to pay attention to his image in the village at all times, even though he is only 8 years old now. So, the result of this selection cannot prove that I am better than Itachi, it can only prove that compared with Itachi, the villagers know me better. So, do you not like me because you don't know me? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. That's right. Marutani Hang picked up Naruto. Everyone doesn't know that Naruto is a kind and good boy, so we have to do good things to prove ourselves. But no one wants me to help. There will be a way in the future. Marutani Hang has a clever plan for the small problem Naruto is facing now. He is an experienced master in helping to do good things. Your problem is very simple. I will find a way to help you solve it later. Originally, he was dissatisfied with his brother being compared with Marutani Hang. After Marutani Hang's analysis, Sasuke's indignation was relieved, but he still felt very wronged for his brother's accusation of him. Sasuke's little expression was seen by Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, I'm sorry, my tone was a bit heavy just now. Sasuke, who had just looked like he was going to break up with Itachi, became a little shy after receiving the other party's apology. No, brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't talk back to you. I was not angry just now because you said something wrong. I think there is nothing wrong with expressing your own ideas, but you should be respectful when facing your seniors. Looking at the two brothers hugging each other tightly after reconciliation, Marutani Kao sighed. It seems that these two brothers are the type who don't like to express themselves. Then, brother, do you want to do good things too? Sasuke blinked his big eyes and looked at Itachi. Yet, Uchiha Itachi recently received a message. He was a little hesitant at first, but after Marutani Hang's analysis today, he has now made up his mind. Marutani Hang is right. It's not just individuals, but also families. Although the Uchiha clan is rich and powerful, it has reached such an embarrassing point in the village. It must have a new image representative to show itself in front of the villagers. Marutani Hang didn't know what Uchiha Itachi was thinking at this time. He was busy dealing with Naruto, who was constantly having problems. Uzumaki Naruto excitedly grabbed Marutani Hang's two hands and kept shaking them back and forth. Teacher, what did you come up with? Tell me quickly. Naruto, don't shake it. I feel like I'm about to vomit all the food I ate at noon. Sasuke looked at the excited Naruto and felt a little impulse in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Itachi. Don't look at me. Itachi noticed the boy's little action. If you really want to shake it, then you should go and shake him too. Chapter 34 The Gradually Expanding Circle of Friends. Although he was very moved, Sasuke did not go forward in the end. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, Marutani Kao was still too unfamiliar to him. He held Itachi's hand and watched the little interaction between the two with envy. Uzumaki Naruto was really too clingy. Marutani Kao had no choice but to promise to help him solve the problem immediately. Okay, isn't it just that no one asked you for help? I'll help you solve it later. Great. Uzumaki Naruto excitedly grabbed Marutani Kao's hand and wanted to move forward, then let's set off quickly. Marutani Kao was pulled forward by Naruto, turned his head helplessly, and said goodbye to Itachi. Then we'll go first. Naruto, say goodbye to Itachi and Sasuke. Bye. Itachi brother. And Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki turned around excitedly and waved his hand. Itachi nodded in a friendly manner. Goodbye, Naruto. We are not that familiar with you. Sasuke's attitude was not very kind. He had no good feelings for this idiot. Naruto didn't care about Sasuke's attitude. Over the past few years, he had become accustomed to the way others treated him. Naruto could ignore it, but Itachi couldn't ignore it. He tapped Sasuke's head gently. What did you say just now? Have you forgotten it? But he is not an elder. Friends are the same. Sasuke wanted to refute, but seeing the brother's serious eyes finally moved away and nodded gently. Are we friends? Naruto opened his eyes wide, and the joy in his eyes seemed to be about to overflow. Sasuke is my friend. Although he was very unwilling, Sasuke still admitted it. Yet, although the voice was very low, Naruto heard it clearly enough and jumped up excitedly in an instant. Great! I have a friend. Although Marutani Hang took good care of himself, the age difference between the two was still far apart, and they were not friends. Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was about the same age as him, and was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Sasuke, I will definitely protect you in the future. I don't need your protection. You should get along well in the future. Marutanihang touched Naruto's head. Since we are friends, we can't quarrel over trivial matters in the future. Okay. Naruto responded actively. Although Naruto was very happy to have a friend, he still thought about becoming popular and pulled Marutanihang away. The two brothers of the Uchiha clan stayed where they were. Brother, why should I be friends with Naruto? Sasuke felt very strange about his brother's decision to let him be friends with Naruto. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he also had his own pride. In his opinion, there was no need for him to be friends with someone like Naruto. Itachi reached out and gently stroked his brother's hair. Don't underestimate anyone. There will never be a lack of miracles in this world. If we are self-righteous, then we will be eliminated. Is this also the reason why my brother is friends with Marutanihang? Sasuke was still a little confused. He obviously looks very weak. You have to call him brother, he is very special. Hey! Uchiha Itachi remembered the first time he met Marutanihang. At that time, he didn't know each other and thought he was just an ordinary civilian. Everyone in the village has a fearful, respectful, or hateful attitude towards our family, but he is very special, very special. He is just an ordinary civilian in the village, but there is no gap in his eyes, only equality. When talking to him, although he will use honorifics and honorifics, you can feel that in his heart. Everyone is equal. Do you know how magical this is in this world? Sasuke shook his head in a daze. Yeah, you don't know. Itachi doted on Sasuke's black hair. When you grow up, you will understand that this world is really too complicated. My brother is obviously only 5 years older than me. Sasuke puffed his lips, closed his eyes, and silently enjoyed his brother's unique tenderness. As for this time, Marutanihang and Uzumaki Naruto had already run away. Marutanihang took back the initiative and led Uzumaki Naruto to the Nara family. Where is this? Uzumaki Naruto turned his head curiously and observed the unfamiliar environment around him. It's Shikamaru's house. Shikamaru's house? Is his house so nice? Before the two of them got close, they heard miserable wails coming from the house. Marutanihang! Why haven't you come yet? Who called me? Marutanihang knocked on the door of the Nara family and saw Shikamaru Nara standing by the door with his hands raised high. He was carrying a huge bucket in his hands. Shikamaru, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Naruto asked curiously. Shikamaru Nara was originally complaining about Marutanihang with gritted teeth. When he heard the voices of the two, it was as if a lost traveler had found a lighthouse that lit up the direction in the dark, and his eyes instantly shone with light. Brother Marutanihang, you are finally here. Hurry up and explain to mother. Oh? Now you know to call me brother. Marutanihang couldn't help but tease. Nara Shikamaru made a loud noise in surprise. Nara Yoshino and Nara Shikaku, who were in the house, came out after hearing the sound. They heard the sound before they saw the person. What's wrong? Who's here? Teacher, it's me. Nara Yoshino and Nara Shikaku appeared in the yard at the same time. Shikamaru was still carrying a huge bucket. He didn't dare to put it down without his mother's consent. Oh, it's Xiao Hang. Shikamaru said he met you just now. Is it true? Nara Shikamaru explained the situation as soon as he got home, but Nara Yoshino didn't believe it. Instead, she thought her son was lying. In anger, she punished Shikamaru to stand outside. Teacher's wife, this is what happened. Marutanihang quickly told the little thing that happened between Shikamaru and Naruto before. Nara Yoshino, who knew the truth, felt a little guilty and stepped forward to put the bucket aside. I misunderstood you, I'm sorry Shikamaru. Saved. Nara Shikamaru, who escaped the disaster, did not feel dissatisfied or complained. He knew that his mother's personality was like this. He just massaged his sore muscles and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, mother. Nara Shikako had spotted Uzumaki Naruto before, and he winked at Marutani Kao. Naruto, you play with Shikamaru first, I have something to talk to the teacher about. Marutani Kao pushed Naruto to Shikamaru's side, and followed Nara Shikako to the side. Nara Shikako's expression was a little serious, he was afraid that his students would get into trouble. Do you know Naruto's identity? I know, teacher, I have already asked the third generation for instructions. That's good. Nara Shikako finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when he saw Uzumaki Naruto just now, he was very nervous. You know, Uzumaki Naruto is now Sarutobi Hiruzen's treasure and cannot be touched by anyone. Chapter 35 I didn't expect you to be a tsundere. Although the master-disciple relationship between Marutani Hang and Nara Shikako was forcibly brought together by Sarutobi Hiruzen, after the last conversation, Nara Shikako was quite satisfied with his student who was still clear-headed. At least compared with the next generation of the old lovers next door, he was already very good. By the way, teacher, I have something else to ask you. Looking at the flattering smile on Marutani Hang's face, Nara Shikako couldn't help but shudder and waved his hand directly. Don't be like this, just say it if you have anything to say. Marutani Hang smiled. I want you to help spread a message. What message? Nara Shikako decided to listen to it before deciding whether to help. He has always been a rational person. For him, no matter what, he must put his family behind everything, even the students' requests are no exception. If it is too much news, I will definitely refuse. No, it's very simple. Just say that I just accepted a student recently. Hey! Nara Shikako frowned. Combined with Marutani Kao's actions just now, he suddenly had a bold guess, you are talking about Uzumaki Naruto. As expected of a teacher, you are so smart. Marutani Kao just flattered him, but saw Nara Shikako's face turn blue in an instant. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Marutani Kao didn't expect that Nara Shikako's reaction would be so big. You know Naruto's identity, and you should be very clear about the consequences of being involved with him. You are very smart and think of using the village's undisclosed Jinchuriki to enhance your influence, but have you ever thought about whether you can control this power now? You haven't become a qualified ninja yourself, how can you accept him as a student? Teacher, I'm not. Nara Shikako was obviously really angry. A series of words shot out of his mouth like bullets, all hitting Marutani Kao. In order to let the two children play to their heart's content, Nara Yoshino has returned to the room first. Although they couldn't hear the content of the conversation between Marutani Kao and Nara Shikako, Naruto and Shikamaru both noticed Nara Shikako's excited movements. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto was a little worried when he saw this, and just as he was about to get closer, he was grabbed by Shikamaru's clothes. What are you doing? I'm going to check the situation. Don't go over there. Nara Shikamaru didn't know the specific content of the conversation between the two, but he knew that the two deliberately kept their distance and didn't want him and Naruto to hear it, let them talk by themselves. But I'm a little worried. Don't worry, Marutani Kao is your father's student, there won't be any accidents. Marutani Kao felt that Nara Shikako must have misunderstood something, and wanted to explain, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Nara Shikako. Nara Shikako stared at the boy's eyes seriously. I feel very angry now, but I'm not angry because of your stupidity. It's because your behavior is a very irresponsible behavior. Whether it's to yourself, the village, or Naruto, it's a very irresponsible behavior. Teacher, I didn't. You are putting yourself in danger by doing this. I didn't expect that you don't even have this little bit of judgment now, and you want to become Naruto's teacher. I. Marutani Cow couldn't find the time to speak at all. Hurry up and follow me. Let's go to the Hokage building now to apologize to the third Hokage and explain the situation. It's still early and you haven't made a complete mistake yet. Maybe you can still make up for it. Narashikako grabbed Marutani Cow's hand and was about to walk out. After saying a lot of words, Narashikako's mouth was a little dry, so he stopped. Teacher, old master, please listen to me. Marutani Hang finally had the opportunity to explain, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to use Naruto. I am also very clear about my current strength. I don't plan to become Naruto's ninja teacher. Hey! Marutani Hang's explanation was like a hammer, hitting Narashikako's head, knocking him out completely. What's the situation? Naruto wants to be popular. So he found me. I want him to do good things in the village like me and accumulate the trust of the villagers. Narashikaku slowly let go of Marutani Hang's hand. Although it was a somewhat misunderstanding, Marutani Hang was a little moved. Narashikaku's anxiety just now was not acted out. Teacher, I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Hehe, Narashikaku was left with nothing but embarrassment at this time. He stroked his nose and turned his head away. In fact, I'm just afraid that you will cause trouble and involve our Nara family. Hehe. Ahem, it's true. Narashikaku coughed and emphasized it again. I know, teacher. I didn't expect you to be a tsundere, teacher. The relationship between the two is quietly deepening. In order to change the subject, Narashikaku took the initiative to mention Marutani Cow's original plan. If it's just to make Naruto accepted by the villagers, I think there should be no problem, but we have to notify the third generation in advance. If the third generation has any objections, we'd better not move. Well, Marutani Cow took it seriously, and then seemed to think of something, and suddenly shouted loudly at the big tree next to him, "Is the senior from the Anbu here?" Narashikaku immediately understood Marutani Cow's idea and shook his head helplessly. You are so bold that you actually want the Anbu ninja to pass on your message. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen had given instructions in advance. As soon as Marutani Hang finished speaking, a ninja dressed in Anbu costume really appeared in front of the two. Meetings, Lord Shikaku. The Anbu ninja greeted Narashikaku first. Yes. Narashikaku nodded, thank you for your help. Marutani Hang knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely send someone to follow Uzumaki Naruto, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually come out like this. After telling the Anbu ninja the outline of his plan, Marutani Hang asked him to convey it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other party immediately disappeared by the wall after receiving the information. Narashikaku turned around and carefully observed Uzumaki Naruto, who was looking over here from time to time not far away. What do you think of Naruto? What do you mean by what? Although Narashikaku knew that Uzumaki Naruto was a Jinchuriki, he knew nothing about the boy's personality. As a Jinchuriki, if his personality is changeable, irritable, gloomy, and uncontrollable, it will become a big problem for Konoha in the future. Marutani Cow can rest assured about this. As the protagonist of this world, even if Naruto's personality has flaws, he is definitely a backing that can be relied on, and Naruto has left a good impression on him, at least much better than that Uchiha Sasuke. That kid is just an awkward one. Although I haven't been with Naruto for a long time, I think he is a very simple child. Simple. Innocent is not an advantage, but it is not a disadvantage either. Yes, and he has a very great ideal. What? He wants to become a Hokage. Listening to Marutani Cow's introduction, Narashikaku suddenly smiled, and his eyes looking at Uzumaki Naruto became much gentler. Then he has to work hard, not everyone can be a Hokage. Chapter 36, Plan to integrate into Konoha. In fact, Marutani Cow's plan is very simple. There are two main reasons why the villagers reject Naruto now. One is the fear of the 9 tails that ravaged Konoha, and the other is the hatred of the 9 tails. If he can solve these 2 problems, the villagers will surely begin to slowly accept Naruto. The first step of his plan is to spread the relationship between himself and Naruto, and rely on his good impression in the hearts of the villagers to help Naruto eliminate some prejudices. This move may be risky for Marutanikawa himself. Maybe someone will transfer the hatred of the 9 tails and Naruto to Marutanikawa, and not only will they not accept Naruto, but they will also criticize Marutanikawa, but he himself does not care about it. Marutanikawa knows that he has never been a saint, and the original intention of doing good things is not for any reputation. In order to let Naruto improve the situation in the village, a little sacrifice is nothing. Even if other ordinary people encounter such a pitiful experience, he will help. Moreover, Marutanikawa knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen valued Uzumaki Naruto. Once he took the lead in opening a gap, the old man would immediately use the power at hand to speed up the villagers' acceptance of Naruto. So his plan this time was not just his own. The person standing behind him was none other than Konoha's supreme leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was one of the reasons why Marutanikawa was willing to share his plan with him. Of course, the main reason he did all this was because he knew that Uzumaki Naruto was the protagonist of this world. Even if he didn't intervene at this moment, Naruto would shine with his own light in the future. The misunderstanding between Marutanikawa and Narashikaku, the 2 masters and apprentices, had been resolved, and they began to explain their plans in detail to each other. Naruto and Shikamaru had been secretly observing the 2, and were relieved to see the current situation. "I thought the teacher had a quarrel with your father." "I thought so too." Not long after, the Anbu ninja reappeared in front of the 2 of them, bringing the message that Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to. Not only that, the other party even took the initiative to take on the task of spreading the news. The 3rd generation also said that the task of spreading the news would be given to him. Marutanikawa and Narashikaku looked at each other and smiled. Sure enough, his judgment was not wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen really valued Naruto. "If that's the case, then there's no need for me to do anything," Narashikaku breathed a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention had already shown that he approved of Marutanikawa's plan, so whether this matter succeeded or not in the future, it would not affect the 2 of them. "What do you plan to do next?" Marutanikawa's plan had not yet been completed. He still had a very important step. "I think the villagers' fear of Naruto mostly comes from the unknown, but if they know that there is someone who can completely control Naruto and Naruto will not pose a threat to anyone, then the fear will be meaningless." Yet, Narashikaku nodded in agreement. "You are right, but the power of Jinchuriki is not something that ordinary people can resist. There are not many people with such strength in the village. Who can you ask for help? Just make the villagers believe it. Are you going to lie to them? What if the 9 tails in Naruto's body really can't be controlled?" "Teacher, the village didn't arrange any powerful ninjas around Naruto. It has always been free." Facing Narashikaku's question, Marutanikawa complained a little. "We do this just to make everyone accept Naruto and let him enjoy a normal childhood life." Narashikaku was silent. Marutanikawa was right. The people following Naruto were just ordinary Anbu ninjas who only played a monitoring role. This also indirectly shows that Naruto is not very dangerous at this time. "Okay, let's go." The kids are all worried. Although Marutanikawa's age is also in the category of children, after getting along with each other, Narashikaku always feels that the boy in front of him is not simple. He has a maturity that is not available at this age. The last person who gave him this impression was Uchiha Itachi. Yet, the 2 returned to Naruto and Shikamaru, and Naruto threw himself into Marutanikawa's arms. Marutanikawa gently rubbed Naruto's hair and comforted him. "What's wrong?" Naruto just shook his head. He didn't want to say that he was worried just now. "You are so old, and you are still crying, just like a child." Shikamaru's mocking voice came from the side, and Naruto blushed and began to refute. I didn't cry. Shame on you. Looking at the intimate interaction between his child and Naruto, Narashikaku felt very complicated. He was not sure whether his family's involvement with Naruto would cause bad consequences. Marutani Kao saw Narashikaku's hesitation and said softly, "Teacher, I think you can trust Naruto. I believe him, but I don't believe the Nine Tails." Although Marutani Kao's analysis was very reasonable, Narashikaku could not take one person's speculation as a fact. If the Nine Tails in Naruto's body ran wild again one day, what kind of role would the Nara family become and what kind of risks would they bear? This was all unpredictable. Marutani Kao didn't know how to persuade Narashikaku. He couldn't say that Naruto was the protagonist, right? If he said that, Narashikaku would definitely drag him to the hospital in Konoha for treatment in the next second. He could only remind Narashikaku indirectly. "Teacher, I actually think Naruto's identity is not ordinary. Think about it, if it is other villages, when facing the Jinchuriki, which one would not adopt a tough attitude of threat and cooperation, but although Naruto's life is not very good, he lives a normal life. Don't you think it's strange?" Marutani Kao refers to Naruto's identity as the protagonist, but in Narashikaku's ears, he heard another meaning. He remembered the rumor he heard once before. "Uzumaki Naruto, can't he really be the illegitimate son of the third generation?" "Teacher, I have another thing." Narashikaku now feels a dull pain in his head when he hears Marutani Kao talking about things, and he covers his forehead. "Tell me, what else is there? I'm in the village, the things in the house have been dealt with. Now you can practice at any time." "I know," Narashikaku nodded. He estimated the time and it was not long before he was sent to Kumagakure. "How about this, the day after tomorrow, come to me again, and I will prepare everything by then." "Okay." It's time for Marutani Kao to improve his strength. Many things have happened during this period of time. Although he has solved them perfectly, it is also because these accidents can be completed without strength. He has not officially participated in a battle. If he encounters a task that requires fighting, he will really be helpless. Chapter 37 Mutation. Narashikaku invited the two to stay for dinner. Marutani Kao naturally had no reason to refuse. He stayed with Naruto at Nara's house for dinner before leaving. The two walked side by side on the road. Marutani Kao turned around and asked, "Naruto, are you going back?" Naruto thought of the room he stayed in the morning. Although it was simply decorated and not luxurious, it was full of a warm atmosphere. He puffed up his mouth when he thought about going back to that lifeless house. Despite this, the boy still suppressed his true thoughts. "I'd better not bother the teacher." "Don't go back." Marutani Kao saw through Naruto's thoughts and took Naruto's hand without giving him a chance to refute. "Then let's go home." The home Marutani Kao said was naturally his home. Naruto nodded his head excitedly, fearing that if he didn't agree now, Marutani Kao would regret it. "Okay." Two children, one big and one small, walked hand in hand on the road, while the Anbu ninja who was secretly observing them was sweating profusely. He now had to report the intelligence to Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately. He reported more times today than he did in the whole year. After returning home, Marutani Hang played with Naruto for a long time. The boy finally felt sleepy. Marutani Hang prepared the bed and coaxed Naruto to lie down in the quilt. Naruto, whose eyes were almost unable to open, still held Marutani Hang's hand beside the bed, unwilling to let go. "Teacher, you won't disappear after I wake up, right?" Seeing a trace of fear on Naruto's face, Marutani Hang gently patted the boy's head. "Of course, this is my home, where can I go?" "Then can you accompany me to sleep first? I really can't do anything about you." It was not until Naruto fell asleep that Marutani Hang quietly left the room. Returning to his bedroom, Marutani Hang skillfully ran Xiao Yaoyu to summon Kun and began his daily training activities. But today, Kun's reaction was completely different from usual. The moment it was summoned, Kun rushed to the room where Naruto was at full speed. Marutani Hang quickly activated his consciousness and grabbed his unusually active summoning beast. "What happened to you today?" Maruya Hang felt very strange. Kun's temperament was gentle and well-behaved, but today it was like crazy and almost out of his control. Compared with usual days, there was no change in the house. The only difference was the appearance of Naruto. Combined with Kun's behavior of wanting to attack Naruto's room just now, Kun's abnormal change must be related to the boy. Although Maruya Hang almost failed to control Kun's out-of-control behavior in time due to his own carelessness, it still maintained an obedient attitude towards Maruya Hang. It actively wandered around Maruya Hang, but its eyes were still facing the direction of Naruto's room, refusing to move away. After a little thought, Maruya Hang guessed the general reason. Kun is a special summoning beast composed of chakra, and has a special perception of chakra. The one who can attract it on Naruto must be the tailed beast in the boy's body, the nine-tailed beast. "What do you want to do?" Marutani Hang could clearly feel Kun's desire, but he was not sure what Kun would do. If he really hurt Naruto or angered the nine tails in Naruto's body, the consequences would be something he could not bear. Unfortunately, although there was a certain tacit understanding between Kun and Marutani Hang, the boy could not understand each other's meaning and could only barely feel each other's feelings. "I can take you there, but you have to promise not to hurt Naruto. If you agree, lie on my hand." Maruya Hang stretched out his right hand and tried to communicate with Kun. Kun obviously understood Maruya Hang's meaning, called softly, and then lay obediently in Maruya Hang's hands. Maruya Hang was also very curious about what Kun wanted to do. After getting the other party's promise, he came to Naruto's room and gently opened the door. But the moment Maruya Hang saw Naruto, Kun's emotions began to fluctuate violently again. At the same time, the energy in the surrounding air began to surge. Naruto had just fallen asleep for a short time. At this time, he closed his eyes and drooled at the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he had no intention of waking up. As the energy gathered, Maruya Hang found that there was actually in front of him a huge light shield gradually expanded, covering himself and Naruto at the same time. A great energy poured towards him. The powerful impact made him unable to resist at all. He was directly overturned and drowned by the wave of energy, and finally lost consciousness. Because of Naruto, the yard of Marutani's house also appeared in the surveillance of Anbu ninjas, but they did not notice what was happening in the house. The whole house was like being surrounded by a transparent one-way board. In the eyes of the Anbu ninjas, everything was so ordinary and normal. "I don't know how long it has been." The unconscious Marutani Hang felt the wetness on his face, and finally woke up and opened his eyes. Kun was spinning around his head, stopping from time to time to lick Marutani Hang's face. Could it be that his face would feel wet? "Where is this?" Marutani Hang, who was awakened by Kun, began to observe the surrounding scene, but found that the place he was in was extremely strange. It looked like he was in a huge building. There were empty corridors in front, behind, left and right, and he was lying in the middle of the road. He stood up by holding onto the wall, but heard a low roar from afar. Roar! As the sound approached, Marugu Hang felt his whole body trembling under the influence of the sound waves. Realizing that something was wrong with his master, Kun immediately swam to Marugu Hang's shoulder and began to absorb the energy that was constantly invading, and Marugu Hang finally recovered. "What is it?" The corridor in front of him had a series of intersections, and Marugu Hang had no idea what was waiting for him ahead. Marugu Hang's emotions were passed on to Kun, who gently touched the boy's cheek, and the coldness on his face also made Marugu Hang's mind much clearer. The boy walked around a few times and found that he could not find the end point, and could only hear the sound getting closer and closer to him. Marugu Hang knew very well that he had no choice now. He could only move forward in the direction where the sound came from to have a chance to find a way out. He followed the direction of the sound, walked forward along the wall, and finally came to a turn. The chakra here was the most concentrated, and the sound coming from it was the clearest. He believed that the person he was looking for was on the other side of the turn. Maruku Hang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, mustered up his courage, and walked towards the turn. The intense light came towards him. Even if Maruku Hang squinted his eyes, he still couldn't see the situation in front of him. The rich chakra waves continued to attack with strange roars. Only by relying on Kun's continuous absorption could Maruku Hang barely move forward. The light became more and more dazzling, but Maruku Hang knew that he was about to get close to the goal, because at this time, he finally heard the roar from the monster, which was actually a sentence he could understand. "You bastard! Don't absorb other people's chakra without their consent." Chapter 38. I am obviously the monster. The light was no longer so dazzling, and Maruku Hang saw the scene in front of him clearly. In front of him, there was a pair of huge eyes, emitting a long red light, staring at him closely. The monster was so big that only blood-red fur could be seen at a glance. Its sharp teeth were always threatening Marutani Hang's safety. He couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. "Are you the one who is secretly absorbing my chakra?" The monster slowly opened its mouth, and a huge sound wave attacked Marutani Hang. After the initial panic, Marutani Hang calmed down and found that there was a huge iron railing between the monster in front of him and himself, separating the two of them. The other party didn't seem to be able to break through the railing to hurt him. He looked at the appearance of the monster and instantly understood the other party's identity. "You are the nine-tailed fox, right? Who are you?" The monster was the nine-tailed fox, and it was also very strange about the sudden appearance of a stranger. "Why are you here?" Although it was absurd, according to the appearance of the nine-tailed fox, it could be known that he might be in Naruto's body now. Marutani Hang didn't know why he was here. The only possibility was that it was related to his summoning beast, Kun. Joey had already noticed the Kun on Marutani Hang's shoulder. It would be better to say that compared with Marutani Hang, Kun made him care more. He stared at this small creature, and a fear rose in his heart. "I don't know why I am here." After all, Joey was a monster that had ravaged the village a few years ago, so Marutani Hang naturally had a bad impression of it. "Humph, can anyone call me by my name now?" Joey snorted coldly, but due to the existence of the iron railings, he obviously could not threaten the boy in front of him, so he lay on the ground and began to drive Marutani Hang away in order to stay away from the strange creature. "You go, don't disturb my rest." "Okay." Marutani Hang had wanted to leave a long time ago and began to look for a way out in this huge room. Joey closed his eyes, and there was gradually no movement around him. After several minutes, Joey felt that the disgusting breath reappeared in his nearby, so he opened his eyes again and said impatiently, "Why haven't you left yet?" "Well, I don't know how to get out either." Marita Hang's expression was a little awkward. He had just been around in this prison-like building for a long time and didn't find any clues to get out. "Do you know how to get out?" "You know how to get in, but you don't know how to get out." If possible, Marita Hang didn't want to communicate with the nine-tailed fox, but he really didn't know how to leave at the moment. Kun has been in a state of restlessness since entering the room, trying to get closer to the nine-tailed fox, and Marita Hang didn't know what it wanted to do. In fact, the performance of the nine-tailed fox also made Marita Hang feel very strange. Although the opponent's appearance was huge and oppressive, it could actually communicate normally. I don't know if it was because of being trapped. It didn't seem to be as terrible as rumored, not to mention that it destroyed most of Konoha. Marita Hang had no choice but to be forced to ask for help from the natives here. "Excuse me, can you take me out?" "Why?" Joey lazily lay on the ground, showing a mocking smile. "I have no reason to help you at all." Coincidentally, Marita Hang really couldn't find any reason. No matter from which angle, he and Joey were in an antagonistic relationship. Although I don't like your taste very much, it seems quite good to keep you here until you die of old age. Joey grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Okay, I take back my opinion that Joey is not scary. Maruya Hang calmed down. It seemed that Joey could not help him. He began to sit on the ground and think about other ways to get out. Kun was still swimming around him frantically, constantly conveying his idea of getting close to Joey, and he had no intention of stopping. Maruya Hang was not in the mood to care about Kun's affairs now. As long as the other party did not cause trouble, he did not intend to stop it. Remember, don't do dangerous things. With the consent of the owner, Kun responded obediently, swam away slowly, and swam straight in the direction of Joey. Kuabai, who closed his eyes and began to rest again, suddenly felt the terrifying breath approaching him and opened his eyes instantly. What monster? Don't come near me. Kuabai's voice was a little trembling, and this strange behavior also attracted Maruya Hang's attention. As Kun gradually approached, Kuabai began to retreat and kept roaring intimidatingly. Don't come over. The hard iron railings could block the huge Kuabai, but could not stop Kun from approaching. Before long, Kuabai was forced into a corner with no way out. Kuabai, who was so ferocious just now looked trembling. Kuabai, are you afraid of Kun? Maruya Hang asked curiously. Just kidding, how could I be afraid of such a little guy? Although he still refused to give in, Joey had no way to retreat and was clinging to the wall. Although I am afraid of him, I advise you to keep him away from me. I am afraid of hurting him. Maruya Hang saw through Joey's panic. Although he didn't know why, he also found that Joey seemed to have an inexplicable fear of Kun. Master Joey, why are you so gentle now? Because I am in a good mood now, otherwise I would have killed you and this little thing a long time ago. Then you try it. Maruya Hang stayed far away and let Kun play freely. He saw that as long as Joey couldn't cross the railing, he would be safe. As for Kun, it was a summoned beast condensed by his own chakra. Even if it was really destroyed by Joey, he could summon it again with just a little time. Kun ignored Joey's verbal threats, absorbed the chakra released from the other party, and shook his tail fin to continue to approach Joey. Just as the two monsters were about to come into contact, Kuabai felt that all the chakra in his body was warning him, and he finally couldn't stand the pressure and began to admit defeat. Stop, stop, stop. Let him stop. I'll let you out. Okay, Kun, stop. With Maruya Hang's order, although Kun was still full of desire for Kuabai, he still stopped in front of the other party obediently. Although Kun had stopped, it was still absorbing energy efficiently. With the transfer of chakra, his body size was gradually increasing. Kuabai felt that the chakra in his body was rapidly draining away, and he quickly put down his face and began to beg for mercy from Maruya Hang loudly. Stop! Stop! It only then understood why it was afraid of the little monster in front of it. Kun, who was good at absorbing chakra, was simply a perfect nemesis to restrain itself. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed. Kuabai stuck to the wall, his posture looked very embarrassed, and the majestic appearance when they first met was gone. I am obviously the monster. Chapter 39 Hateful Humans. Kun, stop absorbing chakra. Seeing that Kun's body was getting bigger and bigger, Maruya Hang began to worry about accidents and hurriedly stopped the other party's absorption behavior. Joey felt that the loss of chakra in his body had completely disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the terrifying creature in front of him, which was almost as big as himself, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What kind of monster is this? This is my summoning beast. When saying this, Maruya Hang was even a little proud. Summoning beast? There are such summoning beasts in the world. Joey had never seen a similar creature, it's so scary. Kun was still a small one when he entered the prison, but now it has become a giant monster as big as Joey. But you are so big now, you can't get out. Looking at the huge Kun, Joey even gloated a little and began to look forward to the other party's ridiculous appearance when he found out that he was in trouble. Can you come out? Marutani Hang also asked. Kun seemed to sense the nine-tails' malice, glanced at it with disdain, slowly opened his mouth, and a cloud spit out from his mouth, heading towards Marutani Hang. The cloud ignored the existence of the prison bars, approached and gradually merged into Marutani Hang's body. As the cloud continued to spit out, Kun's size also began to shrink synchronously. Mine. It's my chakra. Seeing the familiar chakra in the floating cloud in the air, the nine-tail stretched out his claws to intercept, but was glared at by Kun fiercely, and could only shrink his claws back. A large ball of chakra suddenly merged into Marutani Hang's body, and his whole body began to expand wildly. His physical fitness was not excellent among his peers, let alone such an amazing chakra. He suddenly felt that he could not bear it, and his body was on the verge of exploding at any time, but just when the nine-tail was about to start laughing, the shrunken Kun had left the prison and swam directly to Marutani Hang's shoulder, and began to absorb the part that Marutani Hang's body could not bear in reverse. Hey, this is too much. Kuabai, who was left alone in the prison, was a little dazed. Under Kun's control, his irritable chakra was like a well-behaved child. I don't know how long it took, Meridakeo finally absorbed all the chakra that could be absorbed and opened his eyes. Congratulations, Kuabai's words were full of sourness, it's so easy to absorb my chakra. Meridakeo moved his body and felt his body that was completely different from before. Thank you, your chakra is delicious, the child likes it very much, and it can also be used for sensitive skin. I don't know what you are talking about. Is it a popular term used by humans now? Meridakeo actually found a way to subdue Kuabai. The two sides instantly switched positions. Relying on Kun's special ability, Meridakeo finally took the initiative in the conversation. Now, can we have a good talk? Of course we can talk, I'm not an unreasonable tailed beast. The nine tails lay down again, and its blood-red eyes stared at the Kun on Marutani Hang's shoulder. Marutani Hang shook his head, he couldn't believe everything the other party said. I don't believe that the monster that ravaged the village said such a thing. When Marutani Hang mentioned the incident of ravaging the village, the nine tails seemed to have a solemn look in his eyes. Whether you believe it or not, I don't have much memory of the previous rampage. There is a force that disturbed my sanity and controlled my thoughts. Really? I don't believe it. Forget it if you don't believe it, Kuabai rolled his eyes nonchalantly, anyway, I hate you humans. Let's talk about the deal between us. I will send you out, but now I want to ask you a question. Ask. Tell me, what on earth is he? Kuabai moved his head towards Kun, I recalled it again, and I am very sure that such a terrible creature has never appeared in history. Kun is Marutani Hang's summoning beast, there is no doubt about it, its existence has been known to at least several Konoha ninjas, and Marutani Hang doesn't mind telling one more. He is indeed my summoned beast, composed of my chakra. Strictly speaking, he is not a creature of this world. Is it a fantasy species? Well, your understanding seems to be correct. I see, so there is no other in the world except this one. I think so. Marutani Cow couldn't answer the other party's question. He himself was not sure whether Xiao was a ninjutsu that originally existed in this world. Kuabai was a little speechless. If there were still such monsters in the world, it would be better for him to hide obediently, otherwise he would be targeted one day and end up being sucked dry. By the way, since you are staying in Naruto's body, it is normal for you to pay rent regularly as a tenant. Looking at Marutani Hang's expression of asking for a beating, Joey didn't know what to say, have some shame. Ahem, let's put it this way, if Naruto has any accidents in the future and encounters danger, you can help him occasionally. Let me tell you this, as long as I don't break the seal, this kid will die, and I will also face death. We are now in a relationship of life and death. Joey felt more and more unhappy when he thought that his life was actually decided by a kid. That's good. It seems that Naruto has a life-saving plug-in. Before the problem boy Marutanihang finished asking questions, he continued to ask. I have another question. You have too many questions. Joey really didn't know how this annoying human got in. It was obviously a seal that was powerful enough to trap himself, so how could he let an outsider come in so casually? Will you go berserk like before? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Tell me the truth. Marutanihang wanted to know if Naruto really needed someone to monitor him. Whether I go berserk or not doesn't depend on me, but on you. Can you put it more simply? As long as nothing happens to this kid, I can't break the seal. You won't lie to me. Facing Marutanihang's questioning, Kuwabai sneered. Hehe, I'm different from you humans, I don't bother to lie. So what you said before was also true. You really didn't realize it when you went berserk before. Believe it or not. Kuwabai closed his eyes, so that he wouldn't have to see this annoying human. Any more questions? There's one last question. Go ahead. Kuwabai was already feeling extremely impatient. Why did this human have so many questions? The most annoying thing was that he couldn't do anything about him. Can I come and collect rent for Naruto next time? Just kidding, just kidding. Maruya-hang laughed and pulled Kun, who wanted to get close to Nine-Tails again. Okay, then please send me out. Do you need me to do anything? Just don't resist. Nine-Tails moved his mind, and a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, shining on Maruya-hang's body, and the boy's body began to shake. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Maruya-hang's body gradually turned into fragments in the light, leaving only the last sentence, my name is Maruya-hang, please don't forget it. Maruya-hang? Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes and began to repeat the name that Linghyu hated in his heart. Sure enough, humans are the most annoying. Chapter 40 Care. Just like when he came to the world where the Nine-Tails lived, Marutanihang lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing at the door of Naruto's room, and his hand was even maintaining the previous action of pushing the door, as if nothing had happened. But Marutanihang felt the drastic changes in his body and knew that all this was real. He opened the system and called up the attribute panel that had not been opened for a long time. After a period of training and absorbing the huge Nine-Tails chakra energy, the boy's physical fitness has also improved a lot, especially in mental strength. Name, Marutanihang. Age, 12 years old. Strength, 28. Agility, 32. Spirit, 44. Good guy points, 213. Marutanihang spent 20 points to buy the average data of the ninja standard in the mall. The average value of the 3 dimensions of ordinary genin is about 30, the average value of chunin is 200, and the average value of jonin is close to 2000. In other words, now his physical fitness has finally barely reached the standard of ordinary genin, and he can be regarded as a real ninja. After absorbing the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Kun's state was a little depressed, and he looked very sleepy with his eyes closed. Marutanihang carefully entered the room and observed Naruto's state. After finding that there was nothing unusual, he quietly left the room and closed the door. Not only Kun, Marutanihang found that he, who had not felt sleepy for a long time, also felt sleepy, so he returned to the room, skipped his daily training plan, lay down in the bed and fell asleep immediately. Teacher! Teacher! Get up! Meridakao was awakened by Naruto in his sleep. The boy was lying on Meridakao's quilt, constantly torturing Meridakao in the quilt with his weight. Stop! Naruto! Meridakao stretched out a hand from the quilt and pinched Naruto's smooth face. What happened? Naruto blinked his big eyes and looked at the sleepy teacher. Teacher, it's time to get up. Someone's looking for you. Someone? Yes. In the living room now. Naruto pointed outside the room. Marutani-Kao doubtfully moved himself out of the bed, lay at the door, and looked into the living room. You finally woke up. I saw Hisashi, who I hadn't seen for a long time, sitting on the floor of the living room. There was a pot of tea on the table in front of him. Hisashi Niji was also there, sitting obediently beside him, looking around curiously. Uncle Hisashi. Marutani-Kao didn't bother to tidy up, and ran out in a hurry. Why are you here today? Hisashi looked at Marutani-Kao with a hint of blame in his eyes. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known when you would have caused the village to fall apart. Ah! Marutani-Hang was confused again, and coupled with the confusion of just waking up, he was in a state of confusion. Uncle Hisashi, did I do something wrong? Such a big thing, why didn't you tell me? Ninkai also spoke up. Brother Marutani-Hang, my father heard about you this morning and came with me immediately. News? What news? Marutani-Hang was still confused, and he didn't know what the father and son were talking about. Naruto, what time is it now? Marutani-Hang found that the sunlight outside the window was a bit dazzling, turned his head, and looked at Naruto, who was also confused. I don't know either. It's already noon now. Hinata Hisashi found that the two of them were not in a good state, and his expression became a little helpless. Did you really just wake up? Hee. Marutani-Hang touched his hair embarrassedly. Hinata Hisashi's eyes shifted to Naruto. This is Naruto, right? Yes, Naruto, this is Uncle Hisashi, the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader, and this is Niji. Marutani-Hang began to introduce each other. Hello, Uncle Hisashi, hello Niji. Hello. Uncle Hisashi, what news did you hear? Just tell me. Hyuga Hisashi's attention returned from Naruto to Marutani-Hang, and he glanced at Niji. Ningji, go play with Naruto for a while. Xiao Hang and I have something to talk about. Okay, father. Niji stood up obediently, came to Naruto's side, and stretched out his hand. Naruto, let's go to the room inside. I want to play outside. There is no fun in the room as outside. Niji turned around and asked. Father. Go, be safe. Naruto, don't cause trouble for Niji. Marutani-Hang also reminded from behind. I won't. I'm not a child. The two children happily left hand in hand, leaving behind a solemn-looking Hisashi and a questioning Marutani-Kao. The news that you accepted Naruto as your student has spread throughout the village. Hey? So fast. I didn't expect the third generation to act so quickly. In such a short time, everyone knew about it. He is worthy of being the Hokage. What do you mean so fast? Hisashi frowned, wondering if he had misunderstood. You know about this? Yes, Uncle Hisashi, this is the plan of the third generation and me. Hearing Marutani-Kao's words, Hisashi breathed a sigh of relief, and his serious expression eased a lot. So that's how it is. I thought someone in the village was targeting you, so I came to see you. Next time, if you have something important to say, remember to tell me first. Hehe, I accidentally forgot. Forget it this time. Since you and the third generation have a plan, I naturally won't ask too much. But you'd better be careful recently and try to avoid appearing in crowded places. Ah, this. No one is really going to attack me. Hinata Hisashi came here for Naruto's matter. Now that he has finished talking about the business, he reached out and pinched the boy's shoulders, which had changed greatly from before. It's been hard lately. Ah? Not really. Don't be modest. Your physical strength has improved so much. You must have undergone very hard training. In fact, I just went to collect the rent. Marutani-Kao couldn't tell anyone about the 9 tails, so he could only keep it in his heart and was forced to accept Hinata Hisashi's praise modestly. I was right about you. Hinata Hisashi nodded, his eyes full of admiration. by the way, I heard that you will go to the mountains of the Nara family to practice in a few days. Yes. Okay, remember to prepare ninja tools and clothes when the time comes. This trip will probably take several months. I see, thank you, Uncle Hisashi. Reminder. Hyuga Hayashi was like a kind elder, enjoining all kinds of details, and Marutani Hang was more and more moved as he listened. Okay, since you are fine, I am relieved. Hyuga Hayashi patted the boy's shoulder. Remember to visit the Hyuga family when you have time, and spend more time with Ninkai. Okay, I will definitely go. Since they were here, Marutani Hang simply kept the Hyuga father and son at home for dinner. In the short time they spent together, Ninkai and Naruto became much more familiar with each other, but compared with Ninkai, Naruto was really too naughty. Naruto. Can you learn from Ninkai? Lolyalu, no. Chapter 41 Marutani Hang is not alone. After the meal, the Hyuga father and son planned to leave. Stay a little longer. No, facing Marutani Kao's request to stay, Hyuga Hayashi shook his head. He held Niji's hand, but his eyes were not on the boy in front of him, but directly past Marutani Kao and looked behind him. There are guests waiting. Ah! Marutani Kao didn't understand, but suddenly felt a breath behind him. As expected of Lord Hayashi. Kakashi-senpai. Why are you scaring people? That's right, standing behind Marutani Kao was Kakashi himself, and the boy was also scared. If Kakashi hadn't shown up on his own, he would never have found it if he relied on himself. Ghost. Naruto was frightened by Kakashi's appearance and jumped several meters away. Then you two can talk first, Hyuga Hayashi nodded to Marutani Kao and Kakashi. Kakashi naturally represented Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was not very appropriate for him to stay. Slow down. Goodbye, brother Marutani, goodbye Naruto. The Hyuga father and son left, and Kakashi relaxed a lot. Okay, come with me to the Hokage building. Is the third generation looking for me? Yes. Since the destination was the Hokage building, it was not appropriate for Naruto to go there with his identity, so Marutani told Naruto some things to pay attention to, and then he and Kakashi went to the Hokage building together. Kakashi opened the door and said to the inside. Third generation, the people are here. Okay, come in. Marutani followed Kakashi into the room, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was still sitting at his desk, looking down at the documents on the table. The third generation's voice is still so strong and powerful. Only the third generation can make a voice that is majestic and kind. Kakashi walked behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and glanced at Marutani Kao who was talking. You are really amazing. Okay, okay. There is no need to praise me so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head with a wry smile. Do you know why I asked you to come here this time? Yet. Marutani Kao nodded. Do you know what to do after you get out? Can you cry? Marutani Kao stuck out his tongue and began to lick his fingers. After it got wet, he wiped it on the corners of his eyes, the type of crying without tears, or crying bitterly. Or to the extent of wanting to live but not being able to, wanting to die but not being able to. Stop, stop, stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stopped the boy's weird behavior. Although he was making a fuss, Marutani Kao and Sarutobi Hiruzen just looked at each other for a few times, and the two sides reached a consensus. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. Someone in the upper echelons is very dissatisfied with your behavior. Oh. Marutani Kao had expected this situation to happen early on. After all, not everyone would trust Naruto as much as he did. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen could barely be counted as one of them. Some people also put pressure on me to punish you, and some even wanted to arrest you for it. No way. It can't be that serious. Some people say that your behavior will cause the villagers to lose their vigilance against the Nine Tails. If an accident happens again in the future, the consequences will be unimaginable. I have made a promise to them that I will punish you accordingly. There must be punishment. If Marutani Cow is not punished, the dignity of the village will be challenged, and more people will use various excuses to do things that are forbidden by the village in the future. For Konoha, Marutani Cow is a chicken and must be dealt with. Hehe, although punishment is inevitable, the content of the punishment can still be thought of. Marutani Cow showed a flattering smile and began to please Sarutobi Hiruzen, third generation, you must not be willing to let me suffer. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, took out a document from a pile of documents beside him, and threw it on the ground in front of Marutani Cow. Marutani Cow picked up the document and found that it was the content of his punishment. After discussion, the village plans to punish you to go to the Nara family's Nara mountain for confinement in a few days until we calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious expression was accompanied by a smile. He looked at the man holding the punishment document. Single boy, do you have any objection? No, no. Of course not. Marutani Cow almost lost control of his expression, took several deep breaths repeatedly, and then suppressed the smile that was about to bloom into a flower, pretending to be miserable. I will definitely reform well. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Marutani Cow looked at each other, and both saw smiles in each other's eyes. It seems that Shikaku is very satisfied with you, and he actually took the initiative to propose this plan to me. He, I still have to thank the third generation for helping me find a good teacher. You can lick this? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Kakashi's forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out another document, and the name of Hyaga Hisashi was clearly written on the cover of the document. And this one, it is the punishment request proposed by the Hyaga family, saying that you will be placed under house arrest in the Hyaga family for a period of time. Uncle Hidashi. It seems that Hyaga Hidashi had sent a document to Sarutobi Hiruzen before meeting him, and Marutani Cow couldn't help but feel a little moved. And this, do you know what this is? Sarutobi Hiruzen's action has not yet ended. He pulled out another letter from the drawer of the table. I'm not sure. The appearance of the envelope looks very ordinary, and Marutani Cow can't find any clues based on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook the letter helplessly. It was actually handed to me by Uchiha Itaka himself. Ah? Itaki. He said that this plan was discussed with you. No. How can he have such a brain? No, that's not what I mean. Marutani Hang hurriedly explained. He had no idea why Itaka came to join in the fun again. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that this ordinary boy in front of him had won over a large number of allies in just a few months. Several big families in Konoha actively helped him when he encountered trouble. Not only that, he is now living with Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and serving as a guardian. What made him even more speechless was that even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself and the talented ninja Kakashi of the Anbu he favored had a very good relationship with each other. Are you not a spy sent to Konoha by another village? What a joke, third generation. My loyalty to Konoha is witnessed by heaven and earth. Marutani Hang patted his chest to prove his loyalty. At the same time, in the gathering area of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itaka were sitting face to face on the floor. Why did you write that letter? Do you have a good relationship with that person? Do you know how tense the relationship between our family and the village is now? Report to father. Facing his father's questioning, Uchiha Itaka's emotions were very stable. He slowly said, Marutani Cow is now very famous in the village. Including the third generation, many families have established good relations with him. Please rest assured that I will not be implicated by doing this, but will increase their trust in me. Oh? You actually think so? Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised. What are you going to do? Make the Uchiha family great again. Uchiha Itaka lowered his head and closed his eyes. As for whether it was true, only Uchiha Itaka himself knew. Chapter 42 Taijutsu Master. In addition, we have already decided on the person you mentioned before who could subdue Naruto. Oh? Who is it? Marutani Hang was still very curious about the identity of this person. Would it be the powerful but mysterious Kakashi, or the old and vigorous Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, or some hidden master in the village? You. Marutani Hang was stunned, and laughed dryly a few times to ease the embarrassment in his heart. Third-generation master, you are not kidding. Of course not, this news was originally intended to persuade the villagers. Considering the possible emotional fluctuations of Naruto after knowing the news, we unanimously decided that you, who have a better relationship with Naruto, will play this role. Third-generation master, I think this decision should be carefully considered. Marutani Hang's reputation is already big enough. If it continues to be bigger, what if a fool really comes to challenge him one day? Don't think about it, this matter has been discussed. Ah, this. You said I was just an ordinary genin who just passed the exam. How could I become someone who could suppress Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give Marutani Kao a chance to persuade him this time, and directly ordered Kakashi to send the boy home. He knew about the secret deal between the two before, which was also a disguised way to give the two time to complete the connection. Senior Kakashi, why don't you try to persuade the third Hokage again? Hee. Marutani Kao knew he had no chance, could only lower his head in emptiness. The two of them walked through several alleys and returned home in a short time. As soon as Maruya Hang entered the door, he greeted Naruto, but found that the boy did not respond. After looking around the room, he found that he was lying on the bed again and fell into a deep sleep. Why are you sleeping again? Maruya Hang scratched his hair, covered Naruto with a quilt, and returned to his room with Kakashi. The boy skillfully operated Kun to spit out the chakra cloud to Kakashi. Kakashi only absorbed it for 1 second this time and stopped. Why is the chakras so violent this time? This. The reason is naturally that the owner of these chakras is originally violent. Will it affect the absorption of the senior? Kakashi shook his head. No, it's more suitable for me. Maruya Hang breathed a sigh of relief. He just thought that Kun had lost the ability to help others absorb chakra after combining with the Nine Tails chakra. Kakashi was about to leave with the cloud, but before that he examined Maruya Hang's body. Your physical fitness seems to be improving rapidly. I suggest you learn some physical skills. Maruya Hang was speechless. Can anyone see that he has become stronger? This is too outrageous. Is the gap between everyone so obvious? I do plan to intensively study physical skills these 2 days. As many means as possible can protect me and ensure my safety after entering Mount Nara. Originally, his physical fitness was not suitable for practicing physical skills, so Maruya Hang chose to give up the study of physical skills, but now Maruya Hang is different from before. The boy also plans to try the physical skills that he used to stay away from. Well, the beasts in the Nara mountains react very quickly and move very fast. You may not even have time to use ninjutsu. Kakashi also provided some information to Marutani Hang. If it's physical skills, you can try. No, forget it. What's wrong? Marutani Hang keenly noticed that Kakashi had obviously hesitated for a second. Senior, did you remember something? Kakashi was silent, as if thinking about something. Don't worry, Senior, if you are not sure, I can judge for myself. Marutani Hang's words gave Kakashi confidence, and he said what he wanted to say. If you plan to learn physical skills, I can recommend someone to you. Oh! Marutani Hang instantly became energetic. The person recommended by Senior Kakashi must be very reliable. Hee. Although Kakashi's reaction was a bit strange, Marutani Hang still got the information of the physical skills master from him. I hope you can learn what you want to learn. Kakashi left a puzzling sentence before leaving, which made Marutani Kao confused. Naruto never showed any sign of waking up, so Marutani Kao simply left a note to explain where he was going, and then went to visit the mysterious physical training master alone. Marutani Kao was walking on the street, and found that the way passers-by looked at him today was obviously different from before. After seeing him, many people began to gather with their friends and whispered unknown things. It seems that the story between him and Naruto has indeed spread. Although Marutani Kao had always said that he didn't mind, who doesn't like the feeling of being admired by everyone? Marutani Kao suddenly changed from a good young man who was loved by everyone to a combination of contradictions. Some people wanted to come forward to say hello, but stopped after thinking about the other party's story with Naruto. However, most people still maintain a friendly attitude towards the boy. After all, everyone still trusts Marutani Kao's character. Now, it is only Naruto who is rejected. Xiao Hang. Suddenly, an elderly grandmother on the street called Marutani Kao. The boy immediately stopped and walked quickly to the grandmother. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Is it Naruto? That child, will he really not hurt us?" Now everyone knows the relationship between Marutani Kao and Naruto. "Grandma, don't worry, Naruto is a very good child and will not hurt everyone." "But what if the monster runs out again?" a passerby asked. "Don't worry, everyone. If it really comes to that time, I will definitely stand in front of everyone and subdue it again with my own hands." After receiving Marutani Kao's assurance, the discussion among the villagers gradually became heated. "That's good. Yes, of course we believed Ziohang's words. But, it is an ominous thing after all. Hey, he is just a 3-year-old child, what can he do to you? Why are you so timid?" "This you said it well, young man." A loud and powerful voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Passers-by turned their heads and scattered after seeing each other's appearance, and a passage was directly made in the crowd. A man in a green jacket came over. The man's hairstyle was a bit funny, it was a watermelon head. The word thick eyebrows and big eyes can vividly describe the man's face. "You said it well. If the monster appears again, we can definitely defeat it with youth and blood." "Wait a minute, what is courage and youthful power? Why don't I know it?" "Young man, you are very much my taste. Are you interested in exercising with me?" The watermelon-headed man looked at Marutani Hang with interest, showing his white teeth. Under the sunlight, Marutani Hang even felt that the other party was shining, and couldn't help but reach out to cover his eyes. "What a dazzling light! Who are you?" "My name is Might Guy." Marutani Hang felt familiar, lowered his head, and took out the note left by Kakashi, on which was written the name of the physical arts master and an important message. "Might Guy, don't talk to the other party about youth and passion." Chapter 43 Might Guy's special training begins. "Are you Senior Guy? Hey? Do you know me?" Might Guy raised his eyebrows and laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that I am so famous now. Ha 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 ha." A drop of cold sweat fell from Marutani Hang's head. This senior's personality seems a bit eccentric. Because of the conversation with the villagers just now, the people nearby have gathered together, and other passers-by also gathered to the side. Unknowingly, more and more people are surrounding Marutani Hang, and the street is about to be blocked. "Senior, there are too many people here, let's find a place to talk." "No problem." Might Guy also noticed the situation and gave a thumbs up to agree with the boy's idea. For the sake of quietness, the two of them wandered around and spent a few minutes leaving the street and came to a forest. Might Guy looked at the strange boy in front of him curiously. "How do you know me?" "Senior Kai, I was introduced to you by Senior Kakashi." Marutani Hang naturally told the truth. "Kakashi." Upon hearing Kakashi's name, Might Guy's eyes suddenly became serious, and he excitedly held Marutani Hang's hands. "Where is he? I've been looking for him for a long time." Marutani Hang suddenly felt that his hands had lost control, and even lost consciousness directly. "Senior! Senior! My hand! My hand! Oh, oh, sorry. Hearing the boy's wailing, Might Guy finally reacted, quickly let go of his hand, and scratched his hair embarrassedly. I was excited for a while and didn't control the strength well. Are you okay? Marutani Hang lowered his head and looked at his completely numb hands, and found that a clear red mark had appeared on his originally fair skin. No, it's okay. Marutani Hang sorted out his mood and spoke again. Senior Kai, do you have any grudges with Senior Kakashi? The other party's reaction was so excited that Marutani Hang began to doubt whether he was deceived by Kakashi. No, I just want to challenge him. Challenge? Yes, Marutani Hang clearly saw that when Kakashi was mentioned, Might Guy's eyes burned with fire. Only Kakashi can make me go all out without scruples. This. No wonder Kakashi hesitated for a long time before telling him about Might Guy. It turned out that there was such a relationship between the two. Do you know where Kakashi is? Well, Senior Kakashi's whereabouts are erratic, and he always takes the initiative to find me. That's such a pity. Might Guy had no intention of hiding it. The word regret was written directly on his face. I've been to the Hokage's office before, but every time I went, Kakashi was not there. Marutani Ka remembered that Kakashi was basically there every time he went to the Hokage's office. He is avoiding you, Senior Kai. Then why did you come to me? Might Guy's attention returned to Marutani Kao. Senior Kakashi asked me to come to you. Looking for me? Might Guy pointed at himself in confusion. Did you encounter any trouble and need my help? Marutani Kao hurriedly shook his head to explain. No, I want to learn physical skills, so Senior Kakashi recommended you to me. So that's it. Might Guy nodded in sudden realization. Sure enough, Kakashi still admitted the fact that my physical skills are powerful. This is the power of youth and passion. Yes, that's right. Since Kakashi has handed you over to me, two will naturally train you well. Might Guy patted his chest vigorously, with a face full of confidence. If it is other things, I may not be very good at it, but in this area of physical skills, I am very confident. Really? That's great. Although Might Guy gives people a strange feeling, Marutani Ko believes that a physical skills ninja who can be recognized by Kakashi is definitely not a simple person. But Senior, I estimate that I only have a few days to train. Oh. Might Guy frowned. Physical skills cannot be trained in 1 or 2 days. Marutani Ko also knew this, but he really didn't have much time. Senior, it's like this. Marutani Ko told the other party about Nara Mountain. So that's the case. In this case, I will teach you some simple tricks. That's great. Might Guy led Marutani Ko to start exercising. Before training, you must do a good warm-up to avoid injuries during training. Yes. How is it similar to the exercise in the previous life? When warming up, you can shout slogans, which can give you more motivation. Yes. Youth. Youth. Passion. Passion. Marutani Ko followed behind Might Guy, and the two began to run around the periphery of the village. In the Ninja Academy of Konoha, a class was doing running training on the playground. A boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes was running at the end of the team panting. Compared with other students who looked relaxed, he looked very tired. Ha ha ha, idiot, don't dream of being a ninja. A student deliberately slowed down and ran beside the boy. How can you be a ninja if you don't even know ninjutsu? Although he felt that his breathing was a little difficult, the boy continued to run. I can do it. You only know physical skills, and you are worse than others. I really don't know how you got into the ninja school. The annoying classmate still had no intention of letting him go, and led the students around him to continue to ridicule. Do you want to hear what everyone calls you? The boy turned his head away and covered his ears with his hands. He didn't want to listen. But after waiting for a long time, the boy still didn't wait for the other party to say the next word. He turned his head and found that the students who were running in front of him just now were now crowded at the edge of the playground, looking outside the school, and talking. "Look, is that Marutani cow? It's him. I've seen him. He is running with the ninja who only knows how to exercise. Isn't Marutani cow very powerful? I heard that he can even suppress the nine-tailed fox. Why does such a person still need to run? What is the nine-tailed fox?" The boy couldn't help but stop running and stood there looking outside. From his angle, he could see Marutani cow and Might Guy running. Both of them were soaked in sweat. Boom, boom, boom. The boy heard a strange drum sound. He followed the sound and reached out his hand to gently press on his chest. Yes, it was his own heartbeat. As a member of the village, he had certainly heard the story of Marutani cow, but he didn't expect that the first time he saw the real person would be such a special situation. The boy stared at the two people and was dazed for a while. After the two disappeared from his sight, he didn't come back to his senses. "Hey, Xiao Li, what's wrong with you?" The classmates all returned to the playground. Seeing this, the classmate who had just laughed at him patted the boy's head and said, "You are not running, stupid." The boy felt his heart beating violently, more intensely than ever before. He raised his head and stared at the classmate who laughed at him. The determination in his eyes made the other party take a step back. "I will definitely become a ninja. Definitely." Chapter 44 Life Mentor Might Guy. "Senior Guy, we have been running for 3 hours. How about taking a break?" "No. Marutani cow has been running with Might Guy for 3 hours. Now he just wants to stop and rest for a while, but Might Guy doesn't seem to want to stop at all. Compared with other people of the same age, your physical fitness is indeed acceptable, but I find that you seem to be completely unsuitable for exercise." Might Guy was very puzzled by Marutani cow's wailing. If there was no long-term exercise, how did the boy develop such physical fitness? This was beyond his understanding. Marutani cow naturally knows the reason better than anyone else. If it weren't for the nine-tailed fox, his current physical strength would be only better than that of an ordinary person. Better. Marutani Hang swallowed his saliva, afraid that the other party would continue to ask, and quickly changed the subject. "Then how long do we have to run?" "About 2 hours." Marutani Hang's simple lead made the single-minded Might Guy forget the previous question, but he was shocked by the other party's casual answer. 2 hours, doesn't that mean it's directly until the evening? Do we still have time to learn physical skills?" "Don't worry, as long as you adapt to your body, the physical skills I teach you can definitely be easily mastered." "No, senior, didn't you just say that we are just warming up first? This warm-up takes too long." "Really?" Might Guy awkwardly moved his eyes away from Marutani Hang. "I don't remember it very well." "There is no way, this is Might Guy's training method. Since he took the initiative to find the other party, he should not question the other party's ability. I have found a teacher myself, and I have to learn to the end with tears. Senior Kakashi, you should not have cheated me." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi standing next to him. "Kakashi, why do you look absent-minded? We're leaving for Kumagakure in a few days. Are you nervous?" Kakashi took a deep breath and shook his head. "I'm not nervous, I'm just a little worried about Marutani cow." "Marutani cow? What did he do again?" Sarutobi Hiruzen found that the name Marutani cow had appeared a lot recently. He was everywhere. Fortunately, the boy was in line with his position and did everything within his scope of permission. He didn't do anything particularly out of line. Kakashi told him about introducing Might Guy to Marutani cow. "Might Guy? Another Jonin, he's a good person, but his personality is a little eccentric. It should be fine." "Yeah. By the way, didn't I ask you to collect a list of people who will take over your current job? How is it going?" Kakashi is about to leave, and the matter of taking over the job should also be put on the agenda. The collection has been completed. Those who are interested and have good strength are all on this list. Kakashi took out a document and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is there anyone I need to pay attention to? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to flip through the documents curiously and saw familiar names. As expected, they were all masters with extraordinary skills in the village. Yes. Who? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Is he from the Uchiha family? Is he the genius that is rumored in the village? He remembered the letter he received when Marutani Kao got into trouble yesterday. The owner of the letter was Uchiha Itachi, and he secretly left a mark on the other party in his heart. Go and try the skills of the people on the list. Okay. The camera turned back to the edge of Konoha. 2 hours later, Might Guy finally stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead happily, while Marutani Kao behind him panted and lay on the ground all of a sudden. Might Guy frowned slightly as he looked at Marutani Kao, who was lying on the ground but still had a rosy face. If you can't even stand this intensity, then I advise you to give up becoming a ninja. Might Guy's expression was very serious, and his tone was very serious. Marutani Kao could see that he was not joking. Becoming a ninja is not that simple. Marutani Kao suddenly realized that after he traveled through time, Might Guy was the first person to teach him a lesson. Everything he had experienced before was too smooth, so that he had the idea of relaxing and being lazy. If you want to become a ninja, you must make up your mind. I don't know how you have such an excellent physical fitness, but if you don't work hard enough, no matter how talented you are, you can't become an excellent ninja. Although the way he became stronger was relying on a cheating system, Might Guy's preaching made Marutani Kao lose all desire to refute. But it's not too late. Might Guy changed the subject and suddenly reached out to hold Marutani Kao's hands. With a force, the young man was as light as a ball of cotton and was instantly pulled up from the ground. I believe that there is nothing impossible in the world. Even if you lacked practice before, as long as we work together, you will definitely become better. Marutani Kao was pulled up, and Might Guy's determined eyes rushed directly into the boy's mind. Can you do it? To be honest, Marutani Kao really felt ashamed under Might Guy's preaching. Senior, I know, I will definitely work hard to practice in the future. Well, I like your determination. This is what a good young man in Konoha should show. Might Guy patted him hard. The boy was slapped on the back of Marutani Kao, and he trembled all over. He almost fell to the ground. He swayed a few times before he stabilized his body, looking quite embarrassed. Come on. Let's run for another hour. No, senior. Isn't it time to learn physical skills? Hearing Might Guy's command, Marutani Kao's feet softened and he almost knelt down again. Okay, Might Guy was obviously still unsatisfied with running, and his face was full of regret. In that case, let's start learning physical skills. Okay. Senior, what are we going to learn? Finally, it was time to learn physical skills. Marutani Kao immediately became much more energetic, staring at the extraordinary Might Guy with expectation, looking forward to the super physical skills that the other party was about to teach him. Since you are in a tight time and you are about to face a ferocious beast instead of other ninjas, I am going to teach you a relatively simple physical technique this time. Yet, the excited Marutani Kao did not notice that the sky had gradually darkened unknowingly because the two of them had been running for more than 5 hours. A few kilometers away, at Marutani Kao's home, Naruto, who had just woken up from his sleep and was alone at home, was lying on the window, staring at the pedestrians on the road with his eyes blank. Gurgle. His stomach began to protest, and Naruto turned around and looked for food to fill his stomach at home, but Marutani Kao had never had the habit of preparing fast food at home, and in the end, he just wasted his efforts. Teacher, when will you come back? Chapter 45 Straight Punch. Although this taijutsu does not require high skills, as long as your physical fitness is strong enough and you train enough times, you can still exert great power. Oh! Marutani Cow couldn't wait. It was coming, the first taijutsu he was about to learn, then such a taijutsu must have a very loud name. Of course. Each of my taijutsu has a handsome name. Might Guy patted his chest confidently, revealing his teeth that were so white that they began to glow. Marutani Cow instantly became energetic. Senior Kai. I feel like I'm on fire now. Really? That's great. Hurry up and teach me this magical taijutsu. Okay. Might Guy was obviously infected by Marutani Cow's passion and began to demonstrate the movements with great interest. First, stand firmly. Maruya Hang followed with his legs slightly apart, stood on the ground, and began to move according to Might Guy's instructions. This is a boxing technique, so the lower body must be stable, so that when you punch, you can ensure sufficient strength. It turned out to be a boxing technique. Maruya Hang nodded seriously. In terms of physical fitness, data will not lie. He has reached the average level of genin. What should I do next? Like this. Might Guy took a deep breath. Slightly bent his left hand and coiled it in front of his chest, and immediately swung his right fist after retracting it. Maruya Hang found that he couldn't even see the trajectory of Might Guy's fist. He could only feel a fist wind flying in the direction of the fist, and it hit a row of big trees at the edge of the forest. Maruya Hang, whose hair was blown by the fist wind, stared blankly at the big tree that was cut off in the middle. His expression gradually became excited, like a blooming lotus. He clenched his fist and turned his head, looking at Might Guy excitedly. Senior, this is so cool. What's the name of this move? Might Guy retracted his fist, looked at the whole row of trees that had fallen to the ground not far away, and nodded with satisfaction. This move is called a straight punch. Marutani Cow's expression became a little stiff. Senior, didn't you just say that each of your physical skills has a cool name? Yeah, isn't this name loud enough? Might Guy picked his nose innocently, without any awareness of being a master. It's loud, but don't you think this name is loud but not elegant enough? But this move is not that difficult, it's quite ordinary. Ah, this. Why can I feel the illusion that a top student despises a poor student from the look in Might Guy's eyes? But what he said makes sense. I can't even refute it. It seems that changing the name is really impossible. In Marutani Cow's mind, a scene of a duel with someone in the future appeared. At the critical moment, he punched handsomely, and the opponent was directly knocked to the ground. After falling to the ground, he asked in horror. What is this move? This is called, Marutani Cow smiled slightly, straight punch. Damn! It's not handsome at all. Okay, you try it, Might Guy interrupted Marutani Cow, just follow my previous moves. Senior, are you really not going to consider changing your name? Why do you want to change it? I think this name is pretty good. Might Guy ignored Marutani Hang's eagerness to change his name and pulled the boy in front of him. Then Senior, is there any trick to this move? Trick? No, Might Guy casually punched. As long as the punch is fast enough and the force is strong enough, it will be fine. Okay, I'll try it. Marutani Hang took a deep breath and prepared himself according to the posture taught by Might Guy. Since it was the first attempt, in order to make the effect look more obvious and intuitive, the boy even stood directly in front of a big tree. Ha! Marutani Hang punched with all his strength, and his fist stopped less than 20 centimeters away from the tree trunk. The rest, let the fist wind do it. Not bad. A breeze came towards him, caressing the boy's skin and blowing his black hair. Marutani Hang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. The quality of this tree is very good. Senior. Isn't this completely ineffective? Is it the problem of this tree? Might Guy was also a little embarrassed at this time. He repeatedly checked the tree in front of the boy, but did not find any problems. Senior, did you forget to tell me something important? No, it's true that you just need to punch hard and punch quickly. Might Guy said and threw 3 more punches, and each punch had the same effect as before. Except for the big tree hit by Marutani Cow, the 3 nearby big trees fell down at the same time, forming a sharp contrast with the only surviving lucky guy. Oh! I know. Might Guy seemed to suddenly remember something, and patted his head excitedly. Have you never learned physical skills before? Well, Marutani Cow nodded, I really haven't touched it. Might Guy finally found the problem. There was no problem with his teaching, and there was no problem with Marutani Cow either. The problem was that Marutani Cow didn't know how to use physical skills at all. That's right. You have to use chakra when you punch. Chakra? Physical skills also require chakra. This is the first time that Marutani Cow has heard of it. Yes, although some physical skills can indeed be done with the body alone, many physical skills still need to be combined with the chakra in the body to achieve the greatest effect. Pay attention to my fist, especially the surface of the fist. While explaining, Might Guy threw another punch, and the speed of the punch was several times slower than before. Even Marutani Cow could see the fist clearly this time, and there was obviously a thin layer of chakra on the fist. Would you like to try again? Might Guy returned the position to Marutani Cow. Chakra? Apart from anything else, the only thing that Marutani Cow is confident about now is chakra. How much chakra do you need? Use as much as you can. Might Guy didn't care and said casually. After all, Marutani Cow is just a child in his early teens. How much chakra can he have? All. Although he was a little worried, Marutani Cow naturally would not question the advice of professionals. He prepared for the punch again and began to circulate the chakra in his body to condense on his right fist. Since the integration of the 9 tails chakra, the chakra in Marutani Cow's body has become much more manic. They responded to Marutani Cow's call and rushed to the boy's right fist frantically. The huge energy even scared Marutani Cow himself. Might Guy was also scared. At this time, he was staring at the ordinary boy in front of him with wide eyes in surprise. What? Why does he have such a level of chakra? Senior. I can't hold on any longer. The condensation was not over yet. Marutani Cow found that the situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. The chakra began to show signs of being out of control, and his tolerance was about to reach its limit. Might Guy saw the boy's reluctance and hurriedly urged him. Hurry up and punch. Okay. Bang. Chapter 46, Follow-up to a punch. On this day, everyone in the village heard the sound of bombing coming from the forest in the north. After throwing that punch, Marutani Cow fainted due to exhaustion, and Might Guy hurriedly went up to catch the boy. He raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. A large area of forest was directly destroyed. The trees in the distance had been split in half along the trace of the fist wind, and only the stumps that were still slowly burning were left at a close distance. Is this my straight punch? What happened? A familiar voice suddenly appeared behind Might Guy. It was Kakashi, whom he had been looking for a long time, but Might Guy was not in the mood to duel with the other party at this time. Kakashi heard after hearing the huge noise in front of the forest. They thought it was an enemy invasion, so they quickly rushed to the scene. But they didn't expect it to be Marutani Cow and Might Guy. What happened to Marutani Cow? Kakashi saw the boy lying in Might Guy's arms and frowned. What did you do to him? It's not what I did to him, you should ask him what he did. Him? Marutani Cow. Yeah. Kakashi observed Might Guy's expression and found that he was not joking. How did he do it? I taught him a very simple physical technique, straight punch. Might Guy told Kakashi everything that had just happened, but with the mask blocking it, it was unknown what expression Kakashi would have under the mask at this moment. Kakashi, I found that the chakra in Marutani Kao's body is too strange, not normal at all. Although he didn't know about the 9 tails, unlike Might Guy, Kakashi knew that Marutani Kao had a special summoning beast, and this summoning beast happened to have special abilities in chakra, so he was more accepting of Marutani Kao's sudden outburst than Might Guy. This is his secret. Kakashi blocked Might Guy's mouth with one sentence. Marutani Kao made too much noise, and all the nearby ninjas began to appear and gathered here. Kakashi could only stand up and explain the situation, but he threw all the things on Might Guy. Anyway, the other party was a monster in the village, and the others also left the scene after confirming safety. I'll send Marutani Kao to the hospital first, and you go to the Hokage building and report the true story to the 3rd Hokage. Me. Might Guy pointed at himself. Due to his personality, although he was not weak, he didn't go to the Hokage building very often. He preferred to practice in the village. Would it be appropriate for me to go? Of course, you are also a senior ninja in the village, how could it be inappropriate? Well, okay. I'll go there as soon as I deal with Marutani Kao's affairs. I know, Kakashi. Although Might Guy was still full of enthusiasm for challenging Kakashi, it was obviously not suitable for the current situation. He himself was not an unreasonable person, so he could only give up this precious opportunity first. The village handled the situation quickly. After learning the relevant information from other ninjas, they began to arrange professionals to deal with the scene, and also sent people to explain the situation in the village to reassure other people who heard the noise and avoid causing large-scale panic. Kakashi quickly took Marutani Kao to Konoha Hospital. After he settled him, he suddenly remembered that there was a Naruto who was not taken care of at Marutani Kao's home. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go there to explain the situation. Kakashi came to the door of Marutani Kao's home, pushed open the door, and saw a motionless person lying on the floor in front of the door. Naruto finally heard the sound of the door opening, raised his head, and just wanted to complain, but saw Kakashi wearing a mask. "Teacher, you finally, I just heard it, You are the teacher's senior, right? Where is the teacher? Where is the teacher?" Fortunately, he remembered that this person had appeared before, and Marutani Kao had called him Senior Kakashi. He stuck his head out, looked past Kakashi, and looked behind him, but did not find a familiar figure. "He's in the hospital now." Hospital? Naruto panicked when he heard the word hospital. Why is the teacher in the hospital? What happened? How is he now? He fainted because of exhaustion from training. Then I have to go to the hospital too. When Merida Kao woke up, he found himself lying on a bed, and the ceiling in front of him was also very unfamiliar. He had a vague idea. Did I travel through time again? Let's see if the system is there first. Just as Merida Kao began to think wildly, the door of the room suddenly opened. Merida Kao turned his head and saw Narashikaku walking into the room with Narashikaku and Naruto. Naruto saw Merida Kao waking up, and quickly ran to his side and pounced on him. "Teacher! You're awake!" "Naruto! It seems that he didn't travel through time. What happened to me?" Although his body still felt a little weak, Marutani Kao's brain had become much clearer. He observed the furnishings in the room and found that he should be in a hospital. "Do you remember what happened before you fainted?" Narashikaku held a basket of fruit in his hand and put it on the table beside him. "I remember that I was learning physical skills from Senior Kai before." Marutani Kao's memory gradually became clear, and he remembered what happened before. "I followed Senior Kai's instructions and threw a punch, and then I lost consciousness." Narashikaku sat down by the bed and nodded. "It seems that there is no problem with your memory. The 3rd generation sent someone to notify. I was told that this is exactly what happened. As for why you fainted, the hospital explained that you fainted due to exhaustion. It was not a serious problem. It was just that your body was not adapted for a while. When we arrived, Naruto was lying beside your bed. I knew he hadn't eaten dinner yet, so I took him to eat. He just came back now. Thank you, Teacher Shikaku. You're welcome. When we arrived, Naruto was almost scared to tears. Nara Shikamaru sat down with his father and immediately started to report Naruto. Naruto blushed and began to explain, as if he was very shy about it. I didn't. Sorry to make you worry, Naruto. I'm glad the teacher is okay. Naruto sat up embarrassedly. He had just been lying on Marutani Cow. After Marutani Cow woke up, Nara Shikaku informed the nurses in the hospital. Not long after, a doctor came to the bedside and began to examine Marutani Cow. After a round of examination, the doctor put down the examination report in his hand. Okay, there is no problem, everything is normal, but for the sake of safety, we still recommend that you stay in the hospital for another day of observation. Okay, Xiaohang will stay in the hospital to rest today, and Naruto will sleep at my house today. Nara Shikaku, as the oldest elder present, naturally took on all the things. Naruto, can you sleep with Shikamaru at night? Naruto looked at Marutani Cow hesitantly and found that the other party nodded at him. Okay. Hey. Shikamaru showed a disgusted expression. Nara Shikaku glanced at his son. If you don't agree, let me sleep with Naruto, and let your mother sleep with you. No, no, no. Shikamaru's expression changed instantly, and he shook his hands desperately. I sleep with Naruto. I sleep with Naruto. I like sleeping with a kid like Naruto the most. The other three stared at Nara Shikamaru with strange eyes at the same time. May I ask what kind of pervert you are? Chapter 47. Everyone loves to climb through the window. The hospital's scheduled rest time is relatively early, and it didn't take long for Nara Shikaku to pack up and prepare to leave with the children. Hisashi and Niji came to visit just now, but you didn't wake up at that time, so they went back first. I will definitely thank them when I am discharged from the hospital. Naruto stood in front of the bed reluctantly, his little eyes full of grievances. Teacher, let's go first. Okay, Marutani Ko stretched out his hand and gently stroked the boy's hair. Don't cause trouble for Teacher Shikaku. Well. After the three left, Marutani Hang sat on the bed. Only then did he have the air conditioning to open his system properties window to check if there was any abnormality. Fortunately, the data showed that everything was normal, and one more skill was added to the skill column he mastered. Charged Straight Punch, an improved version of the Straight Punch, but it requires more chakra. Ah! Marutani Hang, who was originally excited to see that he had learned a new physical skill, was instantly like being poured with a basin of cold water. This name seems to be more worthy of complaints than the Straight Punch. Can you not be so casual in naming? Marutani Hang slammed the bed lightly in frustration, and a familiar voice came from behind him. What's wrong? I saw you look very angry as soon as I came in. Marutani Hang turned his head, and the bright moonlight shone into the room through the open window, and a person was standing in front of the window. It's time for the hospital to rest now, it's not appropriate for you to climb in through the window like this. You make a lot of sense, then I'll leave first. The man turned around and climbed out of the window. Hey hey hey! Come back! Marutani Hang curled his lips, you are so boring. Uchiha Itachi stopped climbing the window and pulled a chair to sit down. I heard that you fainted, so I came to see you. Thank you, it's not a big problem, I just used some strength when practicing and fainted. That's good. Uchiha Itachi also brought a fruit basket and placed it on the table beside the bed. What did you learn from Kai Jonin? Senior taught me Straight Punch. Straight Punch? How did the forest get destroyed? Before coming to the hospital, Uchiha Itachi took the time to go to the North Forest and saw the large area of destroyed forest. He knew the power of the Straight Punch, and it was impossible to achieve this level by relying on it alone. Ah! It was the first time that Marutani Hang heard such news after waking up. He widened his eyes. The forest was destroyed. You don't know. Uchiha Itachi looked up and observed Marutani Kao's expression, but found that he was indeed confused. I don't know. The forest was fine before I fainted. At most, a few trees fell. Tell me in detail. Marutani Hang said everything he remembered before he thought of anything. You mean, you fainted after you threw that punch? Yes, yes. With his own memories and the information brought by Uchiha Itachi, Marutani Hang began to guess the result. Uchiha Itachi's expression gradually became stiff. Marutani Hang fainted after throwing that punch. Might Guy couldn't continue to attack under such circumstances. So there was only one possible reason for the destruction of more than half of the forest, that is, the last punch thrown by Marutani Hang. The two people who knew the truth at once fell silent. Uchiha Itachi was shocked by the boy's amazing strength, while Marutani Hang was simply wondering whether he should take responsibility for the loss of the forest. Your talent is stronger than I thought, Uchiha Itachi spoke first, and there was a hint of recognition in his eyes when he looked at Marutani Hang. I remember that more than 10 days ago, you were still an ordinary person who knew nothing. It seems that we can look forward to your strength after you come back from Nara Mountain. Me too. Uchiha Itachi learned the truth of the matter and got the answer he wanted. He chatted with Marutani Ko for a few more words and then stood up and prepared to leave. You should have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Okay, remember to say hello to Suzuki for me and close the window for me. It's a bit cold. Before Uchiha Itachi left, Marutani Hang did not forget to please his future thigh. The room returned to calm. Marutani Hang lay down again, closed his eyes and began to study the charging straight punch. Such a big accident today must be because I released too much chakra. If I reduce the amount, I can probably achieve the effect caused by Might Guy's demonstration. Then the power of this move is directly linked to the amount of chakra. From this point of view, this physical skill with a name worth complaining about is indeed qualified to become my most powerful killer move. A gust of cold wind blew in from the window. Marutani Hang turned his head and found that the window was opened again. Good evening. Good evening, Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi, wearing a mask, sat down by the bed at some point, just where Uchiha Itachi had just sat. Do all of you Konoha ninjas like to climb through the windows so much? Has anyone been here before? Yeah, Marutani Hang yawned. He had just woken up and still felt a little tired. Senior, are you busy recently? Kakashi picked up an apple. Hey! Why do you take other people's fruit? But Marutani Hang didn't care. So far, he hadn't seen Kakashi's face under the mask. If Kakashi wanted to eat the apple, he would have to take off the mask. Then he would be able to see his true face. When Marutani Hang thought of this, he felt much more energetic, staring at the mysterious man in front of him with bright eyes. It's okay. I'm leaving for Kumagakure in a few days. I'm handing over my work recently. Marutani Hang's attention was all on Kakashi's face. Kakashi took out a knife from somewhere and started peeling. Has the candidate for succession been decided? Who is it? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Marutani Hang couldn't help shouting out, and suddenly realized that he was in the hospital. Loud noises would cause trouble to others, so he quickly covered his mouth. He lowered his voice and asked again in disbelief. Senior Kakashi, are you talking about Uchiha Itachi? Yes. Kakashi said while chewing. Wait, chewing? Marutani Hang lowered his head in confusion and found that half of the apple in Kakashi's hand was gone. When did you eat it? I didn't see anything. But now Kakashi's true face is no longer the point. Marutani Hang is more curious about Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's age is not appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate. Uchiha Itachi is very powerful. And he also has a good influence and image in the village. The third generation also has a good impression of him. Kakashi threw the apple core into the trash can, and the third generation seems to want to use this to ease the tension with the Uchiha clan. I see. Marutanihang nodded and looked at the trash can reflexively. How did it become an apple core again? How did you eat the apple? Chapter 48 Decompressing the Orphanage. The next day, Marutanihang finished the examination and showed that everything was normal. He was discharged from the hospital and went home. A few days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to call the boy to the Hokage's office. Okay, we should calculate the losses caused by the destruction of the forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a document with a stern face and put it in front of Marutanihang. Here are all the losses you have caused. I have calculated them for you free of charge. You don't need to spend extra money. Third generation master, isn't it too hurtful for you to talk about money with a child? Marutanihang widened his eyes and looked at the old man who everyone regarded as kind with tears in his eyes. He. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was calm. In his opinion, all of Marutanihang's actions could prove his mature mind, and he didn't need to be treated as a child at all. Seeing that this trick didn't work, Marutanihang began to think of other ways to cheat. Wasn't it Senior Kai who destroyed the forest? The boy blinked his eyes and pretended to know nothing. Don't pretend, I may believe it if others don't know, just forget it. In the past few days, Marutanihang stayed at home obediently, and learned from several elders that the village nominally blamed the destruction of the forest on Might Guy, which was also a kind of protection for himself. But this is too much. The numbers on the paper are completely astronomical figures for me. Marutanihang, who has no income, frowned. I really don't know how to pay it back. How about I owe it first? You should repay the village's losses now, but considering your young age, you can be allowed to delay it temporarily. When you come back from Mount Nara, go on a mission to pay off the debt. The interests of the village cannot be harmed. Even if it is an unintentional mistake, Marutanihang must bear the corresponding responsibility. It seems that he will have to start his own life as a worker when he returns to the village next time. How is Naruto recently? After talking about the business, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned Naruto again. How is Naruto? Don't you know the third generation best? Marutanihang recalled the few stalls that suddenly appeared in front of his house recently, which needed help all day long. They shouted at the door early in the morning to attract Naruto's attention. He was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Only the simple Naruto believed such a crude lie, and happily stepped forward to help. Afterwards, he excitedly shared the joy of doing good deeds with him. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. But Naruto is still very happy. Naruto was indeed very happy, and he took the initiative to go out more and more times in the past 2 days. After a few days of publicity, almost all the villagers knew the relationship between Marutanihang and Naruto. Under the secret means of the Nara clan, the Hyuga clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the villagers began to slowly understand that Naruto was not the monster rumored, but just a child with a simple personality. In addition, the good impression that Marutanihang left on everyone on weekdays, Naruto's identity began to be slowly accepted by the villagers. That's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief. Kakashi and Shikaku will go out the day after tomorrow. I know, Marutanihang has already started preparing the necessary supplies. In addition to the necessary ninja tools, Nara Shikaku does not allow him to bring any food. I will go into the mountains tomorrow. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen had long known that Marutanihang was going to practice in Nara Mountain, so he also greeted the Nara clan who would take care of Naruto in advance. What about Naruto, where to go? Hyuga family or Nara family? Naruto is going to the Nara family. He said that Neji and Hinata are not interesting, and Shikamaru is more interesting. This kid. Although he complained a little, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Naruto's choice. It's better for Naruto to stay away from the big family. Compared with the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan is more reassuring. Just let me know if you need help. Subjectively, Hiruzen Sarutobi still admires Marutani Kao, especially after learning that Marutani Kao had thrown a shocking punch yesterday. This feeling became even more obvious. Marutani Kao instantly raised his head in excitement. Let's not talk about the fine this time. Marutani Kao lowered his head in frustration again. Tisk. However, Marutani Kao did have something that he wanted to ask Hiruzen Sarutobi for help. Are you talking about the orphanage? Yes. The operation of the orphanage is very difficult, but the number of orphans in the village continues to increase every year. If this continues, sooner or later it will be closed due to excessive burden, and then there will be no one to take care of the orphans. Marutani Konoha orphanage was what he was talking about. In order to understand the progress of the mission, he took the time to visit the orphanage again these days. The letter had indeed been sent out, but he had not received a reply from the pharmacist Nono. Not only that, the financial situation of the orphanage was not very good, and the kind-hearted people who sponsored the orphanage had lost contact, and they didn't know what had happened. I have received similar reports before, but I didn't expect it to be so bad now. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he heard the news from Marutani Konoha. In his heart, the children in the village are the future of Konoha, but the funds in the village have been difficult recently, and it will not get better until the trade route with Kumagakure is fully established. How about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and decided to bleed a lot of money. I will sponsor a wave in my personal name. When hearing such news, my heart is really sad. I think this is of no help. Lord Sande, you can help once, what about next time? The orphanage has always been a thorn in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Due to the war, every year there are bad children who lose their families because of the war, but the tight financial situation of the village cannot provide effective help, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel guilty. Have you already found a solution? I want to ask Lord Sande first, do you think the existence of the orphanage is important? Of course it is important. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very confidently, if there is no orphanage, what will happen to the children who have lost their families in the village? This will not only cause the loss of talents, but also a hidden danger buried deep in Konoha. Therefore, we must ensure the operation of the orphanage, so the first step is to transform the Konoha orphanage from a private to a public one. Oh! We must first transform personal pressure into village pressure. This is not to add burden to the village, but to make the most appropriate pressure resistance measures under the premise that we can ensure that the orphanage cannot stop operating. What you said makes sense. Since the orphanage must exist for the sake of the village, the burden cannot be placed on one person, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, and then asked, what about the funding issue? This is simple, just get sponsorship. Who would be willing to sponsor the orphanage? If the third generation opens the door, there will naturally be no shortage of people who will take the initiative to come to the door, but I think the most suitable people are those who are willing to sponsor. Recently, I heard that there is a family in the village that is in urgent need of a good image. I wonder if the third generation knows this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Marutani Kao and showed a simple smile. Isn't it beautiful to achieve a win-win situation? Chapter 49 Dinner at Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Regarding the matter of the orphanage, the specific operation will naturally be handed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha's senior officials, and even if Marutani Kao wants to get involved now, he has no time. He will go into the mountains soon and buy ninja tools suitable for himself later. There is a shop selling ninja tools in the village. As soon as Marutani Kao entered the door, he was recognized by the owner enthusiastically. I will definitely give you a discount. The boss patted the boy's shoulder enthusiastically. Thank you, thank you. The price of ninja tools was much higher than Marutani Hang had imagined. After repeated hesitations, considering his limited balance, Marutani Hang gave up a few cool ninja swords and finally bought a few ordinary kunao. Although their offensiveness was not particularly strong, they were versatile and could be used not only in battles but also in daily life. According to the plan set by Narashikaku, he would not only face ferocious beasts this time, but also solve the problem of survival on his own. In other words, he had to survive in the wild without any help. Then this kind of versatile ninja tool would be his best survival tool. Marutanihang returned home and did not find any trace of Naruto. It was estimated that he had gone out again. Marutanihang wiped the kunao he had just bought with a complicated mood. He knew very well that the ultimate purpose of entering Nara Mountain for training this time was to temper his will and make himself fully adapt to this cruel and real world. For this reason, he must be mentally prepared to kill in advance. Finally, this day has come. Since I discovered the existence of the system after traveling through time, I was destined to embark on the path of becoming a ninja, not only to improve my strength and protect myself, but also to give myself a goal, a motivation to survive meaningfully. Teacher. The door was pushed open from the outside. Naruto's face was covered with dust. But his expression was very bright. You are back. I met several friends today. It's really something to be happy about. As soon as Naruto came in, he saw the kunao in Marutanikao's hand, and instantly remembered that the other party was going to leave him for a while. Teacher, are you leaving tomorrow? Yes. So soon? Naruto did not ask such a meaningless question as whether he could not go, but his originally excited mood became a little depressed now. How long will the teacher be gone? I don't know, at least a month. Hey, so long, Naruto pouted. He had begun to get used to living with Marutanikaou. I will miss the teacher. I will miss Naruto too. Marutanikaou put away his kunao and gently stroked the boy's smooth hair. Okay, go take a shower, and we'll go out for dinner tonight. I've invited the teacher and other seniors. Okay, okay. As a professional foodie, Naruto's eyes lit up with eagerness again when he heard about eating. I know a noodle shop that's super delicious. After Naruto repeatedly emphasized, Marutanikaou invited several familiar ninja seniors to come to this noodle shop that Naruto highly recommended. The name of the shop was written on the door curtain of the noodle shop, Ichiraku Ramen. Almost all the ninjas that Marutanikaou knew received his invitation, and most of them also came to the scene. Sasuke was also brought to the scene by Uchiha Itachi. After seeing so many unfamiliar adults, he habitually hid behind Uchiha Itachi. As a result, this subconscious action was discovered by the sharp-eyed Naruto. Sasuke is scared. Naruto began to sway in front of Sasuke, asking for a fight, which naturally attracted a round of counterattacks from the other party. I didn't. Don't quarrel, don't quarrel. Hyuga Niji, as the oldest brother among the children, hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting. Don't be so childish, okay? Nara Shikamaru sat at the edge maturely, drinking juice while helplessly watching the two people quarreling together. Although Hyuga Hayashi did not arrive at the scene due to busy affairs, his daughter Hyuga Hinata followed Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Niji and came here shyly behind Hyuga Hisashi, not daring to get close to other children. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that I would have a share. Might Guy laughed loudly and patted Kakashi's shoulder beside him vigorously. Kakashi, let's go to the duel after we finish eating noodles. I refuse. Kakashi launched an iron wall defense, and there was no possibility of negotiation in his tone. Why? You are obviously my lifelong opponent. Narashikaku certainly couldn't let these two people duel. Guy, let's forget it. Kakashi will go to Kumigakure with me the day after tomorrow. If something happens now, it will be troublesome. Is that so? Might Guy was very depressed, but he was not an unreasonable person. For the sake of the village, he could only wrong himself this time. Okay, then next time for sure. Hisashi was persuading Hinata Hisashi to play with other children, but Hinata Hisashi suddenly cried. Fortunately, Nara Yoshino was there, and took the little girl and began to comfort her. Naruto. Don't quarrel with Sasuke. The children were making a lot of noise. Marutani discovered the situation between Naruto and Sasuke and tried to stop the quarrel. Uchiha Itachi also came out to pull Sasuke apart. Ramen is here. The handmaid Ramen, whom Naruto called Uncle Ichiraku, brought many servings of ramen to the crowd and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was quite tiring to serve so many servings of ramen at the same time. Please enjoy. This noodle is super delicious. Naruto forgot about the conflict with Sasuke and began to enjoy the food with satisfaction. He also introduced it to the friends around him. This noodle is Uncle Handmaid's signature. Nara Shikamaru took a bite and found that the taste was indeed very delicious, and nodded. Very good, much better than what my mother made. Needless to say, after being discovered by Nara Yoshino, he was naturally beaten up. Hyuga Niji had also run to Hyuga Hinata, helping his father take care of his introverted sister. Uchiha Itachi comforted Sasuke, who had just been angered by Naruto, and began to ask Kakashi about work problems. On Kakashi's left was Uchiha Itachi, who kept asking questions, and on his right was Might Guy, who kept chattering about duels, but he ignored them and ate his noodles seriously. Marutani Kao also focused on Kakashi. The other party's behavior of eating noodles rekindled the boy's interest in his true face under the mask, but after staring at him for several minutes, he saw nothing, and the noodles in the other party's bowl were getting less and less, which really confused him. The ramen shop was already full of people during this period, and there were other guests who planned to eat in the store in the middle, but after discovering several big shots sitting there, they all asked to take the initiative to take away. But there were exceptions. The door curtain behind him was lifted, and an old man walked in calmly with his head down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing casual clothes, tidied his hair that was touched by the door curtain and sat down next to Marutani Kao. Sorry, I'm late. Chapter 50 Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation sir. The appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen made almost everyone present stand up and bow. Even little Hinata was called a few words by Niji. Only Naruto was dumbfounded and did not express anything. The originally lively store suddenly became a little quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stretched out his hand and pushed everyone back to their seats. We are all friends and elders invited by Marutani Kao today, so don't be so polite. Third generation sir? Who is this old man? What third generation? Naruto saw that everyone in the group of children was very respectful to the old man, and he couldn't help but curiously asked Nara Shikamaru next to him. Nara Shikamaru certainly knew Sarutobi Hiruzen's identity, but before he could speak, Uchiha Sasuke, who heard the conversation between the two, snorted coldly and took the opportunity to laugh at Naruto in return. Fool, that's the third Hokage. You don't even recognize him. The third Hokage. Naruto didn't pay attention to Sasuke's idiot, and focused all his attention on the old man asked, Hokage? Is it the Hokage I know? Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw the children in the corner. His eyes were also attracted by Naruto. Looking at the golden hair, he was distracted for a moment and murmured. Like, really like. Third generation sir, what do you look like? Marutani Hang was sitting next to him. He happened to hear it and asked curiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that there were other people around him and just shook his head. Nothing. After learning about Sarutobi Hiruzen's identity, Naruto immediately put down his beloved ramen and ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side with his big eyes open. Grandpa, are you the third generation Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and reached out to touch the boy's hair. Yes. Naruto smiled like a flower in an instant, and his cheerful appearance was really pleasing, but the words he said made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. Then can you give me the position of Hokage? Merida Kao, who was sitting next to him, made full use of his positional advantage and covered Naruto's mouth before everyone could react. Naruto still looked unwilling, and wanted to say something woo, but was ruthlessly dragged away by Merida Kao. Sorry, Third generation, Naruto is drunk, so he said some crazy things. I will take him to sober up first. Drunk? You should think of a more normal and reasonable excuse. Everyone looked dark, watching Merida Cow drag Naruto out of the ramen shop. Naruto was taught a lesson by Merida Cow outside, and only then did he barely understand the truth that children cannot be Hokage. He returned to the shop and apologized to Sarutobi Hiruzen embarrassedly. Sorry, Grandpa Sandame, I didn't know that children can't be Hokage. Fortunately, this sentence was said by Naruto. Naturally, no one would take the words of a child seriously. Everyone looked at the cute Naruto happily, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was no exception. Do you really want to be Hokage? Yes. Why? Because everyone thinks that Hokage is very powerful. Although the teacher is the most popular person now, the popularity of the Hokage is only a little bit lower than that of the teacher. Everyone's eyes turned to Marutani Cow, who was sweating profusely. Oh, you are more popular than the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen also glanced at Marutani Cow in a teasing manner. Then I am really honored. Marutani Cow instantly showed a dog-legged look. Hee, Grandpa Sandame, that selection is just a wild list, and it has no actual reference value. My brother is the second place. Suzuki in the corner said slowly, but fortunately his voice was very small and no one noticed. Okay, I've said hello. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. So soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and planned to leave before he even ate his noodles. Everyone tried to persuade him to stay, but Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He obviously noticed that the atmosphere in the store was not as lively as before he came in. In addition, he did have something important to do later, so he decided to leave. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the ninjas looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was very friendly as the Hokage, he was still the Hokage after all. Shikamaru was no exception. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was here just now, he was so nervous that he didn't dare to say a word, for fear that if he said something wrong, he and his entire family would have to pay a heavy price. So at this time, he also had a little admiration for Naruto's courage. Naruto, you are really brave. What's wrong? Grandpa Sandai is easy to talk to. Naruto returned to his seat and began to eat noodles in big mouthfuls. He finished a bowl in an instant. Uncle Ichiraku, another bowl. No matter how kind he is still the Hokage, the strongest and most authoritative person in our village. Really? Naruto still looked stupid, which made Shikamaru very depressed. Are all the things ready? What ninja tools did you buy? On the other side, Narashikaku and Hinata Hayashi were staying beside Marutani Cow and asking. I bought a kunao. Well, kunao is really good, but you've never used it, are you sure you can use it? Marutani Cow hadn't thought about this question, I should be able to use it. If there is a danger that is difficult to solve, blow this whistle. There are regular patrols on Mount Nara, and they will go to rescue when they hear the whistle. Narashikaku took out a whistle and handed it to Marutani Cow, but once you blow this whistle, your training will be over. I know. Marutani Cow held the whistle tightly. He held it tightly in his hand, and would never blow it unless it was absolutely necessary. Time passed slowly. Hinata had fallen asleep in Hizashi's arms, and the children were also sleepy. After discussing it, they decided to leave. Merida Cow was about to leave with Naruto in his arms, but was stopped by Might Guy. Guy Sr.? What's the matter? You'd better use the trick you used in the forest less or even not use it again. Why? After that, I took the time to try it myself. After gathering a lot of chakra, the power is really amazing, but it is also a great burden on the body. You are still in the process of growing up, and it would be bad if you have any sequelae. Okay, thank you for reminding me, Senior Kai. You're welcome. I also want to thank you for treating me to this meal. Might Guy waved his hand and left, and Uchiha Itachi came up again. What's wrong with you? Be careful after entering the mountain. It's best to stay away from the ground when sleeping at night. If something unexpected happens, make some noise. Can you have some confidence in me? Uchiha Itachi did not say anything back. Anyway, he had made plans. He would summon a crow tomorrow and follow Marutani Cow all the time.